الله صلى الله عليه وسلم: الإيمان يماني والحكمة يماني.
Assalamu alaikum wa rahmatullahi wa barakatuhu. To everyone who's joining us tonight on part something on the Tanakh Dissected. I don't even think we actually look at these as parts anymore. It's just chapters now. You know, it's not part 1, part 2, or anything like that. Yeah. Otherwise, we'll lose track. But yes, Genesis 8 and 9, the juicy one that we've been telling you about. So you know, well, here we are. That's it. That's what we can say about that. Of course, we're joined by Brother Faisal and DeAndre and myself, for those of you who are watching on Dots Connected. So, but of course, what's his name? Ali is not joining us. Yeah, he's not joining us due to his accident. So we ask Allah that he gives him a speedy recovery and keep, protects him from any and all harm going forward, inshallah. And also news that has come out confirmed regarding Yemen. The Jews, me personally, we're gonna say how it is. The Jews have bombed Yemen again in these months, and on my community post, I've asked the brothers and sisters to donate to a charity that I know is reliable and that I myself have donated to in the past regarding donating for the people of Yemen when considering Eid al-Adha is coming up. So they'll need that support to live their lives and have their resources and enjoy Eid just as we do. But also we also know that there are tensions rising, and there are unconfirmed reports at the moment regarding missile strikes in Pakistan. So make dua that the people of Pakistan, our brothers and sisters, are protected from the scum Hindutva, and may Allah eradicate the enemies of Islam everywhere that they are. So yeah, there's a lot of calamity happening in the world directed at Muslims, so make dua for all of them. And of course, no one needs to mention Palestine and Burma and Uyghur, or maybe we do have to mention Burma and Uyghur because many people have forgotten about them as well. So just make dua for any and all that are inflicted across the world, whether by sickness or conflict or poverty. Keep them all in your du'as, inshallah.
And the people of Sudan, the people of Chechnya, the people in
just absolutely everywhere, subhanallah. So do what you can, make dua for them, and I'm sure you already do, but khalas, there's no shortage of du'as that we can make. Moving on to something a bit more fragrant. Just a reminder for everyone. Let me just bring this up. If you haven't already taken advantage of our Al Bustan deal, just to remind you, if you go here, you get 20% off of Al Bustan. This is only available for the next 3 days, so you only got 3 days left. You have to get 20% off Al Bustan if you get the 50 whether you buy the 50 grams or the 100 grams. And if you purchase 50 grams, you'll get a handmade bukhoor soap infused with bukhoor. It's a natural product and handmade, and it's worth $8.99. You'll get a free one of those. And if you get 100 grams, you'll get a free mabkhara worth £25. but you also get a discount code for 40% off our Al-Haramain bundle, which includes obviously the ouds, Al-Hajar Al-Aswad, and Al-Rawda, which has become a fan favorite, and it was lapped up very quickly when we released it in Eid al-Fitr. So yeah, just a reminder to take advantage of this sale. And of course, there's still a few more places for the al-Bayda. All right. So that's that. And here is the donation link for the GoFundMe for the Qurbani in Yemen. So please check that out and donate whatever you can, inshallah ta'ala. And now on with the show. First and foremost, how are you, brothers?
Alhamdulillah.
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 I think this was the most fun I've had in preparing for this particular.
Oh, definitely. Definitely.
We've had tons and tons of stuff before or so.
Mm-hmm.
But yeah, I think when it comes to source criticism and some of the textual variances, some really interesting ones are going to start coming up.
I agree.
Yeah.
I mean, you guys are saying you had the most fun doing this, but I'm now thinking back, because obviously this series is now a realization of something that me and a group of other brothers started 5 years ago. So we were just sitting on it, that those those brief notes that we all saw when we first started this. We've been sitting on those notes for 5 years, just waiting for the time to make it to realize it, make it a reality. So alhamdulillah. But yes, I mean, the reaction that you guys have had with doing this and finding out this information and everything, it was exactly the same reaction that we had. And yeah, there's some good laughs and some faces being made to some of the things that we discover. But alhamdulillah, I mean, this is the point of what we're doing here, isn't it? That we produce a workaround on this so that it's something easy for the masses to understand, whilst also presenting scholarly information, works that scholars have done in order to unpack various aspects of the Old Testament, so that the people of the book know what they're actually reading, what they actually are subscribing to in terms of a belief system, and why they shouldn't do that, why they cannot defend it, and so on and so forth, right? So this is the whole purpose of what we're doing here. It is to shed light on the reality of the Old Testament, and inshallah, inadvertently, indirectly, bringing people to Islam through these means, when they realize that, okay, these Muslims are presenting this stuff. We think they're a bunch of liars and they're making things up about the Old Testament. But then when we go and check it out, we realize, no, the Muslims are honest, because the Quran says to be truthful. So
yeah, we're using their sources, we're using their scholars, we're not inserting our beliefs into this. Yes, we do compare it in the end, but when it comes to our presentations, when it comes to our study of what has been in their books, this is all your own books. You got to own it.
Exactly. And even when we do the comparison, it is not to highlight, oh, look, the Quran is right because it gives a better portrayal of things. No, a better portrayal doesn't necessarily mean the truth. We are given this comparison, as we've said in the previous streams, is because we are dealing with specific claims that your Christian apologists in particular, not so much the Jewish people, but the Christian apologists that people love to hold on to every word that they say, is that they have no basis to stand upon, especially when it comes to the Islamic dilemma and the fact that the Quran copies and plagiarizes the Bible as if we need the Bible for anything. In fact, when it comes to our theology, the reason Allah subhanahu wa ta'ala includes information that you can recognize from the Bible is to help you out in accepting Islam. It is not for us. For us, the Quran is sufficient. So this is, it's a very objective approach in where we deal with things and we acknowledge things that we deem to be pagan. We don't try to say that this particular belief is not correct because it's pagan. We say, no, this is the actual interpretation. So if we really wanted to try and put some bias and put a monotheistic Islamic idea onto the Old Testament, there's a lot of things that we wouldn't be saying. So just to highlight that. As always, we're going to be doing our presentation, so please share the stream to as many platforms as you can where Christians are lurking. Let them know about this, because this is a great source of information, a great opportunity for da'wah. And yeah, let them come and defend their scripture, because we always say, you always have these Christians always talking about Islam, always talking about how, you know, the Old Testament has prophecies and foreshadowing and correct texts, and it was authored by this individual and that individual, and they had this intention, all of these positive claims. But when it's challenged, suddenly, like the smoke of my bukhoors just gone out. They're gone.
And actually, the big question of this generation, right? Does the Quran affirm the Bible? We're basically giving a very clear answer of why it doesn't. So my presentation should be shared if you want to bring it up, Akhi.
I will.
I can start, inshallah.
Yeah, it's not a problem. So just quickly, Jews and Christians will be invited to address the points made after the presentation is complete. So bear with us, inshallah, and we'll send out the link as soon as we're done. So let's get on with it. Bismillah. Here we go.
All right. So Genesis 8 and 9, that's what we're going to be focusing on. However, for context, we will go to Genesis 5, 6, and 7 at times. So bear in mind that that is going to become important, because we won't be able to make sense of the full flood narrative unless you take a look at all of these accounts together. So let's just start with sources right now. We know that there are multiple sources that the scholars of the Old Testament use to put these books together, right? The Masoretic text, the Samaritan Pentateuch, Septuagint, Dead Sea Scrolls, Peshitta, Targums, different sources that are used by them, right? And we always get thrown this claim that, oh, the Bible can be traced back to the 3rd century BCE, when the Dead Sea Scrolls are from. Now, number one, not all Dead Sea Scrolls are from the 3rd century BCE, right? And that is a very, we're basically being very generous, allowing you to go to the 3rd century BCE. Normally, 2nd century BCE probably, or sometime around there. Most of the scrolls are much, much newer, right? More likely from the 1st century after the birth of Christ, right? So let's talk about this. Do we have anything of Genesis 8 or 9 in the Dead Sea Scrolls? Zero. Nothing. So at least when it comes to these accounts that we have on the flood of Noah, there's going to be nothing. So if a Christian, if you're having a conversation with the Christian about the flood, right, there's very little that you can find. There's something about from Genesis 6, probably a verse of Genesis 5, but nothing else from Genesis 5 to Genesis 11, actually, right? So you can pretty much tell them very clearly you have nothing in the Dead Sea Scrolls.
Yeah, I mean,
right.
Just a quick point there, because in Genesis, but yeah, you're right. Between Genesis 5 and Genesis 11, there's nothing except for, let me see, 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12, 13, 14, 15, 16, 17, 18, 19, 20, 21 words from chapter 6. So they have 21 words preserved, or partially preserved, from the Dead Sea Scrolls between Genesis 5 and Genesis 11. 21 words in 5 chapters, or 6 chapters.
Yeah. And I'll actually bring up a picture of what those verses actually look like when you take a look at them, because they say these verses are there, right, or the words are there, but it would be interesting for people to be able to see those, a picture of those. I'll actually bring those up at the end of our presentation, and everyone has presented. But for now, just to give everybody an idea about where we stood. So when we were looking at the book of Genesis, so far we had covered up to chapter 7 of the book of Genesis, right? And based on the verses and the count of words, right, we had about 29% of that book up to that point, right? 0% of Genesis 8:9. We're actually standing at now 23% based on the word count in those verses now, up to from Genesis 1 to Genesis 9. So far, we only have 23% of the book of Genesis that we've covered, right? Which is less than a quarter. I just want that to sink in, right? So that you guys remember that it's not like just because you found the Dead Sea Scrolls that you're going to be able to claim that everything is confirmed. Now, that becomes more meaningful when we start looking at some of the details of what's written in there. And to be honest, like Genesis 10 is where I'm going to be covering a lot of these textual variances, because we'll start making sense of genealogies and dates in there that we've been given, because at this time it's a bit too early to talk about this. All right, so where do we find these chapters from? Obviously the Masoretic text, right, which is a 10th century compilation, right, a 9th century or 10th century, depending on whether you're talking about the Aleppo or the Leningrad Codex. But yes, we do have some of the text from the Septuagint, but the interesting thing is Septuagint has some interesting variations, some textual variances, right? Samaritan Pentateuch and Syriac Peshitta, again, we'll find variances there, right? But remember, the Pentateuch is a 13th century manuscript, the last extant one that we have, even though it is claimed that it existed orally from the time of the Babylonian period, right? And was put together as a text sometime in the 4th century, but it does not survive with us. So those claims can, there's no way to accept or refute those claims. The Syriac Peshitta, it's allegedly a 2nd century text, right? But we do have manuscript from the 5th century onwards, right? And the Latin Vulgate, obviously the 5th century onwards text, which relies heavily on the Septuagint and the Masoretic text. All right, so that's as far as our sources are concerned. I'll talk about a few textual variances here. We won't go into too much detail, right? Some of the big ones, which in the grand scheme of things don't matter as much, right? Is Genesis 9 verse 20, right? Where Hadama is used, man of the land, ground, earth, soil, in the Leningrad Codex, right? But in the Septuagint, we basically see that the Greek contains a sort of a synonymous word, not exactly the same, farmer, man of the land, earth, soil, right, tilling, etc. And then the Vulgate carries on the tradition from the Greek text from the Septuagint, a farmer man to work at the land, earth, soil, working as a farmer. So essentially, the variation came in the Septuagint from the Hebrew text, or it was brought into the Masoretic text to make it distinct from the Septuagint. We won't know until we find exactly the same verse in an older text. Remember, the Dead Sea Scrolls do not have a Genesis 9, right? So it's impossible to confirm what it was. So other variances are there, but I'm actually going to discuss it when we talk about the flood narrative. And that's what we're going to be focusing on. So the flood timeline. Now, very interestingly, when we start looking at the flood timeline and the dates, age, and durations that are mentioned in the flood narrative from Genesis 7 all the way to Genesis 8, right? There's a few things that you find which are very interesting. Number one, there are it's almost as if two parallel texts are being merged together, right? And scholars of who do source criticism, they've basically looked into it. They've identified that there are both the priestly and Yahweh's account, and we talked about this in our first stream. I think Fawad did an introduction to that, and then
Yes.
I expanded on this in our last stream, right? And when we start looking into this, you start seeing some patterns, which we will talk a lot more in a lot more details at, a bit later on, right? But here I've just tried to highlight the two main sources that we have: the Yahweh source and the priestly source. Okay, and then essentially there is some text in there which the redactor inserted in there. So Genesis 8 verse 5, that's something from the redactor, which according to the scholars that's has been inserted, right? Now, obviously there are competing theories on when these sources arise. Like we have the documentary hypothesis, fragmentary and supplementary hypothesis, and all of those in there, but none of them disagree on the idea that there are parallel texts which give rise to duplets and basically contradictions when we start looking at this. So let's have a look at some of these texts separately, right? So if we look at the flood timeline in the priestly, right, what we find is, for example, Noah was 600 years old when the flood of waters came on the earth. In the 600th year of Noah's life, in the second month, on the 17th day of the month, on that day, all the fountains of the great deep burst forth, and the windows of the heavens were opened. And the waters increased and bore up the ark, and it rose high above the earth. Now, when you read through this narrative, you actually find that it reads coherently internally as an independent text, right? What we also find are some unique features within this text, which we're going to talk about a bit later, right? I'm actually going to jump on to, I'm not going to go through the whole text here. Our audiences are free to pause this video and read through this for some of these detailed slides where the text is just going to be presented as is from the Bible, right? And you can take notes if you want to. And when the presentation is made available, you can have a look at that, right? So I'm not going to go through each and every point in here. We're going to talk about the differences. So again, the Yahweh source, then the Lord said to Noah, go into the ark, you and all your household, for I have seen you alone are righteous before me in this generation. And after 7 days, the water of the flood came on the earth, right? And rain fell on the earth 40 days and 40 nights. The flood continued for 40 days on the earth. And the water gradually receded from the earth at the end of 40 days. Then he sent out the dove from him to see if the waters had subsided from the face of the ground. Right. So when you're reading through this, you basically see a very different account of the flood. Right. So the first one, the year, the age of Noah is being emphasized. Dates are the days are there, but they're not as clearly written. We do have the 150 days being mentioned in Genesis 7:24, and Genesis 8:3, right? But we find a very different account of 40 days and 7 days in the Yovist account, right? So let's see what this means. Let's talk about some of these issues.
I just want to highlight that. So sorry, Akhi. I just want to highlight that both those accounts are very coherent in their own way. So if you actually separate the accounts, they are coherent. They make sense when you follow them. But the problem is that when you read it as it is in the Old Testament, as it is in the chapters, it just doesn't make sense because they are commingled, which is why you had to separate the accounts by noting which verse in which chapter belongs to which narrative. So that's something that people have to understand. And I want Jews and Christians to understand that when you are blindly reading Genesis and just reading through it, it's just clear that you're not thinking about the text, because you are reading contradictory narratives in the same chapter and you don't bat an eye about it. So what's going on? Sorry.
So we're actually going to address the way these Christians are going to read it, or the Jews are going to read it at the end, right? Because we do want to have a look at it at the same time. So now, if we're accounting for each one of them separately, a few of the things that you note is that per the priestly tradition, Noah was 600 years old when the floodwaters came, and it started in the second month on the 17th day of the month. 600 years, 2 months, 17th, right? When we say the second month, it means it started in the second month on the 17th day, right? He and his family entered the self-same ark. Now, this is important because according to the Yovist tradition, we read that he entered the ark, and then 7 days later, the floodwaters came, right? But according to this tradition, the priestly tradition, right, they had entered the ark, and then the floodwaters came on the same day, because this is all happening together, right? 600 to 7. Okay, and the waters came. And I'll actually show you in the full account where this is coming from. Water swelled for 150 days, then water receded for 150 days. And on the 7th month, on the 17th day, the ark came to rest on top of a mountain. This is exactly 115 days from the second month and 17 days, right? 150 days from the start of the flood. He sent out a raven, and it went to and fro until water receded. Okay, interestingly, a raven was sent out. The water dried up in the 601st year, in first month, on the first day, right? Which is, if you do the calculation, it's day 314. Okay, and if you put it in the date format that is being used in the Bible, 601.11, right? What is the total time in the ark? They left the ark 601, second month, 27 days, which is 417 days in this, less the 47 days. So about 370 days they spent in the ark. All right. But remember, the water had receded by day 314. Okay. So this is when you're looking at the priestly timeline. Now, let's talk about the Yovist timeline. Noah goes into the ark, and flood comes after 7 days. Okay, so rain fell for 40 days and night. So total 40 days so far. Flood continues 40 days. Now, interpretation is sometimes I've seen 40 days, the same 40 days. And others are basically claiming it to be 80 days, so 40 plus 40. End of 40 days, the dove was sent out, right? So 40 days, again, additional 40 days, or the same 40 days, right? So is it 40 days, 80 days, or 120 days, right? So let's assume any one of them. It doesn't matter. Because the 120 days plus how many days you add for the dove going back and forth does not add up to the 314, 370 days that we've seen in the priestly tradition. Okay. He sends dove and returns the same day. He sends out a dove again after 7 days. It returns with olive branch, right? He sends it again after 7 days, and it does not return. total time in the ark is now 141 days, essentially. Okay, so 61 or 141 days. Now, there is some attempt by redactors to reconcile the two accounts, but it's very confusing with that, because it doesn't really help with either one of those reconciliations, because the verse 8:5, where this has been inserted, it awaited until the 10th month, in the 10th month on the first day of the month, right? There's it's unclear how that helps with the whole timeline issue, right? And we're going to take a look at it later as well. Now, again, the question is, was it the 141 days according to the Yahwist tradition, or the 370 days according to the priestly tradition? Now, remember, I'm not making the distinction. This work has already been done by Christian and Jewish scholars of the Old Testament or the Hebrew Bible. And they're the ones who've identified that these two parallel accounts are there, right? So we're just looking at what those two parallel accounts say here. Okay, so now let's just address the two combined. Now, day 7, Noah enters the ark. This is in verse 1 of chapter 7. The flood starts on the 600th day, second day of the 17th day of the second month, right? This is in verse 11 of chapter 7. Okay. Day 40, rain falls, verse 7:12, and flooding is also 7:17. Now, remember that anytime you see the big circle, that is the Yahwist tradition. The green, small green circles are the priestly traditions, right? On day 150, we see the peak of the flood, 7:24, right? Or and the water recedes 600 years, 7th month, 17th day, right? Day 224, ark on Arafat, according to the Bible, on when he was 600 years, 10 months, and 1 day, right? 8:5, right? Then day 264, the window opened, verse 8:6, the dove is sent. Oh. Can you see my screen?
Yeah, you can.
Yeah, perfect. Okay. Okay, and now when is the raven sent and when is the dove sent? There's a question mark on it, because it appears that the raven was sent, the raven did not return, and then the dove was sent. But why are two birds being sent? Essentially, two different types of birds. So there are some explanations that the Christians and Jewish scholars and historians have come up with, but they're lacking, as we will see. Okay, day 278, the dove returns. Day 285, dove is sent again, and it doesn't return, right? Day 314, the water dries up, okay? And day 370, leaves the ark, okay? Now, you would see that if the dove returns, right, on day 278, and there's it's clear that the dry land is starting to appear, and by day 285, the dove doesn't return, showing that there's no longer a need to stay in the ark, right? Why did they still wait for almost how much is that? Almost like 3 more months in the ark, when they could have come out. And remember, Noah is not alone in the ark. You need to understand the logistics of the ark. There is a ton of animals that are so ready to go out and be animals, right? And not just that, the logistics, the taking care of those animals, the excrement from them that has to be taken care of, the food supply that needs to be maintained, and everything else that needs to be done. It's just unbelievable to think about all of that being managed, while outside the dove has flown out, and there's like dry land now appearing. Okay, so lots of questions that can be asked. Now, having a look at this same timeline, right? As we saw, 600 years, right? After 40 days, ark lifted off earth, 110 additional days. Now, this is being calculated by people to justify the two different accounts, right? Because we have two different versions of how long it rained, 40 days and 150 days. So people are basically trying to make sense of this. What people are basically doing is saying that it did rain for 150 days, but by 40th day, the ark lifted off the earth. Right. So they're trying to read into the text some of their interpretation of what it means. Then by 150, after the 150th day, there's another time period, right, which is broken up to account for the two traditions, right? So the 128 days, the next 128 days, the way they're being calculated, we can see the ark resting on Mount Ararat. That's the 224 days, or the 10th month, and day 1 of 10th month, right? And then 264 days is when the raven is sent out. That's another, how much was it? 150 days later, right? And then 278 days, another time frame which is being calculated based on the weekly sending out of the doves, right? So eventually, right, you can see that when Christians and Jews, they are calculating this time period, they arrive at a total of 370 days, which is based on the age of Noah, on when the flood started and when the flood ended. Okay, and this is in line with the priestly account, because the priestly account contains the ages. All right. So, what are the reasons why this is problematic? Number one, definitely there's no comprehensive explanation for the differences here, because we have the raven going out, the dove going out. We have a boarding on the 7 days before and boarding on the same day. We've got 40 days of rain and flood. We've got just 150 days of rain and flood, right? So none of those are explained. Now, what else is happening here is that there's a lot of filling in the blanks here. Okay, when we talk about the 150 days and 40 days, you can see how when we look at the time between ark lifted off the earth and the peak of the flood, we see a calculation of 110 days. This is a calculation just being done to accommodate the two different accounts. All right. It has no basis in the text itself. Okay. Now, in addition to this, we know there are multiple origins. This is not something which is new or unknown to the Christian and Jewish authors. They accepted that there may be multiple authorships to it, and there are multiple reasons why, which Fawad discussed before, and we also covered in our previous stream, right? And these duplets are one of the reasons why we accept the multiple source theories. Now, in addition to this, there are other discrepancies which we would see in the flood account, and we will talk about them later, right? And when we talk about the priestly and the Jehovah's tradition in full, right? But this is just when we start looking into it, it starts falling apart when you start diving into the details of this, all right? Okay, so in addition to all that we've read, there's a very interesting textual variance between the Septuagint, the oldest text that we have, which contains the flood narrative, and the rest of the other sources that we have. Okay, so when we look at Genesis 7:11 in the Septuagint, right, the day of the month in the Septuagint is not the 17th, which is what we see in the Samaritan Pentateuch and the Peshitta and the Masoretic text, but it is the 27th. At the same time, in Genesis 8:3, the Septuagint says that the ark settled on the mountains in the 7th month on the 27th day of the month. Okay. However, the Masoretic text and most modern Bibles, right, confirm to the Masoretic text say the 17th day of the same month. Okay. The Samaritan Pentateuch and the Peshitta again agree with the Masoretic text. So we definitely see that there are questions on what day this all happened. All right. Now, in the grand scheme of things, it's not going to impact anything because these dates are falling within the time period of the flood itself, but these are important variations in the text that we should be taking a look at.
Just before we move on, I just want to mention that when it comes to the text of the Old Testament with regards to what we can find in the Dead Sea Scrolls and the Septuagint, there are many scholars that believe that the Septuagint was for the most part faithfully translated by the Jews the Septuagint was a faithful translation of the Dead Sea Scrolls for the most part. So if we are to look at this and say, well, this is the 27th day, according to the Septuagint, which is now currently our earliest text of Genesis 7 and 8, then we can assume that the Dead Sea Scrolls might have had, or most likely would have had, 27 days as opposed to 17. So something happened in the tradition later on, which changed it. So,
Actually, Brother Yamni, so there's a lot of unpacking that is going to go on when we dive into chapter 10 and the genealogies. Because that is where, even though the book of Genesis and genealogies are not there in the Dead Sea Scrolls, the Dead Sea Scrolls have another book, a sort of a pseudo-Genesis book called the Book of Jubilees, which does contain genealogies.
Agree.
And when we start looking at them, and we start comparing the age, the birth age, the begetting age of these patriarchs, right? We're actually going to be really questioning what these sources are, because there are tons of variances over there.
No, agreed, 100%, and that's why Genesis 10 and 11 will be something very interesting to look at in its own right. But I mean, because you mentioned as well that in regards to the grand scheme of things, this is not that important because it still falls in within the flood narrative and the dates and so on and so forth. And even here we have in the comments, the Christian sister here saying the dove returning shows that vegetation was grown and they had to wait until the ground was dry before leaving the ark. I don't see a problem. Neither do we with that narrative. We are not trying to say that there is a theological problem with this narrative. Okay, that comes later. The point here is that you are relying and believing in a book which is clearly composed of multiple authors who have a completely separate narrative with regards to what happened, when it happened, how it happened, what figures were mentioned, right? Because we mentioned the dove and a raven. So there are these differences. So what we're trying to get across to you guys is that this idea, this argument that we hear from the Christians in particular, these texts, these differences don't have any bearing on the theology or the salvation of mankind. Yes, it does. because you are believing in a book which you claim to be authored by God, but the evidence is very clear that there are multiple authors to the same text who have different narratives, different understanding, and it is a mishmash of these things, which is why scholars, yes, scholars disagree, because this is what's mentioned as well. Look, scholars disagree all the time. Yes, scholars disagree all the time, but on certain points. But in general, the scholars agree of doublets, of the existence of the Yahwist and priestly texts. These are things that are well established within scholarship.
Yeah, you would find very few scholars nowadays who would question the idea that these doublets exist, right? There's very few of them, and even if they are going to do that, because yes, we have the hypothesis, the documentary hypothesis, fragmentary and supplementary hypothesis. All of those are there, and they are hypotheses. But what is not a hypothesis is the existence of these doublets, right? So I want to make sure that our Christian brothers and sisters understand this difference very clearly. We're agreeing with you when it comes to the idea of what the sources or the explanation of these doublets are, right? That these are still hypotheses. There's no proof of where these are coming from, right? And that's where the scholars are differing. What they're not differing on, and what is basically in the text is written in stone, as they might say, right, is that these doublets exist. There is a dove and there is a raven, right? There were 7 clean animals and 2 pair of 7 pair of clean animals and 2 pair of unclean animals, and in another account there's 2 pair only, right? Then there's the idea that Noah boarded the same day, or Noah boarded 7 days before. The idea of the rain and flood lasting 40 days and 40 nights, or it lasted 150 days and the total time in the ark was 370 days when you count for the years, right? So those exist in your book. You cannot deny them, right? So you can come up with whatever justification you want to, and we're basically talked about the justifications here as well, but it doesn't take away those variations.
Exactly, and it's just to highlight that, because you guys have to remember, we did an introduction to this, whereas what do you believe the Torah to be? Now, Christians believe that the Torah is the inspired word of God, okay? That or as it's mentioned in Exodus, that the Torah is something that was dictated to Moses on Mount Sinai. Now, you believe that the Torah or the 5 books of Moses are faithfully preserved as they were from the time of Moses. This is evidence that they weren't. This is the point. And over here, Vino is saying, I agree, but appealing to scholars' authority is always a fallacy. The point here is, we're actually not appealing to the scholars. This is information that the scholars have worked on, and in various areas of Old Testament studies. And we look at the evidence that they are looking at. So we're actually not appealing to the authorities or the scholars. We are taking their work, having a look at it, and verifying it for ourselves. Is what they have, are the things that they are saying, is it something that is actually correct, or is it something that we disagree with? In fact, there are some things that we disagree with when it comes to examining the primary sources that the scholars use. So this is not an appeal to authority or any fallacious argument or anything like that.
Yeah, and it would be, sorry, go ahead, DeAndre. You may be able to clarify this appeal to authority.
So a fallacious appeal to authority, many people say it's a fallacious appeal to authority not knowing what it actually is. A fallacious appeal to authority is not appealing to a scholar of textual criticism to discuss textual criticism. A fallacious appeal to authority would be like me appealing to a scholar in physics to discuss textual criticism, because that scholar has no authority in that field. That's why it's a fallacious appeal to authority. Now, if you were to say that we're saying that because scholars say so, it's true, that wouldn't even follow either, because we're actually giving an argument We're using the arguments that the scholars are using, and we're backing it up with quotations from the scholars. So either way, that just won't work.
Yeah.
But not only that, DeAndre, we're actually going to the evidence itself.
Exactly, the primary sources. That is what we're examining. This is what we're presenting. Scholarly quotes and stuff. These are just secondary sources that we use to evidence what we're saying in terms of our own reading and our own examination of the same source material. So this is what Jews and Christians need to understand, that what we are presenting, while it may not have a theological impact with regards to certain theological aspects, the biggest theological problem that you have here is the idea that you have a scripture that is preserved and traceable back to Moses and the prophets. That is a huge theological problem, because if you don't have a text that can be reliably traced back to the authors who you claim it can be traced back to, then you actually have no theological basis for anything that you believe. Whether it's what happened in the Garden of Eden. For the Christians, they believe that the Garden of Eden and what happened in Genesis 3 was a foreshadowing of a crucified Messiah. You have no basis for that anymore, because you no longer have grounds to believe that this is an authentic text traceable back to what was dictated to Moses on Mount Sinai. This is the point. You guys need to think this through to its conclusion.
Exactly. And if I want to make sure that all of you understand this, ask yourself the question: did Moses write with one hand? He's writing, Noah was in the ark 40 days and 40 nights, and the rain and flood was 40 days and 40 nights. Or was he writing that he got in the ark on the second month on the 27th day or the 17th day, and that he left 1 year later on the second month in the 27th day? So you got to figure out which one it is, because it cannot be both.
Well, and if you want to maintain that it is both, you come up later and explain to us why God dictated to Moses to write down two contradictory timelines.
Yeah, with two separate accounts in so many levels, and we're actually going to see those as we go along. So let's actually get into this, the multiple origin analysis that we have, right? So yes, we have the US sources. I'm actually going to skip through these slides, not going to go too fast into them, not going to read into them, because this is just laying it down for you. You guys can slow down later on and just view these these slides on your own. Okay, so this is on the Yoast account, right? Genesis 5, 6, then Genesis 7, right? Genesis 8, the Yoast account. Anything that I've crossed out that is actually coming from a different account in the same verse, and it was being so I've only left the Yoast account essentially. Then Genesis 8, and then finally Genesis 9, right? And we'll go into these a bit more. Then the priestly account, again, Genesis 5. You can see Genesis 5 here is a lot more detailed than what we saw in the Yoast account. One line for Genesis 5 and so on. So, priestly account, Genesis 5. Okay, Genesis 5 continued. Genesis 6, right? Verses 9 to 22. Genesis 7, right? Some verses missing. Verse 10 is not priestly. Verse 12 is not priestly, and verse 23 is not priestly. And then Genesis 8, we do have a redaction in here, as well as Genesis 9. We'll see a redaction. Okay. So how are we making sense of this? Let's take a look. Okay, let's just talk about some of the redactions that we see, because these redactions were very critical when we start looking at it. Genesis 8 verse 5 includes an insertion by the redactor, right? And we saw that in the 10th month, on the first day of the month, right, where the tops of the mountains were seen, this was put in there to make sense of, or basically link the two accounts together, right? just to allow for the ark to settle on a mountain. Okay. Now, again, because this is in the timeline of the flood itself, right? It doesn't align with anything as we just talked about before, but it's still a redactor inserting something which is different from what we saw in the priestly account. Now, the second one in Genesis 9, this is where things get really interesting. Oh, let me just shift a little so that I can speak about this. All right. So Genesis 9, verse 22. Right. This is where everything starts getting interesting, right? And Ham, the father of Canaan, saw the nakedness of his father and told his two brethren without. Right. Now, this verse is one of the infamous verses in the Bible, which talks about why Canaan was cursed. Right. We see in Genesis verse 25, Genesis 9 verse 25, right, that Noah curses Canaan, and he said, "Cursed be Canaan, a servant of servants shall he be unto his brethren." Right? Now, why is this happening? We saw that earlier. It says Ham, the father of Canaan. Right? Ham is the one who saw his father. Okay. Now, the reason why this becomes so interesting is because when you look at this account, this is actually a Yahwist account. And in the Yahwist account, up to this point, there is no naming of the sons of Noah. Right? This is the first time this happened. And in the original Yahwist account, it did not read, "and Ham, the father of Canaan." It actually read, "and Canaan saw the nakedness of his father," which here would be Noah, "and told his two brethren without." Right? This would make a lot more sense when you read verse 25. And he said, Noah said, "Cursed be Canaan, a servant of servants shall he be unto his brethren." So Canaan was the one, according to the Yahweh's tradition, who saw the nakedness of his father Noah and was cursed for it. Makes sense when you look at the account in that sense. Now, what happened? Why did the redactor insert "and Ham, the father of"? Now, there is a very good reason for it, because when you take the priestly account, earlier in the priestly account, it introduces the three sons of Noah: Ham, Shem, and Japheth. All right. Now, the tasks in front of the redactor was, how do you make sense of these two accounts? Right? So we talk about this in verse 18 in Genesis 9, verse 18, where Ham is introduced. You actually see this other insertion. "In the sons of Noah that went forth in the ark were Shem, Ham, and Japheth." Now, this is not the first time that these sons are introduced. They are introduced before as well, but in the priestly tradition, their names have been given very clearly. Now, you see that the redactor, to make sense of both of these accounts, basically added, "and Ham is the father of Canaan," just to make sure that those two accounts are now aligning with each other. Okay? Because now the redactor has essentially, when he was reading the priestly account, he's seeing Ham, Shem, and Japheth are the three sons of Noah. But when he's read the Yahwist account, the only son of Noah who's been mentioned is Canaan so far, right? So Canaan, when he gets mentioned as a son of Noah, now you have two conflicting accounts. So the redactor, basically, to make sense of it, says Ham, they basically make Ham the father of Canaan, and Canaan a grandson of Noah, essentially. Right? And this is why when you read this, this reads, verse 25 reads so out of sync, because Ham was the one who saw his father, according to the redacted text, basically post-redaction text, right? Ham, the father of Canaan, is the one who sees his father, Noah, in the tent. Now, I'm not questioning why Noah was there, what he was doing. Like, those are matters which my brothers are going to deal with it in a lot more details, right? But really, it's just for everyone to realize that this insertion, right, was made to fix an issue that they saw, the redactor saw in the text version. Okay, that the three sons of Noah, according to one tradition, did not conform with the other son of Noah, according to the Yahweh's tradition. Okay, and they tried to make sense of both of them by basically making the other individual who was in the Yahweh's tradition a grandson of Noah. Right? So this is the explanation that is given by most of the accounts. Now, interestingly enough, when you read the Jewish, what do you call it?
Exegesis.
Yeah, the Jewish exegesis, you would actually find that the Jews understood that there were Canaan could have been, according to some account, the fourth son of Noah, or the basically the son of Noah who was not confirmed as the son of Noah in the text, but or some considered him as the son of Noah and not a grandson of Noah. And there's a lot of text around it, and some of it our brothers, Brother Yamini and Brother DeAndre are going to cover. All right. Okay. So I hope you guys remember this when Brother Yamini and Brother DeAndre come back to this particular text and talk about this matter. All right. Okay. So let's summarize the differences so far that we've read. Right now, do you want me to just play this, or do you want me to send a link to Joel Biden's two flood events?
No, we can go through that very quickly.
Okay, because it's about 10 minutes. Oh, let me see. Does it play? I don't know if it plays.
I mean, it's not that, because essentially what this video is for the people watching is a confirmation of what we said, mentioned by the scholar Joel Bayan, who very clearly sets out why there are issues within the text. And he is an Old Testament scholar who deals with the documentary hypothesis. So this is a short video, essentially to demonstrate that the scholarly research done by Joel, as well as others who deal with the same topic, we are confirming that based on our own reading and study of the same source material.
Yeah, because all of these variations, I'm not the one who's coming up with these. It's the scholars who have already identified these. I'm going to try and see if I can pull that one up.
That's fine. I'll be right back.
On slides, it's not coming up. I need to play it through YouTube. Give me a second. All right. Whenever you're ready, Yamini.
I think he said he had to leave.
Yeah, he's going to be back. We're going to wait. All right. So, yeah. So far I know it's a ton of information, and There's so much more that could be said here, but I'm just trying to scratch the surface and make sure that you guys understand how questionable this text really is, right? And I know, Brother DeAndre, you'll have a lot to say about
Oh
that
man.
particular text.
Okay. You know, I have quite the bit in store with regards to this text.
Are you back, Brother Yemi? I shared
Yeah,
the video. You can play that.
Where am I playing it?
There's a second
Oh, right.
screen. Yeah.
Sorry. There we go.
Yeah. Okay. I'm gonna just play it at 1.5. Hopefully that's not too fast. If it is, we'll slow it down. Let me know if you can hear this.
This is the story of Noah.
Yes.
Noah is like a good guy, right? He walked with God. That's what that means. He's a good guy. He has 3 sons: Shem, Ham, and Yafet. And the rest of the earth is bad. It's corrupt, filled with violence, right? And God tells Noah how to make an ark. Right? We don't have to go into the details, but pretty good set of instructions. Here's exactly how you build an ark. And God announces his intention to bring a flood. I am about to bring a flood, waters upon the earth to destroy all flesh under the sky. Right? Everything will perish. But God says, I'm going to make a covenant with you. I'm going to make a covenant with you. And God tells Noah to take his sons and his wife and his sons' wives on board the ark with him. And then God tells Noah to take 2 of every living thing, right? To keep seed alive, right? And Noah does so. Okay. Noah, we're told, is 600 years old when the flood comes. So we're going to pay attention because there's a whole calendar going on here. Noah is 600 years old when the flood comes. And Noah and his sons and his wife and his sons' wives go into the ark. And 2 of every animal comes along too, just as God has commanded. And in the 600th year, in the 2nd month, on the 17th day, the flood comes. And the flood comes from the waters below, from the deep, and from above, the floodgates of the sky. And we might remember the sort of vision of the cosmos that we have seen already, where right, the separation of the waters in creation, right? There's waters above the earth and below the earth. And so what we have here is right, the opening of the sort of barriers that are holding that water back. It's like an uncreation going on here. So the water comes from above and below. And that same day, Noah and his sons and his wife and his sons' wives and 2 of every animal, it turns out they went into the ark, just as God had commanded. Right? That happened on the day that the flood came. And the waters increase, and they raise the ark above the earth, right? And we get all the measurement of how high and covering the mountains. And they raise the ark above the earth until everything on earth dies. Birds, cattle, beasts, all the things that swarmed upon the earth, and all mankind, right? Everything dies. And after 150 days of flooding, right? So 150 days, we should keep in mind, right? So 30 days per month, that's 5 months. Okay, 150 days of flooding. And God remembers Noah, right? That remember here doesn't mean that God forgot Noah to begin with. It means sort of calls to mind, right? Like goes to the next step in the plan. God remembers Noah, and God sends a wind to drive back the waters. And the waters from below and above cease, right? So totally consistent about where the water is coming from. And after this 150 days, the waters go back down. And in the 7th month, on the 17th day, that's 150 days after it started, right? The ark comes to rest on Ararat, which is, as far as we know, a mountain up in Anatolia in what is now Turkey. And the waters keep going down until the 1st day of the 10th month. And Noah sends out a raven. And the raven flies around until the waters dry up, right? So the raven's not useless, right? It's just going back and forth and flying around. And eventually, right, it's still doing the work of signaling when the waters are drying. It's just, it goes around until the waters dry up. And in the 601st year, on the 1st month, on the 1st day, so exactly 1 year after it started, the earth is beginning to dry. And in the 2nd month, on the 27th day, that is 1 year and 10 days after it started, the earth is dry. And God tells Noah to come out of the ark with his wife and his sons' wives. And God tells Noah to take out every animal and let them swarm on the earth. Let them be fruitful and multiply, or as my translation here has it, be fertile and increase. Same thing. So all these animals that you brought on, right, the 2 of every kind, let them be fruitful and multiply. And Noah comes out of the ark with his sons and his wife and his sons' wives and all the animals. And God blesses Noah. He blesses Noah, be fruitful and multiply and fill the earth. And he says, okay, I'm going to give you all the animals to eat, right? Along with the grasses that I gave you previously, right? I'm going to give you all the animals to eat, but right, please don't eat any of them while they're still alive, basically. Also, while we're here, don't kill anybody, okay? That's a no-go. And God then makes the covenant, right? The promised covenant with Noah and his sons, right? Here's the covenant. The covenant is, and we should understand here, covenant doesn't mean a two-sided deal. It's a one-sided deal. It's a promise. Here's the covenant. I'm not going to bring a flood anymore. I'm not going to bring a flood anymore. And of course, what's the sign of the covenant? It's the rainbow. The rainbow is the sign of the covenant. What does that mean? Who is it a sign for? Right? According to this, and this is something that's often missed, the rainbow is a reminder of the covenant for God. Right? It's not so that people look up and say, oh, I remember that God made this promise. It's a reminder for God. Right? When the bow is in the clouds, I'll remember the covenant I made. Right? And you can see the logic there. Right? Like, it's raining and I have to remember to turn the water off. Right? And the rainbow is that sign. And that's going to be the sign of the covenant. And in the end of the story, Noah's three sons, Shem, Ham, and Japheth, right, are the people from whom all of humanity is descended. That's flood story number one. It's perfectly logical. Everything makes sense. It has an internal chronology that works. It has logic about where the waters come from, right? It has a beginning and a middle and an end, right? It has a promise of a covenant and the fulfillment of a covenant. It's a perfectly lovely story. I'm going to tell you another flood story now. God sees that mankind, humanity, is just wicked by nature. Every plan devised by his mind is nothing but evil all the time. And God is sad. And God decides to kill everybody and is going to bring a flood. But this one dude is okay, right? Noah is okay, it turns out, right? He was blameless in his age. And so God tells Noah to get into an ark, right? And to take 7 pairs of clean animals, 1 pair of unclean animals, and 7 pairs of all the birds. And in 7 days, God says, the flood is going to come. It's going to be a lot of rain. It's going to come in 7 days, and it's going to last for 40 days and nights. And Noah does just as God commands. And the clean and the unclean animals and the birds all come to the ark, right? That's the fulfillment of all the things. And on the 7th day, the flood comes, and the rain falls for 40 days and 40 nights, and God shuts the door behind Noah, and the flood lasts for 40 days, and everything dies. And then the rain stops. The rain stops. Right? Not cosmic waters, just the rain. And the waters start to recede. And at the end of 40 days, Noah sends out the dove. He sends out the dove 3 times, right? The famous story of the dove, right? Right? Once and it can't do anything, and once and it brings back the olive branch, and once that it's gone, and so clearly there's dry land. And when that dove doesn't come back, Noah opens the top of the ark and he sees that the land is dry. And he gets out of the ark and he builds an altar. And on that altar, he makes a sacrifice. And what does he sacrifice? He sacrifices the clean animals and the birds. And now I understand why he had to take extras of those, right? Because from the beginning, the plan was when you're done, you're going to be sacrificing, right? So that's built in. And God smells the sacrifices and remembers that humans are good for something and swears not to bring a flood again and recognizes in this that, I guess it turns out humans are always wicked. That's just the way they are. And that's the conclusion of that flood story. Shorter, certainly, than the first one. Each of these stories is perfect, right? It's complete and continuous and internally consistent, right? Neither story has any of the problems that we see in the text of Genesis that we have. And each of these stories has unique features, right? The first story has a covenant, and it has the naming of Noah's sons, and it has 2 of every animal, and 150 days of flooding, and it has a calendar that works the whole way, and it has the flood waters coming from below and above, and it has a raven, and it has laws at the end, and it has a rainbow. And the second story has this notion of man being wicked, and has clean and unclean animals, and has 7-day wait period, and 40 days and nights of rain, not cosmic waters, and it has a dove, and it has sacrifices at the end. Now, with the 2 stories I just told you, with the 2 texts I just put up on the screen, I put on the screen every single word of the text of Genesis. Right? I didn't add a single word to it. I didn't remove a single word from it. And almost even more amazing, I didn't move a single word within either story. Right? Every single thing was in exactly the order we have it in Genesis. Right? So I didn't add, I didn't remove, I didn't change, I didn't rearrange. And yet, 2 perfect stories. So here's the thing. This really shouldn't be possible. Right? You can't take any random text and do this with it. You can't make, right, I couldn't take, I don't know, a chapter out of Jane Eyre, right, and be like, I'm going to turn this into 2 stories that each work perfectly. Right? You can't take out all of the issues you see in a text and also be left with 2 perfect stories. Right? It shouldn't be possible. The only conceivable way it's possible is if the text of Genesis, the canonical text, was in fact originally 2 perfect, separate, different flood stories. And these 2 flood stories must have been woven together into a single flood story. And it must have been done without adding or removing a single word and without changing the order of either individual text. And the result of doing that is, as we've seen, a canonical text that's actually full of narrative problems. They are, in fact, the very narrative problems that led us to sort of do this in the first place.
All right. So that is what you heard. So you heard it from the scholars themselves on how they see this, right? And there's a lot more on Yale Bible Study if you go to their page, right? There's more that he covers as far as the Genesis 1 account, Genesis 1 and 2 and 3, right? That's also covered on how these multiple sources are there, right? And just like he said, if these were not originally two separate accounts, it would not have been possible. Okay, so let's take a look. This is what he was talking about, right? When we look at the Yahweh source, we see the account it starts with the wickedness of men, and then the clean and unclean animals are there. Okay, the 7 pairs of clean animal, right? 7 days before the flood, 40 days and night. So these numbers should make sense to you. 7, 7, 40. These are very significant numbers when it comes to a certain they're very superstitious numbers as well. 7 reflecting 7 days of creation, right? 40 days Jesus spent in the what's it called? Sorry, the 40 days Jesus, the Lent, right? That they celebrate.
Yeah.
Right. So he spent in the wilderness, right, and so on. So these are very superstitious numbers when you see in the Yahwist account, right? And then according to that account, only the rain happened, the doves were sent out, the sacrifices were made after the flood, and so on, right? The priestly account, very different, as he was talking about. The covenant is made. Noah's sons are identified as part of the covenant. 2 of every animal only is taken. 150 days, right? Calendar references are given. No, not the 40 days, not the 7, and so on. The flood is from below and above. The rain fell as well as the flood waters from the earth, right? A raven was sent out and went to and fro. All right, it didn't just do nothing. It was going to and fro. Laws given, right? The Noahide laws that were given in Genesis 9 are part of the priestly account, and the rainbow as a proof of God's covenant, and so on. So these differences are there, and we'll look at these in a lot more detail here, right? So in the Yahwist account, we see that the sons of God started procreating with men. The sons of God procreating with daughters of men, right? And then it talks about the existence of giants and long life of mankind, right? And then corruption and violence, right? On the priestly account, there's a mention of it, but it's not as detailed as we see in the Yahwist account, where the priestly account only says the earth was corrupt before God and was filled with violence, right? Then the Yahwist account, he decides to spare Noah, who was perfect in his generation, and him and his house were to be spared, right? In the priestly account, it talks about how Noah walks with God, and the priestly account also identifies that he had 3 sons, Shem, Ham, and Japheth, right? Then Noah was also informed of plan, right, and told to enter the ark. Okay, there's no detailed information of how the ark has to be created in the Yahwist account. The priestly account goes into a lot more detail. Dimensions are given, and so on and so forth, right? Then the covenant with Noah and his sons and his wife and his son's wife, right? And all living animals to keep alive, and also flood to be also of food to be eaten, right? So the covenant was made with Noah, and all of these were to be saved in the ark, right? In the Yahwist account, we see how After 7 days of entering the ark, the waters of the flood were upon them, and rain was upon them, right? And in the priestly account, we hear how the windows of heaven open up, and the same day all board the ark, right? So two different sets, two contradictory sets of events. Yahweh's account, rain 40 days and night, flood lasts 40 days, and everything on earth is destroyed except what is in the ark of Noah. Water increased and raised the ark, and it covered all high hills and mountains were covered, and all flesh dies. Then God remembers Noah and stops the fountains of the deep and the waters of the heavens. Right? Ark rests on the 150 days on Ararat. Right? On this, he sends the dove after 7 days. So he sends the dove. Then 7 days later, he sends the dove again, and the third time he sends the dove. Right? In the Yahweh's account, right? The first time the dove returns without anything. The second time, olive branch. And the third time, it does not return. In the priestly account, okay, he doesn't send a dove. He sends a raven, which goes to and fro. It's not like the raven goes missing. The raven goes to and fro. It's like it's looking for something. It's not doing its work. Okay, as a lot of Christians jump to this conclusion, and a lot of Jews jump to this conclusion, that the raven was sent out, it did not do its part, and then they had to send out the dove. But that's not how it reads. And we keep going. Yahweh's account, he removes the covering and the ground was dry. Okay. On the 601st year, the first month, first day, 314 days from the start, the land dries. Okay. He builds the altar and took clean animals and makes a burnt offering. Now, Yahweh's account, we see after the 40 days and the 7 days, right, about adds up to about total 61 days, right? He comes out of the ark with all the animals and uses the clean animals to build that, and he builds an altar, and with the clean animals offers a burnt offering. And the reason why God forgives them is because he smells the burnt offering and decides not to curse the earth ever again due to mankind or sin. But in the priestly account, we've seen how Noah was informed, right? How he comes out after 1 year in the second month on the 27th day. It's 370 days if we are talking about the Masoretic text. The Septuagint would be about 360 days, a whole year, right? All denizens of the ark come out, animals, men, birds, and all different all kinds of creatures, right? And told to procreate and repopulate the earth. God blesses Noah and his sons in the priestly account, and God makes animals subservient to man as food and basically gives the Noahide laws, right? So Noah becomes a husbandman, plants a vineyard in the Yahweh's account. And in the priestly account, we get the Noahide laws, right? In the Yahweh's account, we see how Noah gets drunk, okay, and is exposed in his tent. Canaan sees his father's nakedness. Again, remember, Canaan is mentioned. Ham is not mentioned as a son. In the Yahweh's account, Canaan sees his father's nakedness, and he informs his brothers, who, without looking at Noah, can cover him. Noah wakes up and he curses Canaan and blesses Shem and Japheth. But in the priestly account, we've seen how all the sons were blessed by God. God spoke to Noah and his sons and established covenant with them and their seed and after them, and the rainbow as a sign of the covenant. So it is two conflicting set of accounts. Did Canaan, one of the sons of Noah, get cursed, or did God bless Noah and his son and their seed? So it's a question mark. that we have to, that our Christian brothers have to, and Christian and Jewish brothers have to explain. Right. So this is really when we start comparing these accounts, we start comparing the sources. There's a lot that we've covered here. And we've not dived into theology yet. We've not dived into comparison with the Quran. And we still haven't dived into the most obvious issues, the ark's dimension. All right. So just a bit of math. And what I asked for help from AI to make sense of these. And basically, some of these are going to be, some of these numbers are going to be really interesting. Now, just taking the dimensions of the ark, right? We are given these measures that the length of the ark is 300 cubits, width is 50, height is 30, right? Which approximates to about 400 feet, 75 and 45 feet, right? These are pretty standard measurements that are accepted, right? And when you're looking at a cubit is normally taken as a 1.5 feet. It's sort of based on, it's a measure based on the human body's dimensions. I'm forgetting what it was. If the cubit is half an arm length or something like that, I'm forgetting exactly what it is, but essentially that's what it is. Now, make yourself in addition to this, what we've been told is he has to make the ark of cypress or gopher wood. Now, the Hebrew word is not very clear what it really is. It's sometimes translated as gopher wood, sometimes as cypress wood, right? And cover it inside and out with pitch. Right, this is how you are to make it. The length of the ark 300, width 50, and height is 30. Make a roof or window for the ark. Now, again, this is not clear if it is the roof or a window, and if the roof that is being mentioned is the window. So essentially, it's like covered completely from the top as well as the sides, and there's a sort of a hatch on the top which allows you to come out. Right, and put the door of the ark in its side, make it with lower, second, and third deck, right? So 3 decks as we see, right? So we'll take a look at these because there are certain sites that are presumed as where the ark is, and they use these as proof that, oh, the ark has been found and it's there in Turkey, and these are the dimensions of it, because apparently the not the archaeological site, the geological formation is very similar looking, right? But we'll allow for Ali to come back and talk a bit more about these type of interesting things, which I know our audiences love. All right, so this is the size when you start comparing the Ark of Noah as per the book of Genesis with some of the ships that we have today, right? So just various illustrations. If this is the Ark, right? Some of the renowned ocean-faring vessels, right? That on how it would compare, right? How it would compare to oil tankers. It is ginormous. It's probably the largest wooden ship that would have been created, right? However, that also is the reason why its dimensions are so it's so difficult to believe in these dimensions, because the structural integrity of a ship like this would be questionable, right? Now, right in the middle, I have a comparison with the Titanic. Remember, the Titanic was 175 feet. Noah's Ark's height is 45 feet. So the Titanic is 4 times as tall as Noah's Ark. The length of Noah's Ark is 450 feet, whereas the Titanic was almost 900 feet. So almost double. The width of Noah's Ark is 75 feet, whereas the Titanic was 92 feet, right? So about 1.2, 1.25 between that, right? So what are we left with now? In addition to this, obviously the wood is the Noah's Ark is made of only wood, whereas the Titanic was made of steel. Okay, so we have two different ships in two different times with two different compositions, but the Titanic had almost 3,600 people on it, with provision for 3 weeks only. The food on the Titanic was for 3 weeks because that was the length of the voyage from across the Atlantic. Compare this with what is supposed to be in Noah's Ark. There would be about 50,000 plus animals, right? If we there are some ways in which Christians try to explain this, and we'll talk about those as well, Christians and Jews, right? There would be 2 million plus insects in there, right? And then about 8 people who are taking care of all of these animals and all of these insects. And then there is provision for a whole year for all of these creatures. I just want you to realize how much that's going to be. So we'll talk about this in our next few slides, right? So let's just do a bit more math, right? So what is the total volume that we can expect? Okay, so we remember how we talked about 450 feet by 50 feet by 75. We've basically rounded it to 50 from 45 just to make it easier for us, right? So the total volume of the ark, we come to about 1.5 million cubic feet, right? If we assume that it had 3 decks, according to what the Bible is saying, then each deck is about 500,000 cubic feet, right? So large cargo ships, modern large cargo ships, have a similar volume, even though their design is much more efficient. Remember, there's a lot more engineering going into cargo ships, and all the work that goes into ensure that the ship doesn't just tear apart in storm waters, right? If they hit a storm and if they're really giant waves, that the ship doesn't have too much weight on sides, on its front or its back, that would make it split or break apart from the middle also, right? So there's a lot of engineering that goes in to make sure that it's able to carry all of that cargo efficiently, right? Now, so we're basically assuming we're being very, very generous. Now, what's the required capacity? Just a calculation on the animal space requirement. Now, instead of species, we're actually taking kinds of animals. So essentially, all the different types of wolves, we're basically saying we're going to ignore the different species of wolves that are out there, different species of dogs that are out there. We're going to just take a pair of one kind, right, which is essentially a pair of wolves, not a pair of Arctic wolves and a pair of wolves found in other places. Just we're being super simple with this calculation, right? Even with that estimate, right, we have 8,000 different animals that we need to put on board. And the space requirements can vary. Smaller animals like birds, reptiles, rodents probably need a few cubic meters per enclosure, but larger animals like elephants, giraffes, right, they might need 200 plus cubic meters, right, per individual animal. So a very rough estimation, just trying to that AI gave me, is about 436,000 for these 8,000 kinds. Again, remember, kinds and not species, okay? So we're going to get rid of one of those type of wolves. It's either the Arctic wolves or the wolves in India. Figure out which ones you want to keep, right? Then food, right? If it's about 436,000 cubic feet, that means it's going to take up a whole deck. Then we have food and water storage. The food storage requirement comes to about another deck completely, right? Now remember, we have insects as well. We have some of these other animals. So yeah, in that way, you can justify that just by keeping one type of wolf and not the other type of wolf, just by keeping one type of bear, the polar bear, let's get rid of the grizzly and the brown and the black, right? You're able to make sure that you have enough capacity to have these animals survive, right? Now, again, we're assuming so much here that the food is not going to go bad. It's going to be stored in a way that it's going to be ventilated. There's not going to be any bacteria, any spoilage, wastage, anything like that, because there's no renewable food sources on board. So lots of questions, right? And then obviously waste disposal. We didn't talk much about that, but that's also another issue that's happening in the Ark, right? So obviously we talked about the kinds versus species. We talked about the estimated animal count. We're being very generous when we talk about the 7,000 to 8,000 animal count, right? But that's not all that is required to repopulate the Earth with all the species that we have today. And then the pairs and the sevens. Now, remember, clean animals. We had 7 pairs of clean animals, not just one pair. So that is also not factored into that number. And then the space efficiency. Are we saying we're going to cramp all of those animals in those enclosures without allowing them any room to move or anything at all like that? There may be some explanations that they can come up with, but it does not make any sense naturalistically, right? Yes, you can come up with theological explanations, but then again, we're talking theology, and we'll discuss that separately. And then some people basically claim the juvenile animal theory, that the animals taken on board by Noah were all the young of the animals, not the old. We don't have any proof. The text doesn't say that. It's just a theory. Right. So all of these assumptions to try and make sense of this. Now, if we take all of this, if we were to allow for the correct number of species and animals, right, that we would need to repopulate the Earth, we would need almost 450 semi-trailers of cargo space. It would be a ton more than what we currently have, right? So it's just tons of questions on the dimensions that are provided in the Ark. Other problems definitely have to do with the structural integrity, because a wooden ship cannot. I mean, we're talking about floodwaters with giant waves covering mountains and so on and so forth, right? So big questions about if gopher wood or cypress wood or whatever wood we've taken is going to be good enough to build this Ark. The seaworthiness is a question mark, because there are 8 crew members on board. Unless the animals were really helping out with all of the work that had to be done to clean up and anything else that might have to be done there, right? Obviously, material limitations, gopher wood, nobody really knows what type of wood essentially is being talked about there, but nothing on this planet right now that exists can confirm to the idea of the sturdiness required to build that Ark. Finally, ventilation, waste management. This is a huge question mark. What are we doing with all the excrement of these animals? I mean, how many of you have dealt with elephant poop and had to clean that type of thing up. How was all of this being done? Big question marks. And what about the animals that take meat and basically eat other animals, all the carnivores? What are they going to get, right? Are we basically killing the animal, or are we sacrificing the animals on board? What are we doing? Again, right? And then how was Noah able to construct the ark? Because this is a ginormous project, right? If anyone has seen the shipyards where they build these large ships, right, of a dimension which is similar to what the ark is, you would realize how big of a question mark this is, right? So yeah, it's when we see, right, this whole thing, we actually come to a conclusion that this is, you can come up with justifications, right, but it does not answer all the questions that are being raised, right? So those are just some form of self. You're just trying to placate yourself with justifications, essentially, that does not really answer the questions, the issues, right? Address the issues. They're just there to help you accept your belief, right? Okay, so that's pretty much it. Oh, is it? So just a reminder, because we want to have a reminder for our people who've seen how we've compared with the Quran, right? When we're looking at the topics of discussion here, right? In the Bible, almost a quarter of the story was about the flood and the voyage. Almost a fifth each is about the lineage, the covenant, and the building of the ark, right? And the rest is about people's evil, Noah being exposed to his son, God's self-reflections, and Noah's righteousness, right? Which is very different from what we see in the Quran. And when you look at it from a topic perspective, right, a fifth of it is Noah's dua, almost 2/5 is the dawah, right? And then Noah's the response to the people, essentially, right, that Noah got. Then God's explanations, where he's talking about the ark and why he would get rid of these people. The flood and the ark is about a 15th, almost a sixth of it, right? Noah's son has been mentioned very shortly in chapter 11, right? And that account is very interesting and different from what we see in the Bible, which Brother Yemni would actually talk about. And that's basically it. That's the end of these slides. I know Brother DeAndre and Brother Yemni would have a lot more to add.
Yeah. So, Jazakallah khair for that. Just to quickly, because I can already see where the Christians are going to come. They're going to be like, well, hold on a second. The Bible speaks about giants so when you're measuring the ark as a cubit, as a 1.5 feet, well, this is anachronistic, because you're using today's measurements to speak about something that was built by an apparent giant. No, it would have been taller than us if we are to believe this narrative. So a cubit wouldn't be a 1.5 feet, it would be much more than that. And why are you talking about giraffes and wolves? These are things that we recognize. It wouldn't have been those. It would have been more like the saber and the woolly mammoth in those times, because that is what we see in the ancient record. Okay, fine. But it still doesn't get around these problems, right? Now you can talk about how the theological aspect with regards that even though it was made out of the gopher or cedar wood, God could have made it structurally sound, because at the end of the day, this is all a miraculous event. Flood waters don't just, cover the entire earth. So God could have saved. And while these are all theologically sound arguments, we still have to deal with with a certain reality, that God instructed a particular dimension for Noah to build. And considering the different species and whatnot, you still have to introduce a lot of information that is not in the text in order to try and make that feasible. And that's where the issue lies. There isn't a clear indication that, you know, especially when it comes to these dimensions that are being given.
Yeah, and Yemeni, one of the things that they need to be careful of when they start bringing these type of nonsense up, right? Number one, was Noah a giant? Because he's going to be using himself as a measure. Yeah, exactly. So are you basically now saying that he's a giant because giants are actually looked down upon in Genesis 6?
Agreed.
Right? The start, right?
Yeah.
So that's the first thing. Okay. Then when they start bringing all of these things up about these measurements and animals, right? If it's the woolly mammoth, last I remember, the mammoth and the saber-tooth, they actually missed the ark. They were late, right? So they didn't survive to this day. Were they on the ark then? If they were on the ark, then why didn't they survive?
Yeah, I mean, it's a lot of stuff that you would actually have to look at historically, in it, to try and verify this, you know, because how did they actually go extinct? You know, was it because they missed the ark? Was it something that happened afterwards? Is it because of evolution? What essentially, how are you going to explain this? And if you are, and again, like I mentioned, if you are to take the narrative that Noah was one of the progeny of the giants, if he's not, then how tall was he? How can you then verify what a cubit was? You know, so there is a lot of unknowns that you would have to do in order to make this work, and that unfortunately doesn't deal with the questions because there's a lot of assumptions. And what Faisal did is give you like in terms of small animals that we have today, as opposed to large animals that would have been back then, to show that even if you include the small animals that we recognize and the insects and everything, it still doesn't work from a historical perspective. We are not denying the miracles, but we're saying that the miracles have a basis in history where the space is still required. And if you are to, and because you have measurements, right, and this is where we can make a comparison with the Quran doesn't provide dimensions. So we don't have this issue. In the Quran, Allah simply instructs Nuh to build the ark, okay? And in the tafsir and the exegesis of the Quran, it mentions that the angels came and taught him how to do this. And of course, it would have to be big enough to contain what the animals, and how were the animals gathered? Even the way that the animals were gathered in the Quran is miraculous, that Allah sent them to Noah. It wasn't him going out and shepherding them all. This is something that is absent from the Bible. So in terms of this whole idea that the Quran copies from the Bible and so on and so forth, this is just nonsense.
All right.
Yeah. But look, even here, look, like I said, look, they say a cubit is the distance from your elbow to the tip of your finger. Fine. But how tall was Noah for him to measure that? What was a cubit for him? These are the questions that you would have to answer in order to be able to figure out how to do this. Anyhow, we'll get into the theology because I know we're coming up in 2 hours. We'll try and go through this pretty quick. I blame Faisal for this.
I did too. I did too.
Yeah. No. Alhamdulillah. This is good because obviously this is what we need to ensure that there is a thorough understanding of what we are speaking about. Now, just quickly, we want to go back to Genesis 8, in particular, verse 20.
Do you want to bring it up, Akhi?
Yes, I'm going to do that. I don't have notes like you do. I just go straight to the thing here. Yeah, to source. So we have the Christian exegesis with regards to the building of the altar. Now, let us remember that when Faisal was speaking about this, it was present in the Yahweh's text. Now, before I go into this, let us understand that the Yahweh's text is the text that the Christians appeal to with regards to their theological convictions. In terms of the sacrifices, the clean and the unclean, and so on and so forth, right? This idea of foreshadowing. Now, in Eliot's commentary, verse 20, it's mentioned that Noah built an altar unto the Lord. Now, very interesting, because it mentions that the account of this sacrificial act is said to be an interpolation of the Yahwist, or the Jehovist, right? So the Yahwist tradition. Really, it forms an integral portion of the numerous traditions of the flood. Numerous traditions. So this is an acknowledgement of the numerous accounts of the flood that Ali was speaking about in our last episode. Thus, in the Chaldean Genesis, after the sending forth of a dove, a swallow, and a raven, right? So again, it's appealing to another book, right? The Chaldean Genesis, right, where these sources are drawn from. Okay, I sent them to the four winds. I sacrificed the sacrifice. Okay, I built an altar on the peak of the mountain. Now, another key thing here is that this actually creates a massive problem, right? Where was it? Yes. This extreme antiquity of sections ascribed to the Yahwehs is supposed to be an afterthought, and it is seriously detrimental to the whole story. So because this is an account that is not original to the text, it causes a huge issue, because now you don't have a sacrifice, you don't have an altar, because it's an interpolation. So this causes a massive theological problem, and even with that, it is mentioned by the Christian commentaries that the burnt offerings must not be connected to the Levitical ideas. So this idea of foreshadowing sacrifices for sin, it cannot be connected with that. All right, and then furthermore, the sacrifices for the sacrifice of Christ on the cross, because it's an interpolation. B, this wasn't even a sin sacrifice; it was a thanks offering for God saving Noah and his family, and having His mercy imposed upon them. So that's a theological issue that you have there with regards to the sacrifices. And just quickly, in the very next verse, it's Faisal touched on it, the idea of smelling. Now, this is akin to Genesis 6:6, where we have God regretting. But over here, this idea of smelling is a very strong, and this is in the Cambridge Bible for Schools and Colleges. This is a very strong anthropomorphism, which only occurs here, okay, within this chapter, okay, and again in the expression of Levitical sacrifices. But this is again an issue, right? Because we just read the previous verse that says it cannot be connected with the Levitical sacrifice, because this is a thanks offering. It is not a sin sacrifice, whereas Levitical sacrifices were based upon sin. So this sweet savor, this sweet smell of the sacrifices, why God was pleased, again, makes no sense whatsoever. So it's a huge issue, not only from the perspective of a sacrificial, but to anthropomorphize God. Now, Jews, when it comes to Genesis 6:6, they don't like the word regretted. They think this is not something that they can explain. However, when it comes to where is it? Ooh, here we go. When it comes to Genesis 21, we have in Sepharia, in the Talmud, it mentions the Lord smelled the sweet savor, and the Lord in his heart, I will not again curse the ground anymore for man's sake. As it were, God acted more favorably towards his creatures after he was appeased with the smell of the burnt offerings. So this is, again, in this particular instance, even the Jews would impart an anthropomorphic idea onto God, this idea of smelling burnt offerings and wine. Whoever's appeased with his wine, who becomes relaxed, an element of a mindset of his creator. So if you get drunk, you get a particular mindset. So yeah, you have, and this is a massive issue, because when you have constant statements within the Old Testament that denies anthropomorphism, and then you have texts that affirm anthropomorphism to God, this is a theological issue. Now, for Trinitarians, they might say, well, this is not a theological issue for us because you have the Father who is not anthropomorphized in any way, and then you have the Son who is anthropomorphized because he is the second person of the Trinity. Doesn't work for you because the Jewish interpretation is not based upon a Trinity. You have to understand this. This is not the original understanding of Yahweh. In fact, the name Yahweh is, as we can see, something of a pagan tradition, something which contradicts the priestly tradition. So, yeah, that's what I wanted to mention about Genesis 8, the two theological problems within verse 20 and 21. DeAndre, do you have anything to say on that before we move on?
No, not on verse 8. I have a couple of things to say about Genesis 9, though.
Yeah, no worries. Do you want to go through Genesis 9?
Sure.
Yeah, let's go through that.
All right, so before I go ahead, I'm just gonna check real quick if you guys can hear me. There's no issues with that. Just gonna check.
It's
Okay,
clear.
that's fine. Alhamdulillah. All right. Bismillahirrahmanirrahim. Assalamu alaikum. So I have lots to cover, and I hope that I can get through all of it before dinner comes up. So that's gonna be Faisal's fault. But before I proceed, I'd like to give you a bit of a warning, both real and satirical. The real warning is that some of these sources that we're going to get into in this presentation are, well, not really for the faint of heart. Daf Kinkit Islam or Yemen Front does not condone any of these things that we're reading. This is only for religious and educational purposes. The satirical warning is that if what I'm about to say damages your faith, that's not on me. Anyways, so Genesis 9. Let's look at the outline of the story of the flood. So obviously we know that from Genesis 6 to 9, the flood that happens because God regretted that he had made humans. He wanted to destroy them. Noah was the only righteous one in his generation. Then the flood came. He went into the ark with his sons and his wives and his sons' wives. They came out. They made a sacrifice, apparently. And now God establishes the covenant with Noah. Now, this is the first theological problem. But why? God establishes his covenants with people all the time. Well, according to Genesis 9, and you can show the verses as we discuss them, Genesis 9, 13 to 16, what's here, right? I'm just going to quote from the ESV, right? So it says, I have set my bow in the cloud, and it shall be the sign of the covenant between me and the earth. When I bring clouds over the earth, right, and the bow is seen in the clouds, I will remember my covenant that is with me and you, and every living creature of all flesh. And the waters shall never again become a flood to destroy all flesh. When the bow is in the clouds, I will see it and remember the everlasting covenant between God and every living creature of all flesh that is on the earth. Now, the purpose of the rainbow is to serve as a reminder for God that when God sees it, he knows that this is the covenant. He remembers the covenant with him and every living being. But this is theologically problematic because God is omniscient. He shouldn't be remembering or forgetting. Now, I can already hear the Christians typing away about how it's so metaphorical, and it doesn't actually mean remember. It means act upon, or etc., etc. Nope, because the Hebrew word zachar is again not on your side, just like it wasn't with Genesis 6:6. So, in Strong's lexicon, the number associated with the word is 2142. It means remember, recall, or call to mind. Now, Strong's lexicon that you can find on Bible Hub, it says the Hebrew word zachar primarily means to remember or to recall. It is used in various contexts throughout the Old Testament, often implying an active process or recalling or bringing something to mind. This can involve remembering past events, promises, or commandments. It can also mean to mention or commemorate something, often in the context of worship or covenantal faithfulness. So again, if that's not enough for you, I have a couple of passages here that you can use if like it's used in the Old Testament to refer to the memory being restored, right? I'm just going to read them. Some of them are from Genesis, and 2 are from Genesis, 3 are from the other books. So Genesis 40, verse 14. But when all goes well with you, remember me and show me kindness. Mention me to Pharaoh that get me out of this prison. And of course, about 9 verses later, the chief cupbearer did not remember Joseph. He forgot him. So some passages from the 5 books of Moses that involve remembering. Number 11:5, which is where the Israelites are talking about how they remember the food they used to eat. Deuteronomy 5:15, God is reminding the Israelites that you need to remember that you were once a slave in the land of Egypt. And same for Deuteronomy 16:3. Now, all of these passages are God telling the Israelites to remember some things, to call to mind, to bring it about again. This is an essential property of humans. Humans, we undergo change, we remember, we forget, we lose knowledge. God has perfect knowledge, so he shouldn't need to be reminded of anything. Yeah.
Go on. No, finish your point. And I'll come in.
Yeah, no, that's it for
All
this.
right. So yeah, just to tag on with the theological point of omniscience. If we, we're in Genesis 9:13 here, but if we go right to the beginning of Genesis 9, verse 1, where it mentions that, let's read the text. And God blessed Noah and his sons, and he said to them, be fruitful and multiply and fill the earth. We know that very much later in the chapter, especially towards the latter end, verses 21 onwards, there is a horrible crime being committed by the son of Noah. So in terms of the omniscience of God, will he bless a people who become such abhorrent creatures, especially when the flooding of itself was to get rid of such evil? So why bless individuals who will be evil going forward? God will not bless a people unless he knows that they will not do anything so abhorrent later on, because that's the point of being blessed. So that is another issue with regards to the omniscient.
And we're gonna get into that.
Yeah.
So here are a couple of more issues with the curse of Canaan before we get into the actual curse. So,
no, but yeah, I want to mention one other thing with regards to the Noahide laws, especially.
Sure, yeah, go ahead.
Yeah, because people keep talking about the Noahide laws, the 7 Noahide laws in particular of Noah. But the problem is in Genesis 9, you don't have 7, you have 2, and you can stretch it to 3 if you talk about, from his fellow man, I will require a reckoning for the man's life. Whoever sheds, that will be 1. Whoever sheds the blood of man, by man shall his blood be shed. Number 2, and for verse 4, where it mentions, but you shall not eat flesh with its life, that is its blood. Number 3. That's if you want to stretch it, but in reality, it's actually 2, because verse 5 and verse 6 is essentially the same law in terms of the shedding of blood of the innocent and the guilty. All right, because you cannot shed the blood of an innocent, but you can shed the blood of the guilty.
Right.
So that's the 2 Noahide laws, as mentioned in Genesis 9. So the other 5 are actually not mentioned as being given to Noah. So where does this actually come from? We're not going to get into the details because we're looking at the text. We're not going to look so much at the tradition. But the other 5 appear in other parts of the Old Testament, which are not actually attributed to Noah. or God giving it to Noah. Rather, this comes from the Talmud and the Midrash. The Jewish tradition is where the 7 Noahide laws, as we know them, come from. It is actually not from the text of the Old Testament. So that's something very important to mention. Yeah, and also just because I want to try and do this before we get to the really juicy stuff. You know, Genesis 8, verse 8 and 9. Genesis 9 verse 8 and 9. Then God said to Noah and to his sons. So this is actually implying that God is actually speaking to the sons, right? Now, God speaking to them is again very, very interesting, because Noah is the one who is, and by the way, Noah is not mentioned as a prophet for some weird reason, even though he is blessed with miracles and a covenant, but he doesn't have the status of prophethood. And he's speaking to them, and I established my covenant with you and your offsprings after you. Sorry. Oh, I lost my train of thought. Yeah, so this promise given to them. Why again is this covenant given to them when and this is going on to the end of the chapter again, where you have God promising them a covenant, knowing, or probably not knowing, according to this chapter, that they are going to commit such evils. Does God establish a covenant with those who are evil? Now, people might say yes, because he established a covenant with the children of Israel, knowing that they will overturn him and so on and so forth. So that could be a way to reconcile why God even established a covenant with them. But the problem occurs when you read this in conjunction with verse 1. God has blessed them and established a covenant, but God doesn't bless evil people with a covenant. That's not what happens. DeAndre?
All right, so yes. So there's a few more things here. So this is not even getting to the juicy stuff yet, but there's a couple more problems, right? The first problem is, Genesis 9:18 says that Ham was the father of Noah, the father of Shem, Ham, and Japheth. Keep that in mind for later. Now, in verses 20 to 21, it says that Noah he was a man of the soil, he planted a vineyard, and he drank from it. Now, according to Genesis 6:9, Noah is said to be Tamim, or Tem, the perfect or the blameless one in all his generation. So here's a question. Does the Bible view drunkenness as righteous? The answer is an emphatic no. I'm going to give you several passages to prove my case. So, Proverbs 20 verse 1. Wine is a mocker, strong drink a brawler. Whoever is led astray by it is not wise. Isaiah 5:11. Woe to those who rise early in the morning, that they may run after strong drink, who tarry late into the evening, as wine inflames them. Joel 1:5, right? Awake, you drunkards, and weep, and wail, all you drinkers of wine, because of the sweet wine, for it is cut off from your mouth. Habakkuk 2:15. Woe to him who makes his neighbors drink. You pour out your wrath and make them drunk in order to gaze at their nakedness. That seem familiar? Anyways, Amos 6 verses 6 to 7. Who drink wine in bowls and anoint themselves with the finest oils, but are not grieved over the ruin of Joseph. Therefore, they shall now be the first of those who are exiled, right? So the exile has to do with their drunkenness. And the revelry of those who stretch themselves shall pass away. And if you want New Testament for you, I got you. Ephesians 5:18. And do not get drunk with wine, for that is debauchery, but be filled with the Spirit. And lastly, in 1 Corinthians 6, verses 9 and 10, drunkards will not inherit the kingdom of God. How could Noah be perfect and righteous in his own age and be a drunkard when it's not righteous? Now, verse 22 to 23, And Ham, the father of Canaan. Now, Brother Faisal already discussed this, but if you don't believe in documented hypothesis, you believe it was Ham, just like a lot of the Jews do, then you have a bit of an issue. Because in verses 22 to 23, we find the story of Ham going in, seeing his father's nakedness, not telling his brothers, etc. Now, what's the next verse say? 24 says, when Noah awoke from his wine and knew what his youngest son had done to him, he said, cursed be Canaan, right? And, we're going to get to that. But wait, right? Remember I told you to keep verse 18 in mind. Verse 18 says, right, that Shem, Ham, and Japheth were the sons of Noah, meaning that Ham is the middle son. And there are many theologians that note this problem. So, for instance, Naomi Colton in her book, she says, one second. Yeah. So she says, yes, she says, Ham was the middle son, but the youngest, Canaan, must have perpetrated the humiliation, not his father, though it was Ham who told his brothers, right? And even church fathers state this as well, right? In Augustine's book, City of God, he says, Scripture first mentions that of the youngest son, who was called Japheth, right? He had eight sons. By 2 of these sons, 7 grandchildren, 3 by one son, 4 by the other. In all, 15 descendants. Ham, Noah's middle son, had 4 sons, and by one of them, 5 grandsons, and one of these 2 great-grandsons. Okay, so very clearly, Augustine is saying that Ham is the middle son, and the youngest son is Japheth. But according to Genesis 9:24, the youngest son is the one who did something, right? So this is kind of an issue that they have to get around. Now, to the juicy stuff, right? Let's not waste you guys' time, brother. Yemen, you want anything to add before I start covering some of these things?
Let us know when to put the warning up.
I put the warning up. Well, actually, let's do it now. There you
Guys,
go. Warning:
again,
this video references controversial material and may contain sensitive topics. Viewer discretion is advised.
If you have your kids with you, cover their eyes
I'm gonna
and
tell
their
you when.
ears.
I'm gonna tell you when. Okay, I'm gonna give you the warning. So when I tell you when is when you guys do that, right? You guys can cover your kids' ears or eyes, right? Okay. So turning to the curse, if it was Ham who indeed did the action, why is Canaan cursed, right? If it was Canaan, how is that justifiable to be considered the slaves of the Israelites? The blame would be more on Noah of the Bible for being a drunkard. Now, I would like to point out that we don't believe that Noahide behaved in that way, but we're just using that title because that's what the Bible refers to him as. Just a very quick reminder there. Okay, so 26 to 27, he also said, blessed be the Lord, the God of Shem, and let Canaan be his servant. May God enlarge Japheth and let him dwell in the tents of Shem, and let Canaan be his servant. So again, the God of Shem, right? Now, who is Shem? Why is it such a big deal, the God of Shem? Shem is actually the forefather of Abraham. And who is Abraham the father of? Isaac. And who is Isaac the father of? Jacob. And who is Jacob the father of? The Israelites. The very same Israelites that call God the God of Shem. Right? So the curse is racist, and the flood story focuses on one individual, Shem, and the God of Shem. Right. So, Old Testament sources. So, in the Old Testament, the curse of Canaan has a couple of effects. In Genesis 24, verses 1 to 4, Abraham makes his servant swear by God that he will never provide Isaac with a Canaanite wife. Deuteronomy 7, verses 1 to 5 says that any city or any Canaanite neighborhood, they must put it to destruction. And Joshua 11 discusses the conquest of Canaan, where every single living thing was put to the sword. Right. So let's talk about some Jewish sources now, right? And the first couple of them are going to be tame, so you can listen to these first two. But I'll tell you, trust me, when to cover the kids' eyes and ears, okay? Now, as my brother Yemeni noticed, that in verse 1, the blessing was given to Noah and his sons, right? So take a rabbinic commentary like Cheskuni, for instance. It says, quote, Ham sinned and his son Canaan was punished. Why? Seeing that God had already blessed Noah and all of his sons, Noah cursing Ham would have been totally ineffective. Right? Compare what God said to Bileam when he told him that seeing that the Jewish...
Your voice cut out.
Whoa.
Andrew?
Can you guys hear me?
Yeah, I can hear you now. Yeah, but yeah, you cut out just
Can you guys hear me?
suddenly.
Yeah, now we can hear you. Andrew?
Oh my
Oh
God.
no, can hear you now. Well, and he's gone. Died. All right, so he was going to go into Jewish sources. We'll wait for him to come back. In the meantime, I do have a few. Now, let's just quickly look at this. This is the Sanhedrin, 70a, and this is what it mentions about, the curse of Canaan and what actually happened. Okay. Now we got to bear in mind that this statement, and saw his father's nakedness, it's more than just seeing. And it is also mentioned, because it also mentions that he spoke, right? So this idea of seeing and speaking translates into the eye and the tooth within Jewish theology. Now, this is what is mentioned in Sanhedrin 70a. This is verse 17 of this particular text. A visitor from the Galilee expounded. The conversive vav is stated 13 times in the passage.
Brother Yemeni, can you zoom in, Akhi?
Yeah, sure.
Yeah.
Oh, there we go.
Okay.
Oh.
Yeah.
Concerning one, as it is stated, and Noah began Vayahel to be a farmer, and he planted Vayita, a vineyard, and he drank Vayesht of the vine and was drunk. Right, so these vavs are constantly coming up, and he was uncovered within his tent. And Ham, the father of Canaan, saw the nakedness of his father and told his two brothers outside. And Shem and Japheth took the garment and laid it upon both their shoulders and went backward and covered the nakedness of their father, and their faces were backwards, and they did not see their father's nakedness. And Noah awoke from his wine and knew what his younger son had done to him. So this is very clear, very, very interesting, because if Ham or simply looked at his dad, he wouldn't know. So why did he know what was done to him when he was sleeping? All 13 instances of the conversive vav here are followed by the letter yod. Together they form the word ve, meaning woe, to allude to the suffering and misfortune caused by uncontrolled drinking. So, having cited the passage discussing Noah, the Gemara enters into a discussion about what was actually done to him. And this is where you close the eyes and ears of the children, and you make sure that anything that is in your stomachs stays in your stomachs. Because this is what they say.
Wait, but before we do that, I wanted to touch on a couple of things because I dropped because I got a call. Okay, so in Cheskuni commentary and Genesis Rabbah, all right, it's mentioned that God blessed the sons of Noah, right? So he couldn't curse them, right? He couldn't curse them. So obviously this is kind of when it comes to God's omniscience, right? And it has omnipotence. It's kind of in question. It brought to the question. Now, this is what the Rabbah says. Now, I think I know what you're gonna cover because I have the Midrash and I have Rashi as well. So
I'm looking at the Talmud here.
Oh, you're looking at Talmud. Okay, so cover what the Talmud says, and I'll cover what Midrash and Rashi say.
Yeah. So,
Okay.
so yeah, this is what it's saying. Ham, Rav, and Shmuel disagreed. One says that Ham castrated Noah, and the other one says that he had sodomized him. So, yeah, incestuous sodomization of the father. That's what happened, and this is why Noah knew what had happened.
The second father of humanity, not just our father, but the second father of humanity.
Yeah,
the father of all us
mankind.
Human beings.
Yeah,
Subhanallah.
Yeah, exactly. So the father of all of us, second to Adam, was raped by his son.
Right.
Basically.
So
or castrated. Because there was a disagreement between the Jews. So but this is what is meant by he knew what happened, either because he was castrated or because he was raped. The Gemara explains, the one who says that Ham castrated Noah adduces the following proof. Since he injured Noah with respect to the possibility of conceiving a fourth son, which Noah wanted but could no longer have. Therefore, Noah cursed him by means of Ham's fourth son, i.e., Ham's sons were Cush, Mizraim, Put, and Canaan. So again, they're trying to figure out how does Canaan fit into the story, because it's mentioned in Genesis 10:6. So he curses the fourth son because he could not have a fourth son, and because of his castration. So this is the way they argue it. And then it is written, we skip a little bit, and it says, and the one who says that Ham sodomized Noah learned this from a verbal analogy between the words, and he saw, and he saw. Here it is written, and Ham, the father of Canaan, saw the nakedness of his father. And there it is written, and Shechem, son of Hamor, the Hivite, prince of the country, saw her, and he took her and lay with her and afflicted her. This is in Genesis 34:2. This indicates that the term saw alludes to sexual intercourse. And in fact, it doesn't just stop there, because if we look at Leviticus 20, verse 11, this has gone messed up. We look here, let me just scroll out in the Talmud again, Jerusalem Talmud, the Sanhedrin 7:6:2. All right, with the colons, 7:6:2. In the Halakha, a person having sexual relations with the mother. So there is not only a gay raping of the father that is occurring in Genesis 9:22, but also a person having sexual relations with the mother. So there was also incest with the mother, according to the understanding of the nakedness of his father. And this is the reasoning. A person having sexual relations with the father's wife, from where the warning for a person having sexual relations with the mother. So they're asking the question. Your mother's nakedness shall not uncover. From where extirpation. For anyone who would commit any of these abominations, the guilty person will be extirpated from their people. From where the warning for a person having sexual relations with the father's wife, your father's wife's nakedness you shall not uncover. So this is making it very clear, okay? And they say the punishment for is that they are put to death, which brings in another question. Why was Ham not put to death for the crime? Now, some of you would say, well, this is because this is a Levitical law that comes later on, but no, this is not true. This would have applied at the time of Noah as well. So Leviticus 20:11, when you read the text, it shows that this is also what can be meant by the nakedness of his father, because the text reads, in terms of the Old Testament, if a man lies with his father's wife, it is the nakedness of his father that he has uncovered. The two shall be put to death, and they retain the blood guilt. So that is two texts that we can offer, as well as a few more that DeAndre is going to provide, which shows that this text and this statement of seeing the nakedness of your father, and the concept of the eye and the tooth, right? So, and this is some sort of understanding later on when it mentions, you know, an eye for an eye, a tooth for a tooth. This understanding is based on what happened with Noah. It is not, it's connected in that sense, in terms of understanding. But with particular to this text, yes, it is. Let's emphasize this, and I hope that you have your kids are not watching. It is an understanding, according to a difference of opinion amongst the Jews, is that Noah was either castrated by his son and didn't let him have a fourth son, which is why he cursed Canaan, which we know this is not the case because this is an interpolation by the Yahweh source. So what is more probable? The more probable aspect is that Ham actually sodomized his father, and that's, to put it lightly, in fact, it was a gay, incestuous rape of his father, and potentially incestuous fornication or rape of his mother as well. And that's why you have that statement, the nakedness of his father. Absolutely abhorrent stuff that we are,
and we're not done.
We're not done, exactly.
I have more, right? But before I do that, I'm gonna read the midrash that I was talking about earlier about the blessing, right? So Genesis Rabbah 36:7, it says, he said, "Cursed be Canaan, a slave of slaves, he shall be to his brothers." Right? Genesis 9:25. Then it says, he says, "Cursed be Canaan, a slave of slaves, he shall be to his brothers." Ham committed the sin, and Canaan was cursed. This is astonishing. Okay, this is astonishing, but they're gonna answer it. Rabbi Yehuda and Rabbi Nehemiah. Rabbi, I'm sorry for anyone if I'm butchering that. Rabbi Yehuda said, "Because it is written, God blessed Noah and his sons," Genesis 9:1, "and a curse cannot be in a place where there is blessing." So obviously, like I said, this is contradicting of omnipotence and omniscience. Now, there are two other sources that affirm the first opinion that is given in the Talmud. So again, cover your ears to the kids, right? The same midrash, Genesis Rabbah, Bereshit Rabbah 36:7. It says, Rabbi Berikia said, "Noah endured much suffering in the ark due to the fact that he did not have a young son to attend to him. He said, 'When I emerge, I will produce a young son for myself to attend to me.' After Ham performed that act to Noah, he said, 'You prevented me from producing a young son to attend to me. Therefore, that man, your son Canaan, will be a slave to his brothers, who are servants to me.'" Rav Yehuda said in the name of Rav Yosef, Noah said, "You prevented me from performing an act that is done in darkness. Therefore, that man, Canaan, will be ugly and darkened." Now, this is very important for other sources. Rabbi Huna, right? So they're saying that this is how they would interpret what Noah said. According to this, he said, in the name of Rabbi Yosef, he said to him, "You prevented me from producing a fourth son, therefore I am cursing your fourth son." So Rashi also says, in his commentary on Genesis 9:25, he says, "Cursed be Canaan, you have brought it about that I cannot have a fourth son to serve me. Cursed therefore be your fourth son." See chapter 10:6. "To serve under the descendants of these elder ones, upon whom the duty of serving me will devolve from now on." Right. So then Rashi actually gives an explanation. Why did Ham do this? Why did Ham do this, right? Rashi says, "Why did Ham maltreat him in this manner? He said to his brothers, Adam Harishon had two sons, and one killed the other in order that he might possess the whole world." Genesis Rabbah 36:7. "Our father already has three sons, and he wishes to have yet another." Right? So Ham basically, he persuaded them, right? He's like, this is he wants to have a fourth son, and he's gonna kill all of us and possess the entire world, right? So there's kind of an allusion to that, right? Now, there is more, right? So we're not done. In the Talmud, Sanhedrin 108b, it talks about Ham, right? It talks about Ham. What it says is, It's at Sanhedrin 180b. It says, the sages taught that 3 violated that directive. Now, the context of that is it's talking about like the ark and intercourse not being permissible on the ark. So it says 3 violated that directive and engaged in intercourse while on the ark, and all of them were punished for doing so. They are the dog and the raven and Ham, son of Noah. The dog was punished in that it is bound. The raven was pounded in that it spits, and Ham was afflicted in that his skin turned black. Okay? Now, in the Bereshit Midrash, it actually says something else, and I would like you to cover your kids' ears again, because what this actually says is actually insane. So, I'm going to read it to you, but if you're listening, cover your kids' eyes and ears, and it's not for the faint of heart. Rabbi Iya Bar Abba said, both Ham and the dog engaged in sexual relations in the ark. That is why Ham emerged darkened and the dog is exposed when it is mating. Rabbi Levi said this is analogous to one who imprinted his own coinage with his image inside the king's tent. The king said, I decree that his face should be blackened and his image defaced. So Ham and the dog engaged in sexual relations in the ark. And that is why Ham emerged darkened and the dog is exposed or mating. Okay. So Ham, according to this passage, he actually has relations with a dog on the ark. And that's why he becomes black. And to top it off, for the Jewish sources, we have a midrash. Do you want to add anything, Brother Yemeni?
I think you were going to mention Midrash Tanhuma Buber. Is that the one?
You can mention that. I was going to mention another one.
Okay. So let's see. I don't think it's very clear enough. I don't think it's clear enough that Midrash to put forward the point. I did have pink Bereshit in my notes as well about the copulation with the dog. But I do have here from Rabbeinu Bahya. It is mentioned, and if a man will injure the eye of his slave, i.e. it's a biblical law that a Canaanite slave is set free if he lost a tooth or an eye through maltreatment by his master. The reason is that they became slaves only due to tooth and eye. Again, going back to what I was mentioning about the nakedness of his father, and it mentions it is written in connection with Ham, the father of Canaan, in Genesis 9:22. Ham, the father of Canaan, saw the nakedness of his father and told his 2 brothers outside. He was first guilty with his eyes by looking, then with his teeth by telling what he had seen. This is why he was cursed. Cursed be Canaan, the lowest of slaves. He shall be to his brothers. 9:25. Once the offending organs had been smitten, the rest of the body has been released from that curse. Now, not only is this a sick, all of these commentaries by the Jews, a sick, racist aspect, because it belittles why black people are black. They are black because their father was engaging in bestiality, but also that they want to make it look like the Canaanites, who essentially are, some of the Canaanites were eventually the Arabs, are to be the slaves of the Jews. So this idea of the Jews being the masters over the Gentiles is coming from this narrative. So we have to understand. And the thing is, I keep seeing this in the comments. Look at this. They are commentaries, from the Christian sister. They are commentaries. This is not original to the text. You have to remember that you as a Christian believe that the tradition of the Old Testament is true.
We'll get to the Christians, because I have
we'll
something
get to the
for
Christians,
you.
but I just want to make sure that they have to understand this. They have to understand that you believe that you are inheritors of the Jewish tradition, that you are in line with the Jewish scriptures and tradition that foreshadows the New Testament.
And you don't have the Quran to save you.
Yeah, exactly.
You don't have the Quran to save you. Like we Muslims, we can basically say, okay, we have the Quran to hold on to, right? And we go to the Quran and we say, okay, is this correct according to the Quran? And we can actually come to a conclusion which is satisfactory in our hearts.
Exactly.
You guys don't have that luxury.
Yes.
And the thing is, just to tag on to what DeAndre said earlier, that Shem is notably the predecessor or ancestor of the Jews, whereas Canaan is the ancestor of the Arabs, as well as the other Gentiles. It just shows the absolute racism in order for the Jews to make the rest their slaves. Now, the problem with that is that this is almost a prophecy as well, because it mentions that Canaan is cursed, and that's why his progeny will be the slaves of the progeny of Shem and Japheth. But here's a problem: it was the Israelites that were enslaved, and at no point in history were the Canaanites ever slaves of the Israelites. That did not happen. The Arabs were not slaves of the Israelites. As much as they want it to be, this is something that is not just unfulfilled, it is straight up wrong. So you have this racism which doesn't actually help them. Yeah, go for it.
Yes, and I have one more midrash, which we're not going to read because it's very long, but I'm going to give the reference, of course. Midrash an Yachav, Sanhedrin 11:7. It recounts a story where some Africans, some people who were darker skinned, came up to the Israelites and said, "Hey, we want a part of this land," and they sent someone to debate with the Africans, and what ended up happening is the person quoted Genesis 9:25, and the Africans couldn't answer it. So it's kind of like they are the ones who are a victim to the curse of Canaan, which shows the racism. Now, that is it with the Jewish sources, so the kids can okay. Anyways, that's up for the Jewish sources, right? But what about the Christian sources? Does it have any effect on the New Testament or the early Christians? Well, what it has the effect on is, remember the Canaanite curse? What does it have to do with? It has to do with the Canaanite woman. Remember? In Matthew 15:21-28, the Canaanite woman is being called a dog by Jesus. Now, this shows that even the curse of Canaan today has a tremendous effect on the New Testament, to the point that it influenced the God that the Christians believe in to calling a Canaanite woman, an innocent Canaanite woman, a dog. Now, Origen of Alexandria, he's a 2nd century or 3rd century church father. He has an interesting commentary on this, guys, and I think I read it once, but I'm going to read it again. He said, quote, "The Canaanite woman, therefore, because of her race, was not worthy even to receive an answer from Jesus, who acknowledged that he had not been sent by the Father for any other thing than the lost sheep of the house of Israel." Matthew 15:24. A lost race of souls possessed a clear vision, but because of her resolution and her having worshipped Jesus as Son of God, she obtained an answer which reproached her with baseness of birth and and exhibits the measure of her worthiness, right? And her worthiness, namely that she was worthy of crumbs as the little dog, but not of the loaves. But when she, with intensified resolution, accepted the sayings of Jesus, puts forth the claim to obtain crumbs, even as a little dog, and acknowledged that the masters of a nobler race, then she gets a second answer, which bears testimony to her faith as great, and a promise that it shall be done unto her as she wills. So even amongst the early Christians, and even with the New Testament, the curse has such a tremendous effect. This poses several theological problems, and it is not from an all-just God. Thank you. And with that, I was actually able to get through everything before dinner came up. So, Brother Yemeni, I will hand it over to you for the comparison because we're going on like almost 3 hours.
Yeah, I know.
3 hours.
I just want to comment on this because one of the brothers said Canaanites were taken as slaves when Beni Israel conquered Palestine. They took them as prisoners of war during the time of Yusha. Now, my claim was more specific than that. In terms of the Canaanites, we acknowledge that the Canaanites refer to the Gentiles in general. So anytime the children of Israel would take slaves, they would refer to them as Canaanites. But more specifically, especially when we look in modern times as well and what the Jews say and what they believe with regards to the Arabs, okay, because you have to understand even within the biblical narrative, there is a clear animosity to the Arabs, okay? We will see this when we get into the life of Ibrahim alayhi salam within the Old Testament. This is what I was saying, that in terms of the Arabs were not taken as slaves by the Jews at any point in history. And during Yusha's time, the Palestinians or the Philistines were not Arabs. They were, just Canaanites, okay, but not yet Arabs. With regards to the comparison, this is just quickly to go over this idea that because I'm not going to really go into the Quran too much because Faisal already covered that and I mentioned it in the previous stream. So if you've missed that, go back and watch that. But just quickly, in terms of these ahadith, we have Sahih Bukhari.
Can you zoom in, Akhi?
Yes, I am. Oh, wait, hold on. Give me a second. That's the wrong screen I'm zooming in. Here we go. Is that? Let's go. That's better. So Bukhari 3339. It is mentioned regarding more information that is not within our scriptures, within the Quran. Now, Christians need to understand that when we are talking about this idea that the Quran copies from the Bible, or that the Muslims need the Bible to affirm their faith, you completely forget that Islam is not the Quran only. That we have traditions from the Prophet, peace be upon him, and information about these prophets from him, alayhi salatu salam, that completely don't appear in your writings or even your commentaries, because whether we look at Jewish or Christian commentaries, this particular hadith will not, or this understanding with regards to what will happen on the Day of Judgment is not there. As Allah's Messenger ﷺ said, and this is narrated by Abu Sa'id, Noah and his nation will come on the day of resurrection, and Allah will ask Noah, did you convey the message? He will reply, yes, O my Lord. Then Allah will ask Noah's nation, did Noah convey my message to you? They will reply, no prophet came to us. Then Allah will ask Noah, who will stand a witness for you? I mean, the guys that were there with you, the contemporary ones, they are belying you. All right. Then Nuh alayhi salam, he will reply, Muhammad and his followers alayhi salam. So I and my followers, and now this is the Prophet, peace be upon him, speaking. He said, so I and my followers will stand as witnesses for him that he conveyed the message. That is the interpretation of the statement of Allah. Thus we have made you a just and the best nation, that you might be witnesses over mankind. So this is an exegesis on chapter 2, verse 143. So part of the interpretation is that us as Muslims, when it comes to that day, we will be testifying for the Prophet Noah, alayhi salam, to say that he conveyed the message. This is not known to you. We have also in Bukhari 4920, narrated by Ibn Abbas, regarding the polytheism. This is nowhere found in your Old Testament. With regards to the idols, the names of the idols, it is mentioned as for the idol Wad, it was worshipped by the tribe of Kalb, al-Domat, al-Jandal. Sawa was the idol of the tribe of Hudayl. Yaghuth was worshipped by the tribe of Murad, and then by Bani Ghutaif at Jurf near Saba. Ya'uq was the idol of Hamdan, and Nasr was the idol of Himyar, the branch of Dil Qala'. Now, these idols were worshipped by the Arabs later on, okay, but these idols were also original to the people of Noah. The names of the idols formerly belonged to some pious men of the people of Noah, and when they died, Satan inspired their people to prepare and place idols at the places where they used to sit, and to call those idols by their names. The people did so, but the idols were not worshipped till those people who initiated them had died and the origin of the idols had become obscure, whereupon people began worshipping them. This idea of polytheism entering and why Noah was sent, and the fact that Noah is a prophet, is not something that you guys believe in or have in your text. So where is this understanding that Muslims need your scripture or need to copy anything whatsoever? And if you want to say that this is wrong because the Bible doesn't mention it, this is simply circular reasoning and fallacious. Again, in Bukhari 3338, the Prophet ﷺ said, "Shall I not tell you about the Dajjal, a story of which no prophet told his nation? The Dajjal is one-eyed and will bring with him what will resemble hell and paradise, and what will call paradise will actually be hell. So I warn you against him as Noah warned his nation against him." So over here we understand that Noah actually informed the people as part of his da'wah that the Dajjal is going to come. But what the detail with regards to the Dajjal being one-eyed and will bring with him what will resemble hellfire and paradise is something that no prophet told his nation. So this is something unique told to our nation. Why is that? Because we are the last nation with the last prophet being sent. Therefore, the Dajjal will be released in our time among our nation. And the interesting thing is, when it comes to this idea within our hadith literature, it is mentioned here, Ibn Abbas said, the Milky Way is one of the gates of the heavens. The rainbow, oh, look at this. Something from the Old Testament must be copied. The rainbow is security from being destroyed by a flood after the people of Nuh, alayhi salam. Absolutely amazing. Look at that, finally. We have something that is from the Old Testament. Except, it's not authentic to Ibn Abbas. So the one thing that we have regarding Noah in our hadith tradition that is akin to the Old Testament is actually not authentic to the companion Ibn Abbas radiallahu anhu. So again, remind us, what do we actually need your Bible to copy from? Do we actually copy from your Bible? Absolutely not. And lastly, we already went through many of the verses of the Quran, but with regards to Mount Ararat being the place of the resting of the Ark, in fact, the Quran completely disagrees and mentions that it is the mountain of Judy. Judy.
Yeah.
So
I want to add one thing, Yamini,
Mhm.
because here's something that needs to be understood. When it comes to copying, some of the easiest things to copy, if anybody was copying, would be the names of the people and the dates and the times and those type of things that were being mentioned in the Bible, because that would essentially give legitimacy that, oh, it's the same in the Quran as in the Bible. So the Quran and the Bible are aligned, and that would have given it legitimacy if it was being copied, right?
Mm.
However, the Quran does not do that. What is not being copied, what is being left out, it speaks just as much about the and is just as much of a refutation of this idea that the Quran copies from the Bible as what is being said. Because what is being said in the Quran is about dawah, the conversation between Noah and his people, between Nuh alayhi salam and Allah subhanahu wa ta'ala, right? Between what his people said to him, the threats and the refutations that they gave, the mubalagha, the debates that they had, right? None of that is in the Bible. And
Exactly.
nowhere is that in the Midrash, in the Sanhedrin, nowhere is any of that mentioned.
Yeah, exactly. All right, that concludes our presentation. Of course, there is much more that can be said, but this is sufficient in terms of the main points that we can present to you guys. But the link is out now. It's pinned on my channel. Faisal, if you want to take the link and pin it on your side as well.
Let me do that.
Yeah. So yeah, now Jews and Christians are invited on to discuss and reach an understanding of what.
Can you share the link in the private chat? I'll copy it from there.
Okay.
In the private chat.
Yeah, that's fine. There we go. Got it.
All right.
We've got our honorary guest, Muslim dude. Assalamu alaikum, bro.
Assalamu alaikum. Is my mic okay?
No,
it's too low.
It's too low.
How about now?
No, still need more.
Brother Yemni, do you want to try clicking the 3 dots and see if you can increase his mic volume?
Let's have a look here.
From the backstage.
Oh, I can't.
There should be an option for you to.
Yeah, but it's not giving me that option for some reason. Because he chose to mute himself. That's why I can't do anything with it.
Oh, okay.
There we go. Say something now?
Is it better now?
Yeah, that's better. Much better. All right. So Jose's back in the back chat, but I don't think there's any benefit in bringing him on, to be honest, because he's not going to talk about the subject. Or do you guys want to bring him on?
No, I think for Jose, Brother Dawa Tucker is here. And I think we're waiting for Brother Dawa Tucker to sort of respond. I actually sent him a message. Brother Abdurrahman, if you're listening to this, I sent you a WhatsApp message a while back. If you can respond to that, that would be great.
Yeah. All right. Well, he's saying he's hanging back just to learn anyway. So we want Jews and Christians to come on and challenge what has been said and to defend what their text. I mean,
while we wait for them, I just want to share a few things for people's so people can sort of understand, especially Jews and Christians. So if you bring it up, I'll show you.
Yeah.
Now this is what you're seeing here. This is the scroll on which the Genesis 6 verses are written. These are the verses for Genesis 6. This is what we have. Now, the size of this scroll, you can see this is 4 centimeter long, right? At the bottom, you can see 4 centimeter being shown on a piece of scale, right? Just so you can make sense of how big this is. And you can see the writings in there. Now, when we talk about those Dead Sea Scrolls and the text on those Dead Sea Scrolls, this is the nature of that text. This is what we have. I'm going to show a few more shots of these. So this is another one, right? So because there's multiple scrolls on which those verses from Genesis 6 were written. So this is really 4 centimeter. How much is 4 centimeter? That's like your pinky finger for most people. It's your pinky finger is probably bigger than 4 centimeter, right? So this is really what we're talking about here. And you're basing your salvation on these pieces of scraps. I'm going to show you more. So all of the ones that have Genesis 6, I'm basically showing you that. Now, this is not just Genesis 6. There's more than that. There's certain different verses on it, different books. Again, 4 centimeter is being shown down here. You can see how big this is. It's pieces of parchments, right? This is the last one that I would show you. Now, how are you going to make sense of this when you? I don't know if you're seeing my.
Yeah, I can see it
here. So see, how do you make sense of this? How do you make sense of this? Right? What are you doing? This is what you're basing your salvation on. Right? Genesis 6, 13 to 21. This is what Genesis 6, 13 to 21 is.
Yeah.
This is what you're basing your salvation on. When you start talking about the 2nd century BCE, 3rd century BCE, I just wanted to put it in perspective for people to realize what they don't necessarily see.
Yeah. No, yeah, makes sense. Your other presentation, do you want to keep that in the back chat, or do you not need it?
Yeah, you can take it off if you want to. If you need to bring it up, I can bring it up.
Yeah. Oh, I just got. So you can't actually get rid of the presentation without kicking the individual off as well. Well, that's weird. Oops. Faisal, what do you call it? You can come back. I kicked you out by accident. Sammy, are you okay to keep your camera on? Just nod if you're all right. Okay, perfect. Let's bring Faisal back on. Yeah, I didn't realize the that, what do you call it? Getting rid of your presentation gets rid of you as well. I don't know why.
No worries.
Yeah.
That's weird. If that's what happened. No worries.
Yeah. No worries. Sammy.
Assalamu alaikum.
Wa alaikum assalam wa rahmatullahi wa barakatuh. You okay?
Alhamdulillah, very good.
Good. What's
really
up?
enjoyed the presentation. I just had a question for Faisal. Assalamu alaikum, Faisal.
Walaikum assalam.
What you were showing us a minute ago was fascinating to me. I had a question, and I don't know whether it's playing devil's advocate or not, but those scraps that they have for the Dead Sea Scrolls. Now, the Dead Sea Scrolls were found recently, from my understanding, or when I use recent, I'm in I don't know, 100 years or something. I don't know how long when they found them.
Around 1950 or so.
Okay, so
about 70 years ago. Yeah.
Understood. So obviously there were Bibles prior to that by a few centuries, let's say. Do any of them actually match up with the scraps?
What do you mean by Bibles?
So, like the how old is the King James or the NIV or the RSV? Do they match up with those broken pieces? Although there's a lot missing, of course, but whatever's there, does it actually match up with what they have, or is it different?
Yeah, that's a very good question, actually, and a very interesting question as well. So, the Bible that we currently have, right? Most of the Bibles, they trace their sources back to the Masoretic texts, primarily, right? The Masoretic text is a compilation of the Hebrew Bible done by Jewish scribes from the 6th century all the way into the 10th and 11th century. They took a number of years, a number of scribes who put all of this together, right? And we have two surviving manuscripts, the Aleppo and the Leningrad Codex, right? Those are the two primary sources when it comes to the Hebrew text that we have today. Now, when you compare that Hebrew text with the Dead Sea Scrolls, there is a lot that aligns, but there's also a few that does not align, right? Now, this is not the full history of the Bible or the Hebrew Old Testament, essentially, right? Because even if we allow them to go back all the way to 3rd century BCE when these scraps are from, and it's not really 3rd century BCE, these scraps are from any time between 3rd century to the 1st century AD. So this is a period of almost like 300 to 400 years, during which there were people living in these caves who were sort of living in exile, and maintaining their traditions, maintaining their scriptures, and maintaining these documents in a format that survived to our times, right? These scriptures, these that we have, right? They had already gone through over 1,000 years of history of the Jews that we need to account for. Because when is it? Who's considered to be the author of the Old Testament? If I ask you, or who's considered to be the author of the Torah?
Yeah, I understand. No,
It's Moses, right? Musa alayhi salam, right?
in theory, yeah.
And that's going all the way back to the 13th century BCE, if not the 14th century BCE. So from the 13th to the 3rd, there's still 1,000 years, right? Now, in those 1,000 years, all the things that happened to the Jews, we have to know that history as well. Number one, they came out of the original tablets that were given to Moses. He basically destroyed them, right? He rewrote the tablets again. Those are not exactly the same. Then they go into capture this land, they establish a kingdom, have a few centuries of good kingships, then their kings become pagans, right? They lose the commandments, they lose their Torah, right? Then when they're fixing some things in their temple, they suddenly find a copy of the Torah. They have this epiphany that, okay, now we've got the Torah, we've been doing everything wrong, let's fix ourselves, right? They try to reestablish the original Torah, or what they thought the original Torah was. How did they go about doing that? Not getting into details, but by this time, right, what we know is within 100 years or so of that, the northern kingdom, which had split from the southern kingdom, the northern kingdom was destroyed by the Assyrians, all right? And 10 tribes of Jews were lost to history. We don't know where they are. We don't know who their descendants are, right? We just have some people who claim to be their descendants, who the Jews basically refer to as the Samaritans, right? But the Samaritans end up with a different tradition, claiming their tradition to be the original Jewish tradition, or the original Israeli tradition, not to use the term Jewish, because the Jewish tradition is more the southern kingdom tradition, right? And that southern kingdom maintained their own tradition, which we today see as the Hebrew Bible, right? And this continues until round about the 6th century BC, 5th century BC, when the Babylonians just destroy them. They take over the southern kingdom as well. They exile the Jews, and the Jews, not only do they no longer have a place, their temple or their kingdom, they also forget their language. The language starts transitioning out, right? So the script changes. They used to write in Paleo Hebrew in the early period. Now it's a different form of Hebrew. The style of writing changes, and so many things are happening.
It was
Now,
more akin
this,
to the Aramaic.
yes, it's more akin to the Aramaic language, right? Which is a sort of an offshoot of the Hebrew languages. That's how it is understood. Now, the Babylonians get defeated by the Persians. The Persians allow the Jews to come back, established a second temple, right? And they come back, they established a second temple, they established their the reading of the Bible. There's this whole passage in Ezra and Nehemiah, right, Brother DeAndre? Ezra and Nehemiah, where this is
Yes,
all
Nehemiah,
talked
yes.
about, right? Where they reestablish a tradition, right? And these sopharists, I think that's what they were called. Those people come in, they establish in addition to that tradition of reading, they established a tradition to transmit the text in the form that they had. Now, did they have the original text at this point in time? We don't know, because we don't have anything from Ezra's time. We have something from about 200 or 300 years after, right? So even if we grant them the whole history and we say, okay, your text as it is in the Masoretic text, which is being translated in all the Bibles across the world, is more or less similar to the Dead Sea Scrolls in certain aspects, not in every aspect, right? First of all, we don't have a big chunk of the Masoretic text in there, and then we have a lot of other books which they don't even include, but they are part of the Dead Sea Scrolls, or they've been uncovered with the Dead Sea Scrolls, right?
Okay, so they weren't
Even if we
canonized.
grant all of that, yeah, they're not canonized.
Mm.
If we grant all of that, right, we still have this whole chunk of history which they have to navigate through to establish that the text that they have is actually from who they claim it is.
I think there's an important point to mention as well with regards to the similarities of the text. Whilst the Dead Sea Scrolls, at least what we have of them, and the Septuagint are very similar in terms of a faithful translation of the text, the reason Jews reject the Septuagint is because the Masoretic text is very different from the Dead Sea Scrolls. Now, in terms of like any significant differences, there isn't much at all. As Faisal said, most of it is pretty close, but there are several variants that are not, the same. So that's the nuance there.
It's close enough to be called that. That on a surface level reading of it, you'd basically come across and saying, okay, these are very similar texts and there's not much of a difference there, right?
Mm-hmm.
But when you get into the nuances of what each one of them is conveying, right, that's where the scholars, and you start looking at the debates that these scholars are having, you start realizing that there are, even though there are few differences, or there are differences in one word in a particular verse, or so on and so forth, right? They can have an impact on how you view the text theologically.
Yeah. And the thing is as well, this is just when we're speaking about the canon as we recognize it. When you actually look into the Dead Sea Scrolls, you realize that the canon that we recognize is not the canon that they recognized back in the days of the Qumran, especially with regards to the 130 odd Aramaic texts that they found within the Dead Sea Scrolls out of 1,000 scrolls or so. So yeah, there's just different canons, and this is like a couple of hundred years before Christ. So when we're talking about even at the time of Jesus and what Christians believe to be the tradition that and the Old Testament that we have today is the Old Testament that Jesus would have had, and that's why he's referencing them. No, how do you know this? Because the evidence shows that there was a different canon prior to Jesus. So how can you tell us that the canon that you're aware of 1,000 years, 2,000 years after Christ would be the canon that he was holding, as opposed to the canon that predates him?
Yeah, exactly.
Yeah.
So am I right in saying that as far as the Hebrew Bible is concerned, we can assume that it's 1,000 years old? That's as far back as they can go then?
Yeah, they can't go back any
pretty
further.
They can't go back any further than that.
No.
So,
Not with any certainty.
Lost, it's lost, isn't it?
So the Dead Sea Scrolls are there, and that's why basically the Dead Sea Scrolls were so significant for them. That at least where the Dead Sea Scroll is available as a witness to the text, right? They can go from 1,000 years. They've actually gone back almost like 1,200 years or so, right? So this is the reason why the Dead Sea Scrolls were so significant for of a find for these this. Now, having said all of this, there are more discoveries, more recent ones. And one of our brothers, Brother Wassam, has done some interviews of some of the scholars working on the Shapiro scrolls, right? Which were found, which were actually found in the late 19th century, around the same region as the Qumran scrolls, right? And what we have in there is the scroll is presumed to be from the 8th century BCE. So that's like 500 years or 5 centuries before the earliest scrolls that we have. Now, what happened to that? The guy who came out with those scrolls, right? They basically accused him of forgery, and we don't know what happened to the guy. He was killed. He wrote an amazing book. I think Aiden Dershowitz, that's his name. And his book is called The Valediction of Moses, right? It is, I would recommend reading that because it talks about how that scroll, it's from the book of Deuteronomy, but it's very different from the scrolls or that we found of in Qumran, and it's written differently. It's not in the kind of form in which you have the Deuteronomical text, essentially. It's more first person. And it's an interesting book. I would recommend reading it. Fawad, Assalamu alaikum akhi.
Walaikum assalam wa rahmatullahi wa barakatuh. Assalamu alaikum, akhwan. How are you guys doing?
Wa alaikum assalam wa rahmatullahi wa
Waalaikum
barakatuh.
assalam wa
Alhamdulillah.
rahmatullahi wa
Good, you?
barakatuh.
Was there
Alhamdulillah.
news?
Excellent presentation, Juan. Very comprehensive, and hopefully everybody learned quite a bit. Just wanted to add something in there. You guys were talking about, the brother asked, I almost sound like Dr. Zakir Naik. Brother asked a very good question.
Hey, you can't take the title of Zakir Naik. I'm the Zakir Naik guy, man. What's wrong?
Yeah, so Brother Sami, when you asked Brother Faisal, do you mean that we can date the oldest manuscript to almost 1,000 years after the time of Musa alayhi salam? Do you mean that based on the Septuagint?
It was more on the artifacts that Faisal was showing us. I find the history of it quite fascinating.
Right.
So
Because the Dead Sea Scroll, you have to remember, Achi, that it's bits and pieces. Like the brothers showed just in Genesis alone, almost like 4 main chapters. Faisal, you mentioned from 5 to 11, they're almost all missing, right?
Yeah, just 21 words.
There's a few words of Genesis 6 that can be that they assume, they're basically making a guess that it is from Genesis 6. Yeah.
And you're not here. So and another thing I wanted to add is, a lot of people, they say, oh, Septuagint. But do you know what? When is the oldest manuscript, complete manuscript Septuagint that we have? Take a guess, Brother Sami.
Well, clearly it will be after the Dead Sea Scrolls. So
4th century, actually, 400 years, or actually 600 years after.
600 years after. Okay.
Yeah, so from where they're claiming, that's in Codex Vaticanus. It's a complete manuscript. So a lot of people, they make a big fuss about the Septuagint, right? But when do we have the complete manuscripts from? It's still like, we are being so generous with them, Achi. Like, you have no idea how generous we are with them when we have these interfaith dialogues. Like, subhanallah.
Yeah, but is that in regards to the Old Testament or the New Testament?
No, Old Testament, because Septuagint is the Old Testament, right?
Okay, and that's 4th century, so that's BCE, right?
No, 4th century after the time of Christ. Yeah. So yes, it's circa.
Okay.
By the way, sorry, just on the Septuagint, because a lot of the time people talk about the Septuagint as if it's one text. it's not.
Correct.
There are
Yep.
multiple editions of the Septuagint as well. There isn't one edition of it
Yeah,
in history.
I see.
and there are times when they don't see eye to eye as well. There are books in one version which are not in the other version, and so on.
Yeah, so no, my question was more like, I understand we have scraps and little bits and pieces, but do those bits and pieces actually match up with what they have now? Because if they do, you can read in between the lines and make the rest of it up and then say, okay, the
that's
earliest you
what
can
they're
go back
doing.
is 1,000 years.
That's what they're doing, right? That's what they're doing.
Yeah.
They're reading between the lines. They're basically saying, oh, this would be talking about this scripture. Now, here's the thing. Whatever is not written there, how can you be sure that it is 100% that? Number one. But at the same time, I mean, we're basically granting them all that they're claiming. That, okay, it goes back to 2nd century BCE, but that doesn't prove your claim, right?
Yeah, it's still
It's a
still
non
too far.
sequitur. Even if we accept the whole premise, right? Those premises that we can go back all the way to before the birth of Christ, 2 centuries, 3 centuries before the birth of Christ, but the conclusion that they're drawing, that we have the originals, or the conclusion that they're drawing, that this is the book that was revealed to Moses, right? That is a non sequitur. You cannot arrive at that conclusion from all the evidence that they put forward.
A Muslim dude also has something to say on this subject. So he's trying to gauge when he can come into the conversation here. Well,
Assalamu alaikum. Can you guys hear me? Is it clear?
Yeah, it's fine.
Yeah, just one thing on that, Sami. So I think we tend to forget that like the Jews have been around for a long time, from like the 12th century BCE until, let's say, the Dead Sea Scrolls. What were the Jews doing in that period? That's very important, like, you know, to understand. And there's like from that period, what we know that the Torah that the Jews have today teaches, Jews were doing things which were contrary to that. Like, forget about what the Torah itself says, but there are communities in like Egypt in the 5th century BCE. They're in a location called Elephantine, and we have like 400 pages of like what they were doing, basically, like actual dated to that period manuscripts, and they had communication with Jerusalem, so like the leaders, and what they are believing in terms of the Torah contradicts the Torah that the Jews and the Christians, let's say, have today, right? So there's certain prohibitions against like fish, if you eat them, can only have scales or fins. They're contradicting that. Or when it comes to eating pigs, they're contradicting that. Or when it comes to wearing things on their head, which you'll probably see modern Jews wear today, where you've got like the little black thing that they wear around their heads, ketephilim and mezuzot. They're not doing any of that. And they are also, they have, like, you know how like we have Abdullah, like a name in Arabic where it's like theophoric. You have the name has a meaning, basically. These Jews who had communication with the actual temple in Jerusalem had names of God, other gods, other deities in their names, whilst they were still worshipping Yahweh. So this is in a complete contradiction to what we have with what the Torah kind of teaches. I can go into more, but I'll be talking too long. But a lot of the other rules that they are upholding contradict many of the Torah laws, if that makes sense.
Yeah.
So the same way, for example, if we had like a Muslim today, or let's say Islam began in the 7th, not Islam, but the Prophet Muhammad and the last Ummah was in the 7th century, in 620s. Imagine the first time we had an actual manuscript of the Quran was 1600, right? And not just that, but all the Muslims that called themselves Muslims before then were eating pork and were drinking alcohol and so on, and were worshipping other gods. And then suddenly in the 1600s, we have the Quran manuscripts, and they are also, following Islam properly. We'd say, what about a 1,000-year gap where all of these Muslims are completely contradicting the Quran? Something's going on here. So the Jews before then, we have records of them, and they are completely contradicting the Torah the way we have it today. And they are also worshipping other deities and things like that. So that's another like a huge issue, like why they're not even, many scholars have argued they're not even aware of the Torah that Jews and Christians have today in that period, because they're completely contradicting it, and they're not even aware of it. If that,
Sounds like another religion almost.
Well,
Yeah.
well,
So Jews
what
have not always been monotheists, right? If you look at their history, they talk about how they flirted with the idea of polytheism, hedonism, and all sort of theisms before the Muslims came about, and actually through us they were guided back to the right path.
Indeed.
It is really the monotheistic Jews that you see today are a result of them being with Muslims for so long. What are most Jews today like? Have you ever noticed that? Are most Jews monotheistic, Torah abiding?
Honestly, the ones that I know eat pork and do whatever they want to do.
Yeah, but why do
they
they do
still
that?
have
What is
they go for their, they have their bar mitzvahs and whatever.
Yeah, but what's their theological belief like nowadays? Most
A
Jews,
lot of them are atheists.
most of them are atheists,
Yeah,
right?
if you push them, they're
So
atheists.
Jews have been throughout history. Jews have been like these. We have this term
they're
in
adoptionists.
Kharbuza. We basically call them Kharbuza. Kharbuza kharbuze ko dekh ke rang badalta hai. This is basically what it means is whatever company they're in, they start following that sort of company. So the only time they became monotheist is because of the Muslims. They were among the Muslims.
Yeah, true. I mean, the thing is, you got to bear in mind we're only 9 chapters into the Tanakh. We're going through the whole of the Tanakh, chapter by chapter, and it gets significantly worse.
Yeah,
than what we see. You think what we covered today, especially with Genesis 9:22, is bad? No, it gets much worse.
Well, the stuff that was brought up was pretty horrific, to be honest. A lot of that I didn't hear. I haven't heard before. Of course, I've heard some of it, and a lot of people talk about the bad stuff that's within it, but nobody's actually openly said exactly what's going on with the sodomy and all that kind of stuff. It's just absolutely horrendous, and I'm glad you guys are shedding light.
It's scratching the surface.
Yeah.
Barely that. Barely that.
Now, here's the thing. This is we alluded to this in our presentation because of time, right? But this is the story in the Bible of Noah's son, right? Look at the story that the Quran has about Noah alayhi salam's son and the interaction that Noah alayhi salam has with his son.
Incredible.
And how different it is.
It's
right? You start appreciating the Quran even more when you start realizing what's in the Bible. Because the Quran is actually correcting what's in the Bible. Because this was one of those positions where they're basically not only is it an insult? No, it's even more. What do you call it? They're attacking the character of a prophet, and Allah is coming and protecting the prophet. And that story in the Quran now is a testament that Noah alayhi salam, nothing like this happened to him. This is the true story of his son.
Yeah,
we should maybe show on the stream Surah Nuh, translated or something. We only touched on it a little bit today.
This is in Surah Hud.
But there's Surah Nuh, and then of course there's more of the story in other chapters of the Quran.
So Surah Nuh, when you go through the surah, right, you would actually find that surah, it focuses on Nuh alayhi salam's plea to Allah, that this is what I've done with my people, and this is their response. Now I have only you to look towards Allah subhanahu wa ta'ala.
Yeah, but even that,
right?
It's one of my favorite surahs, and especially like a dua at the end of it. And it would be nice to translate the parts that we have of Nuh from the Quran, just to show them the difference between the Quran and the Bible.
Well, we actually did that in our previous stream, where we went even into more detail regarding the differences.
Yeah. And I actually have a presentation on specifically the comparison of the story of Noah alayhi salam in the Quran and the Bible, and I've actually shared some links in the back chat as well.
That presentation was shown in our previous stream as well. So if you do go back to Genesis 5 to 7, you'll see that presentation.
I'll rewatch it.
Yeah,
specifically. Before I leave, brother, you mentioned the book by Dershowitz. Would you mind putting it in the chat or something? And I can.
Yeah, sure. So I'm actually going to put it in the comments.
Yeah.
Okay, I'll find it.
Wait,
in the
what
comments.
book is that?
The Valediction of Moses.
Oh, the Shapiro Scrolls, right?
Mm-hmm.
Yes.
Oh, okay. I got it.
I'm already having like why he disappeared, and maybe he found the
Yeah,
Ahmed
exactly.
quote within it, or something interesting that contradicts everything.
Whatever the reason was, because we don't have the original scrolls that he had found and that were to be submitted to the British Museum.
Yeah.
Those scrolls are lost to history now. We don't know where they are or who has them. Were they stolen? Were they destroyed? Were they were confiscated by authorities? And the authorities are no longer talking about them. We don't know the history anymore, right? It's sort of lost into history. What happened to them? They say he committed suicide, right? But it's again, it's also one of those things which we don't know. What we do have is some of these scrolls were, or some of them were. They made I'm forgetting what it's called. They basically made a sort of a copy of the scroll, that what's written on the scroll, right? And when the scholars today had a look at it, they're realizing that this was actually a general scroll, and we should be accounting for this as a valid testimony to the Old Testament. Now, the big reason why the scholars disagree with it is because of how different it is from what's currently in the book of Deuteronomy.
Do you know how long ago this was when he found these scrolls, allegedly?
1880, sometime in 1880.
Oh, okay, so not recent enough to have pictures and video of any
No,
kind of proof.
this is lost. I mean, it was found around the same place. This is before everything, all the advancement in technology and our methodology for the Dead Sea Scroll, right? This is basically around about the time. At that time, they didn't have radiocarbon dating or any of those methodologies to identify whether this is old enough. Now we can't do that. The reason why they're claiming that it is from the 8th century BCE is because the scrolls are written in Paleo-Hebrew, which is older than the current Hebrew, because Hebrew as a script changed when they were in the Babylonian exile.
I see.
And the Shapiro Scrolls, we highly recommend you watch Brother Wassam's interview.
Do you have links for him? What can you?
Yeah, I'll find the link. But one thing that I before I forget, what's very interesting in there, if you actually read, and eventually, of course, the brothers will get to Deuteronomy, but just wanted to give you sort of like a hint of what's about to come. So in Deuteronomy, chapter 1 to 11, right? It's all about ethics, right? And from 12 to 26, that's where the sacrificial system is mentioned. Okay, from 12 to 26, it is completely missing from the Shapiro Scrolls. It jumps straight from 11 to 27. The name, how Christians, they always make such a big fuss about the name Yahweh. That you guys don't have this name in the Quran, etc., etc. Guess how many times the name Yahweh is mentioned in in the content?
The Shapiro Scrolls.
In the Shapiro Scrolls. Take a guess. 0.
Well, you'd think it'll be in there many times, but
yeah,
it's not there. It's not there.
It's not there at all. It refers to God by the term Elohim, Elohim.
Okay.
Yeah.
Exactly.
Okay.
And it's a very interesting read.
One more thing.
Too much.
No. Just I'll say one last thing. In Jeremiah chapter 7, verse 22, it says,
For in that day I brought them out of the land of Egypt. I did not speak to your fathers or commanded them concerning burnt offerings and sacrifices. Doesn't that sound strange? Why is God saying that he never commanded them to do any of this? The entire Deuteronomy is full of sacrificial system. But the entire theological claim that Christians have is based on the sacrificial system, right?
You jumping the gun, bro.
You're not actually saying this, right? Now, guess what? In Shapira scroll, you don't find a single sacrificial system. Subhanallah.
Anyway,
And I mean, but the sacrificial system, the way they portray it, does have, it's mostly about codes and ethics, right? And it does have the type of sacrifices that we Muslims have, which is like aqiqah and, you know, what are some other sacrifices that we have, that they have, like, you know, Thanksgiving sacrifices and stuff like that, you know? Nothing for the unintentional sins and stuff like that.
I see.
So, you know, so and it's in first person narrative, so that lines up very much with the Islamic narrative.
Indeed. Well, as I was thinking, or I think the fact that the Dershowitz disappeared or suicide or whatever.
No, sorry, not Dershowitz, Shapira.
Oh, Shapira. Okay.
Shapira disappeared. Dershowitz is the modern scholar who's working on these and he's trying to work with other scholars to accept it as a valid witness to the Old Testament, right?
Understood.
Because right now most of the scholars reject it because of how different it is from what we have from the 3rd century BCE onwards, the Dead Sea Scrolls, Septuagint, and all of these, right? Now,
it must be very damning to their faith.
It is very damning. It is very damning because it means that they don't have the original. The original was drastically different. This is what I mean. Even if you allow them to that, okay, you go back to the 3rd century BCE, there's still 1,000 years. And how much has changed in 1,000 years? The Shapira scrolls are giving you a very good idea about what that is like.
I think it's also important to note that when we are dealing with dissecting the Tanakh, it's mainly dissecting the Old Testament. We're not really focusing on apocryphal work, which is quoted by the Old Testament in various locations, and we will discuss them when we get to them. But even with regards to the book of Genesis and of itself, you have various apocrypha writings that are associated with the book of Genesis, written in the similar time period, but we're not really commenting on that because then that just opens up a whole new can of worms. So you can only imagine that when we are finding the problems that we are finding with the text as it is, as we recognize it today, there's already that many issues. Imagine what would happen when you actually look into the whole of the literature behind that time period that the Jews would have accepted and would have written.
Yeah, understood.
Well,
I won't take up any more of your time. Thanks for clarifying. Okay, masalama.
Well, masalama.
Yeah, just grab the links from the back chat. Okay.
Will do.
All right. Well, we know there are Christians in the back chat, in the chat. Why are you guys not coming on?
Yeah, that's what happens every single time, Achi. Like we put these presentations and, you know, just when we tell them, all right, come up, challenge the narrative, you know, just
tell us why your text is the way it is. Tell us how you deal with the theological issues.
This divine seeker guy just yapping about in the chat, but, you know, does not want to come up.
I don't even think he's a Christian. He's not. I don't think he's a Christian.
Yeah. Well, anyway, it doesn't matter what you call it. But the point here is every single Christian here at some point has had to appeal to the Quran and try to go back to the Quran in some way to actually save them.
Oh yeah.
You know, it's not going to work. So
you have to deal with your own text now. Your own theology crumbles and your own preservation narrative crumbles. And we're here waiting, and you're just like, nah. And then when we're presenting, like, it's like a kennel.
I mean, it's the same. It's really the same with our Holes in the Narrative series, which is,
Oh yeah,
again, they love to talk and everything, but as soon as we present the information in detail, suddenly they disappear. You got to tell us why you're not. I mean, literally, we are. The reason we call it the Tanakh Dissected, it's because we are literally shredding it in terms of evidence. So over here, Mr. Steve is saying, to be honest, I don't think you have presented a precise question. And yeah, we have. I think everything that we said was precise in terms of key texts, the documentary hypothesis. I mean, Faisal even broke it down into percentages. What exactly do you want to focus on? Is it just chapter 8 and 9? Yes, this is what the stream is about. This is what we were speaking about.
What we brought up. What we just I'm gonna mention a couple of things here. First of all, it's like subhanallah. Right after I finished the presentation, I was called because dinner was ready. Right afterwards.
Yeah.
And also, guys, if you're gonna challenge, okay, you have to listen to. Well, I don't know about Faisal because Faisal's took almost 2 hours. Subhanallah. But if you want to challenge any of us, you just go back and listen to our presentations, and then you can challenge us.
Good be saying, can I come up or will I get banned? No, you come up as long as you behave amicably, and you address what we've said today, and you don't make a fool of yourself. We can have a discussion about the evidence regarding Genesis 8 and 9. But if you're not interested in having good manners or good dialogue and whatnot, then obviously we're not interested either. So, will you lie? I mean, look, just if you think we're lying, the thing is, if you think we're lying, you can always call us out and you can explain why we're lying. Because we've just presented a hell of a lot of information. It took nearly 3 hours to present the information. So yeah, if you what do you call it? Yeah. Look at this. Dots Connected is known for lying. Yeah. You have to provide evidence. This is the perfect time. This is a collaboration between myself and and the team at Dots Connected.
Yet we sit there every week. We tell them, come up, prove to us where we lie.
No, Fuad, we're just liars. We're just liars because he said so. That's totally not begging the question.
Yeah.
You're confusing us with the Yahweh of Genesis 1, where he actually lied and Satan was telling the truth.
Genesis 3, you mean?
Was it in 1 or was it in
No, it was in 3. 3 is the serpent story.
Yeah. Anyway, by the way, do you want to comment on this? Al-Hayy is Yahweh. Yahweh is Al-Hayy. This is incorrect. I know that some of the du'at hold this position. Some of the du'at that I'm actually very close to consider dear brothers, but I disagree with them on this because this is just not correct. Yahweh is a whole thing, right? You can't just take part of it. This is actually what the Christians do. They will take part of the name, the Yah part, and call it a theophoric name. That is not the case. A theophoric name will have to include the whole name, not part of it. That's not how theophoric names work. So and this is more of a desperation to make Yahweh Allah and to connect the Old Testament to the New to the Quran. That is just, in all honesty, just absolute rubbish. There is no connection whatsoever. Yah, yes, but Yahweh, no, because this figure is not it's not a monotheistic figure. Whenever you see the attribution to Yahweh, it is always in some sort of polytheistic aspect. I love how I think Divine Seeker thanked me too early with that.
Actually, bring up his comment, because we should address this stupidity from these
Which one?
people, because the
This one?
idea that Yahweh is the name of God revealed in the Jewish scripture.
Oh, this one.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Without exception, is he not aware of his own scripture?
No,
That's
exactly.
absolutely false.
Yeah.
Right? Are you not aware of the two different accounts? Like, that's subhanallah.
my
Do we have to teach them?
No,
Why do
no.
we have to give
That's
these
what we
people?
did.
Wait, this is
That's exactly what we're doing.
why we need to wait for them to come up. See, because
Yeah.
then you can pin them on each one of these points.
Hmm.
It's very easy to sit in the chat and make all these comments.
Fawad, you're
I'm a buzzkill.
Nah, he's
Halal
he's
buzz
right,
that is,
though.
by the way.
He's right, though.
Fawad.
Oh, wait, hold on. A living legend is here. Can you just turn your camera on so we can verify, and then you can turn your camera off if you wish. Living legend.
I know who that is.
I don't know who it is either, but if
No,
someone-
I do. I know who it is.
Oh, you know who it is, so we can bring him up, yeah?
Well, no. You just make him verify himself. But
Oh,
I
okay.
know who this is, and you know too.
That's Sheldon, isn't it?
Yeah, it's Sheldon.
Oh, if it's Sheldon.
Oh, if it's
freaking hell,
Sheldon.
bring him up.
Sheldon,
Hey,
just know that the headline that you have at the bottom, it doesn't show up when you're in the back chat.
Mm.
So if you want us to bring you up without getting into this trouble, right, make sure your name is appearing up on the top, and whatever
Yeah.
you want to put in the headline, you can put it there.
Yeah.
Okay.
So what aspect of our presentation do you want to challenge?
Yeah, so it seemed like in the beginning when you were critiquing certain parts of the flood account, a lot of your arguments seem to appeal to the idea that there are two different sources that Genesis works off of.
Not
Why do
two
you-
different sources. There are more than two sources, but the main two sources that we were looking at pertaining that were prevalent within 8 and 9 are the two, the Yahwist and the priestly. But there are other sources.
Yeah, and let me just add something there, Sheldon, because this is like beyond just the two sources or anything like that. So in the early chapters of Genesis, there are it's primarily the priestly and the Yahweh sources that you would find, and then in later chapters we also see the Elohist source as well. Now, some scholars, and these are your scholars, the Christian and Jewish scholars, right? They believe that it's not just one source; it's really it's one school of sources, essentially. So there were multiple people who ascribe to the Yahwist tradition, right, who have made these changes or who were using a particular set of sources, right, that they had, which they threaded together with the other sources when they found it, right, and came up with the Yahwist tradition. Right, there are multiple hypotheses again, and this is just some of the hypotheses on how we came about this. But it's not just one Yahwist tradition only or one priestly tradition only. It's really a school of traditions that is being addressed here.
Yeah, but let me see if I can still man your well, not so much argument but contention. You think that because we are using a documentary hypothesis, i.e., a theory, that we in reality have nothing to stand on when we are criticizing the Old Testament in this way. Is that correct?
Not entirely, but I don't think that the document hypothesis is entirely solid. There's a lot that goes against it.
What is the evidence against it?
Well, for instance, one of the main reasons as to why people, most scholars from my knowledge, believe that there are two documents, or that there are multiple documents in general, is like reoccurring events. How an event will say something, and then a few verses after that, that same event will be said again, and maybe in a kind of different in a different sense. Like an example that I hear most people bring up is how Noah's first is instructed to bring 2 of every animal, and then he's instructed later on to bring 7 of every clean animal, I believe. Which is,
yeah, that's a point that we made as well. But look, the thing is, what you're actually mentioning is the evidence for the documentary hypothesis. You said that there was evidence against the documentary hypothesis. What is the evidence that really tells people that no, this is actually not several authors, rather it's one author? And you got to remember, Sheldon, we're going back to the fundamentals with this series. Ultimately, is, do you believe that the book of Genesis, as we are examining at the moment, is either inspired by God to a single author, i.e. Moses, or dictated to Moses to write down on Mount Sinai? And if that is the case, then what is the evidence for that when we are looking at evidence to multiple authors because of doublets and triplets and contradictory what's it called, narratives?
Yeah, so what I'm trying to say is that is that when you try to use doublets as a reason to support it, it gets a little weakened based on the fact that there are doublets even in the very sources that they use. Like, there are doublets in the J source as well as the P source, but that doesn't make it to where somebody would then say, well, now the J source has 2 different.
So we don't disagree with the idea that the J source might be multiple sources and not just one source. That's what I was trying to point out to you, that it's a school of it's a school. The Yahweh school is a different school from the priestly school. It's not necessarily just one one source only that we're referring to. Basically saying that there could be multiple sources in there with a similarity in there that allows them to be part of one school, right? So if that is the case, that is your contention, that's perfectly within the that's perfectly part of the theories that are out there explaining this. Now, remember this, Sheldon. These hypotheses are only an explanation of what they found in the text. Regardless of how you look at it, the doublets, the contradictions exist in the text, and you need an explanation for those doublets, those contradictions, those multiple events, multiple versions of the same events happening, right? So this is really where we're asking you, why is it that somewhere it's that God is referred to as Elohim, versus in another place God is referred to as Yahweh? Okay.
Oh yeah,
why?
That's just like the changing of names. Like in other places, you'll find that in a single verse, you'll find that Jacob is referred as Jacob, and then he's instantly referred as Israel.
No.
So
this is not
the exact same thing. It's what happens when Yahweh.
It's not the same thing. It's not the same thing.
How so?
I think it would be easier if you guys give him a specific example. Give him like a specific example of like a contradiction, for instance, that you guys.
Well, we want to keep it within the realms of Genesis 8 and 9.
That's what I'm saying, 8 and 9. So, do you guys recall any clear contradiction that you can show him? And let's see what he has to say about that.
Sheldon mentioned it himself with regards to, 2 kinds of every animal, and then you have the concept of 7 pairs of clean animals and 2 pairs of unclean animals. This is a clear contradiction. The fact that you have the clear interpolation of the sacrifices, as mentioned by Christian commentaries, with regards to the Yahweh source, whereas in the priestly source, there is no mention of a thanks offering or an altar being built. So there was a few. And the problem is, with regards to the Yahweh source and the priestly source, it's not just a changing of names with regards to the name of God. There are clear theological attachments to this particular name. When we look at Elohim and what Elohim wants from the people, it is repentance. It is what's it called? To establish covenants and whatnot, right? But whereas whenever you look at the Yahweh's tradition, you see what the Christians believe in today, which is the concept of sin offerings, sacrifice, evil, like that mankind is inherently evil. This is the narrative that you find with the Yahweh source. So we understand why you hold on to this idea of Yahweh, and this is the way Yahweh wants, because that inadvertently, that is the narrative you follow, as opposed to the priestly narrative.
In addition, you would find that the Elohist account, those are more transcendent. The Elohim God is more transcendent in nature, whereas you look at the Yahwist account, and God is very much anthropomorphized in multiple places, like in Genesis 2, Genesis 3, right? We see that in
8. Yeah.
So we see all of those differences. So that's the reason why the authors, not the authors, essentially the proponents of this idea that there were multiple sources, they claim that there must have been multiple original sources which were put together or combined to bring this text together. Now, if you are the one claiming that that is not the case, right? Give us an explanation of why these duplets are there. Give us a feasible working theory and prove it to us that would be a competing theory to what's out there. So if you can do that, go ahead. Very well.
Well, the evidence I would try to give is that, duplets are they're just something that's used in writing at that time. It's not something that would.
Where are you getting that from?
Well, like I said, one of the reasons why I would say that is because even within the JP sources, you see duplets, duplets in the J source and in the P source.
Give us an example. You're claiming there are duplets in J sources. Give us an example, something that we've come up with so far.
Didn't it just get explained that wouldn't necessarily contradict the position that the brothers
exactly
espousing?
But even then, I don't actually recall a single case where the same source produced a doublet. Usually when there is a doublet, it's between two different source material.
And even if there is, I haven't done a deep study of this. I'm actually doing the study as we're going along in the chapter by chapter, right? So I want to see that example, and when we get to it, we'll try and respond to it. But I need a concrete example. You can't just come in and throw a claim out there without actually bringing up proof.
No, to help Sheldon out, because the concept of doublets and triplets really only appear within the 5 books of Moses, and even then towards the latter part of the books of Moses, it doesn't appear as much as it does in the former parts. So you would find it in Genesis and Exodus for the most part, but Leviticus, Numbers, and Deuteronomy. But he just left.
Okay.
I think that's a typical Sheldon thing to do anyway. Yeah, he just disappears in the middle. Oh no, there you go. He's back. So because you only find it within the 5 books of Moses, and not so much, if at all, afterwards in the writings and the minor prophets, he might be thinking, well, that's why this was the writing style at the time.
So,
But then,
so Yamani, here's the thing, Akhi. The whole book of Deuteronomy is a completely different source, right?
no, I agree.
And then you have some of the other books that fall within the Deuteronomy school.
I agree.
And then you have certain books in the Tanakh which fall within the Yahweh source, others in the priestly source, and so on. So there is traces of this type of distribution within other books as well, right? That they have now. Granted, like I am not a full-fledged scholar of this. That if you bring up any of these from any source, that I would be able to respond to you immediately. I'll probably take it back, do my own study, and then we can have a conversation of it. But I need a concrete example that we can look at and basically decide whether or not your claim that there are doublets within the Yahweh source, or doublets within the Elohim source, or doublets within the priestly source, right? That claim, does that even have any validity to it? Yeah.
No, but this is what I'm saying. Is like I'm trying to help Sheldon out with his arguments, because that's the whole point, isn't it? We want them to provide arguments, try and steelman the position, and then we'll see what the reality is. Because we're not here to, like, at the end of the day, we're not here to just bash the Old Testament. We want to find the truth about it.
Yeah.
It's not about bashing it and tearing it apart or whatnot. It's about what is the reality of it. Let's expose the reality of it, whether it's for you or against you, and deal with those differences. So, you know, but like you said, Faisal, you could posit this argument that because the doublets and triplets don't come later, that shows that it might be what do you call it, a writing style at the time. You don't have any evidence for the writing style at the time, because you have no evidence of the writing style at the time by the children of Israel, because you have nothing extant from them. And secondly, the document, the source material is completely different, so you would naturally see less of it, because it's not the same sources that are as prevalent as the Elohim sources.
Yeah,
So,
and Yamani, when we did it, we actually we showed them exactly what is the Yahweh source saying. I highlighted it to them. You can pause the screen, you can read it if you want to, right? We're taking it from your own scholars, right? We even showed you a video of how your scholar reads the whole text, right? And shows you how it is a coherent text taken from within the Bible, right? And he reads a second set of texts taken from the same Bible, right? And both of them are a complete, coherent story, narrative. Yeah. So there's too much against what you're trying to point out here.
But you see, I don't know if Sheldon actually heard this part.
Sorry, just let him have a word in, because otherwise he's going to try and respond to three people.
Yeah. Go right ahead. I just wanted to add to what Faisal was saying to help him out a bit.
Go quickly.
Yeah. So Sheldon, basically, brother, what we're saying is this: it's not just an ad hoc explanation that scholars came up with, right? You have to understand the implications behind these doublets. It's not just doublets as in, oh, the same story is being repeated. No, the style is completely different. The vocabulary is completely different. The depiction of God, the name of God used over there, the rituals, the practices, all of that is different. Do you understand?
Sheldon? Yeah.
Yes, I understand that.
So,
but
go on.
Maybe give an example of a doublet in the.
You're breaking up. We can't hear you.
I think he's probably switching between apps on his
phone.
Maybe that's the reason why he's breaking it.
Yeah, okay. Wait for him. I lost him completely. We'll wait for him to come back up.
Yeah, I think he's trying hard.
That's fine. That's what we want. We want them to try to defend, and if they have a rebuttal, then that's perfectly fine.
Yeah.
If they prove us wrong, then that's also perfectly fine, because by the end of the day, we're not divine. We make mistakes, but we also do pride ourselves in checking what we research and before we bring it forward, because we want to be as accurate and as honest about the text as possible, even if it is a text that we do not believe in. Oh, look at this. Sorry. Can you respond to the Islamic dilemma? Did these guys not realize that that's what we do as part of this series?
Yeah.
Didn't you hear the whole thing as we explained?
No, bro. This guy's gonna come up, bro.
3 hours.
Every single episode. Yeah. Every single episode, we make a comparison between the narrative in the Old Testament and the narrative in the Quran and the Hadith, to display how there is no confirmation whatsoever.
I mean, hey guys, look. When it comes to defending their when it comes to defending their Old Testament and the New Testament, and even in some cases their early church, right? Because Brother Yemeni, you had mentioned if you say, like, if you're a Trinitarian and you say that the Father is not anthropomorphized but the Son is, that's like the view of the early church, right? That's kind of the view of Justin Martyr. That's the view of like Tertullian. It's the view of Theophilus of Antioch. And so when it comes to defending their stuff, all they have is, but your Quran though. That's it. Yeah. That's it.
Yeah. And here's the thing. Look, if the Quran had affirmed the Bible, the curse of Canaan would have been mentioned in the Quran, right? The story of the son of Noah alayhi salam is mentioned in the Quran, but it is so different from the story of the sons of Noah alayhi salam in the Bible. You are the one, if you're claiming that there is an Islamic dilemma, you are the one who has to come up and tell us how the Quran is affirming the Bible when it's changing the story completely. There's nothing in that story that is that you can basically say this is coming from the Bible.
At the moment, they are wrestling with the Christian dilemma at the moment, because
Fuad, you gotta relax. You gotta relax.
No,
too much.
I'm talking about this one, where they actually have two different narrative accounts. I'm not talking about the one that we're planning on doing. Yeah, I'm not
the one that we're working on, Fuad. You can't be.
That I'm keeping it hush hush. Yes,
that's right.
So since there's nobody waiting backstage, let's give him a couple of key differences in this flood story. Right, the Quran is explicit that Nuh alayhi salam preached to his people for what is it, like 900 odd years?
Well, it doesn't mention it in the Quran. If we
it doesn't mention that, but I think it's in our literature. Yeah. It mentions that, right?
So let's make a distinction then. From instead of saying the Quranic narrative,
Islam.
We put it as the Islamic narrative, because this idea that the Quran affirms the Bible, this is the Islamic dilemma, is on the basis that Islam is based upon the Quran alone, which is not the case. But let's put a pause on that, because we have someone called Mills in the backstage. Mills, can you turn your camera on just for verification, and then you can turn your camera off. If you don't turn your camera on, we cannot bring you on, because we want to make sure that everyone that comes on behaves themselves. And this is the way to do it, because we've had many people come on before and do all sorts of horrific things to block streams. Mills? All right, well, look, I mean, the thing is, we're not desperate for people to come on. You're the ones that need to defend your faith. So, Fawad, you can carry on until he actually verifies.
All right. So subhanallah, so the Quran is very explicit that this prophet Nuh alayhi salam, he preached to his people, right? And he urged them to abandon idol worship, right? The Bible does not elaborate at all on why Noah, peace be upon him, was deemed righteous, or why the others were not. Nor does it mention Nuh alayhi salam preaching at all to his people, right? The Quran describes how the leaders of Nuh alayhi salam, his nation, rejected him and eventually issued threats against him, right? It highlights their active opposition constantly, and this is completely missing from the Bible. The Quran recounts that the people openly challenged Nuh alayhi salam to bring forth the promised destruction. They're constantly taunting him, right? In response, Nuh alayhi salam, he supplicates to Allah subhanahu wa ta'ala, and God eventually destroys them, right? This is completely missing from the Bible. One of Nuh alayhi salam's sons in the Quran, he disbelieves and is not saved from the flood according to the Quran, right? Now, this detail is completely absent from the Bible, right? Which instead narrates that, what the brother Faisal just right now said, that one of his sons is cursed and he's out there naked and drunk and doing all these horrific things, right? So all these things, they're completely different. Like, it's a religious text, but, just the common saying goes, the devil is in the detail. So, I mean, pay attention to the detail, guys. And that's where you will see that apart from the name, right? Nuh alayhi salam, there's absolute, and the flood and the ship, right? That's it. Those are the only three things that you can find in common. The rest, nothing is in common.
Exactly. I mean, look at this.
What is
brother DeAndre? This guy, this Christian.
Is this?
It says verse 543.
The Desi guy.
I think.
No. This is the Keegan guy. I think the one about Tawassul. Yeah.
Oh, okay.
Wait, what did he say?
So he's saying verse 543, and I have your hadith. We can discuss that, but DC2I won't let me up.
Yeah.
No, just simply, what is this stream about? Is it about the Quran or is it about the Bible? Like, really?
Yeah, I'm not gonna address chapter 5 verse 43, but I'm gonna tell you that DC2I doesn't let you up because you're a blasphemer, But Dawa over Dunya let you up, and you got folded like a beach towel on this argument.
There you go.
Here's one of the things.
We asked him to apologize for the blaspheming, but he refused to do that, so that's why we didn't. And we made it very clear.
The thing is, we got to understand, we don't need to justify that. At the end of the day, these are our platforms. We choose who to let on and who not to let on.
Absolutely.
Yeah,
that's right.
So,
one other thing, Akhi, just because we talked about this as well before, right? The people who have not watched the almost 3-hour presentation that we did, where we went through meticulously prepared evidence from your text, from your scholars, right? And explained that and showed why we're coming to the conclusions we are arriving at. If you do not have the guts to review that, and you're just coming here to argue with us without even understanding all of that evidence, you're wasting our time, you're wasting your time. It's probably better that you take the time to review this whole presentation and come to us another time on Brother Yamni's channel, on our channel. Have the conversation with us if you have the guts to do that.
Yeah, and like we said, we know that there are Christians in the chat, but they just don't want to click the link. They don't want to defend their faith, their scripture. So yeah, I mean,
hey, it's not my issue. I can go, if no one comes up, I can go and eat some cheesecake that I have. What does that have to do with me?
Cheesecake. Anyhow.
Okay, I'm actually putting a poll on the Dots Connected stream about what we presented today. If this was completely new information, especially I think for the Muslims, right? Let's see.
Now, Brother Faisal, was a little bit of what I covered, was it new for you, or did you already know this stuff?
I read some of it, but yes, when you put all of it together, I didn't read through each and every midrash and that, because it was getting to be too much. Yeah.
Yeah.
Understandable.
I had to do the work on all the other stuff, right?
But like, because you already know about, the thing that we talked about, but like the one about like Ham and the dog. Like, was that new to you?
So I had heard that before. It was one of the weird ones that I had come across, but I never actually gave it any thought, not even a second thought that this could mean anything meaningful.
Yeah. Just for Mr. Steve, he says, I can talk about other stuff. Chapter 8 and 9 is too precise. Look, we presented information about Genesis 8 and 9 with regards to the text, the theology, the tradition. You can talk about that. And even with regards to the Babylonian Talmud, you can tell me why you disagree with the Jews despite the interpretation of the Old Testament being pretty linear and pretty much the same up until Christendom. Anyway, we have our sister. Well, we know her as Hindsight from.
I know.
But yeah,
it's me.
Yeah, how are you?
I'm okay. For what? I'm sorry I snapped at you.
That's all right.
It's okay. I'm used to that.
Yeah.
Okay.
I must be doing something right. I have Christians, non-Muslims snapping at me left and right.
Okay.
Go ahead. Do that.
So I guess I want to talk about, the presentation you did, I guess.
Yeah. Any part of it?
I was about the contradictions you found, like the one about the 40 days and 40 nights and then the 150 days. Can you just remind me in a couple of sentences what the contradiction was?
So how long was the flood? Because in one place it says 40 days and 40 nights it rained and the flood was for 40 days. But in another place it's talking about it being water being on the earth for 150 days.
Yes.
And so the question is, how long was the flood?
Well, the thing is like I explained in the chat, remember, it rained. That means water was coming down from the sky from 40 days and 40 nights. But y'all forget, the fountains of the deep opened up. There was water coming up from underground as well. So much so that it went 20 feet above the highest mountain. So what I'm trying to say is that when you got water that high all over the earth, it's going to take a good while for it to start to recede. And from the text, it says that Noah waited until it was dry ground before he ever got on it. How long do you think it would take for it to be dry ground? It would take several months.
We can talk about that as well, Sister Hindsight. But let's, Brother Yemeni, can you bring up the screen I shared?
Yeah, sure.
All right, so let's read this. What does 17 say?
The flood continued 40 days on earth. The waters increased and bore up the ark. Okay, that's when the ark lifted up off the ground, and it rose high above the earth. Okay, that's them fountains of the deep pushing out water from
Yeah.
underground.
Now read this one.
Okay, and it says, and the waters prevailed 150 days.
Yeah.
So you got two things happening here.
Yeah,
Sure.
exactly.
I
This
mean,
is
if
what
it
I'm trying to
says-
understand from you.
Well, if it says it rained 40 days and 40 nights, okay, I get that. But also there was water coming up out of the ground, and it was so much so that it covered the highest mountain by 20 feet. That means God wanted to kill everything. It would take several months
for
the waters to
ask you-
prevail on the earth.
So what I'm trying to ask you is, what does the text say, right? How long was the flood? Right?
It
So
said
when you're reading the text, it
All right,
talks
wait a
about
minute.
40 days in one place.
flood continued 40 days on the earth, and the
Right.
waters increased, and it rose high above the earth.
Right.
So that's essentially saying to you that in those 40 days, the waters prevailed to the point where it's 20 feet above the mountains. So it took 40 days for the earth to fill.
Wait a minute. Wait a minute. Look, read that. Wait, scroll back down again. Go back to where we were.
This one.
All right, right there where it says that it has the waters increased and bore up the ark and rose high above the earth. But the very next sentence says the waters prevailed and increased greatly. Even after that, the water was still coming, because that's what it says right here.
So then the flood did not continue for 40 days. It continued for more than 40 days.
The rain
Either this is
lasted
correct.
40 days.
The what lasted?
Wait, sorry, what?
No, it says the flood continues for 40 days, not the rain.
Okay, the rain as well. And rain fell upon the earth. How many days?
Yes, see right there.
What does it say?
It
And
says
rain
the
fell upon the
rain
earth
fell
40
upon
days
the
and
earth.
40 nights.
And it doesn't
Right?
say a thing about the water that was coming up out of the
Look,
ground.
look,
That's
look.
just
Read
talking
it.
about
Read
the
it.
rain.
Sister Hindsight, please read this. And
Okay,
rain
I'm
fell
reading
upon
it.
the earth 40 days and 40 nights.
Rain fell upon the earth 40 days and 40 nights. Yes. And
All right.
I understand that. So that's how long
Okay.
it rained.
Okay.
But then it goes on
The
to
flood
say, go
continued
back down
40
to where
days
we
on the earth.
were. Huh?
Look, how many days did the flood continue on the earth? 40
Well,
days.
it says the flood continued for 40 days on the earth, but I'm going by the sentence you just showed me before that it said the rain fell upon the earth 40 days and 40 nights.
Yeah,
So
so-
that tells me when I read further, if I come on down here, it says the flood continued for 40 days on the earth. But
Okay,
then in
so
the very
40
next
days.
sentence, it says the waters.
Even if
now
I
that's
grant you,
I'm sorry. What?
even if I'm granting you, so sister, please just walk.
I'm sorry,
with
I
me
get
with it.
excited.
Yeah. So just walk with me through
Okay.
what the text is saying, right? At first, it says that the rain fell upon the earth 40 days and 40 nights. Then it talks about the flood continued 40 days on the earth.
Right.
All right. Now, in 24, it's talking about how the waters prevailed on the earth 150 days. So I want to understand, if the water prevailed on the earth for 150 days, that means the flood lasted 150 days. Is the sentence above incorrect, the verse 17, which basically says the flood continued 40 days on the earth? Then what
Do you want to
happened?
know how I would read
Why is
that?
it putting a 40-day limit? Because did the flood stop continuing after the 40th day? 41st day, what was happening?
See, how I read that is when it said the flood continued for 40 days on the earth, and then the next sentence you got highlighted there says waters increased and bore up the ark, and it rose high above the earth. In other words, 40 days is what it took to get it up off the ground, to get the boat off the ground. But then in 18, it says the waters prevailed greatly on the earth, and the ark floated on the face of the waters, and the waters prevailed so mightily on the earth that all the high mountains were under the whole heaven were covered. Now, in my book, it tells you how many feet above the mountains it says, and then it said, the waters prevailed on the mountains, covering them 15 cubits. There it is, which is about 20 feet deep, and all flesh that moveth on the earth, birds, livestock, and all the creatures, and all mankind died.
So that's all fine. We're not disagreeing with all that is happening here. My question to you is this happening in the 40 days, or is this happening outside of the 40 days? Because later on, again, this talks about after the 150 days, it starts talking about 40 days, then he sends out the raven. He waited another 7 days, but then
How
he
many
sent
months is
at the
150?
end of 40 days. Look. Right? He sent forth a raven, and it went to and fro until the earth had dried up. Do you see this?
Yeah, I see that. I see
Now,
that.
how are you making sense of all of these dates? That's what I'm trying to understand from you.
Okay, how I read it, and I've read this story a million
here's
times.
the thing.
Huh?
Now, here's the thing, right? We're not denying that Christians and Jews have come up with ways to justify these numbers. But what we're telling you is that you're filling in the blanks. There's nothing in here that produces a concrete narrative. Whatever narrative you're coming up with, it has contradictions. Did it rain 40 days? Right? Or did it rain for the whole time? And the waters prevailed? Did the flood prevail 40 days? Or did it prevail like the waters prevailed on the earth 150 days? Right?
Okay, see, when I read that, I don't put in fill in the blanks. What I do is use common sense. When you've got water coming up out of the earth, and it has covered the tallest mountain, and when I read in 24 here, when it says the waters prevailed on the earth for 150 days, that tells me how long the water sat there. It prevailed.
Okay.
For 150 days. And after the 150 days, it started to recede. That's how I read that.
So I'm going to ask you this question again. All right. Now, remember, there are 3 times 40 days is mentioned in here. Okay. The first time, the 40 days mentioned when the rain fell upon the earth. All right.
Right.
The second time, it talks about the flood. Right. That the flood continued for 40 days on the earth. Right. The third time, it talks about at the end of 40 days, Noah opened the window of the ark, and he made and sent forth a raven.
Yeah, he
Right?
sent them out to look for dry land.
Yeah. It went to and fro until waters were dried up from the earth. Okay. That the raven kept going to and fro until the waters were dried up from the earth. Okay. Now, when you look at the other set of dates, they don't add up, and the water prevailed on the earth for 150 days. This, when you take this in combination with the age of Noah, that the flood started, where did it go? In the 600th year of Noah's life, in the second month, on the 17th day of the month, right?
Mm-hmm. Yeah.
That day, all the fountains of the deep burst forth, and the windows of the heavens were open. All right.
Yeah.
Okay. This piece, when you take this, add 150 days. Okay. You come to this number, and the 7th month, on the 17th day of the month, the ark came to rest on the mountains. So after 150 days of the flood starting, right, or the everything that started here in verse 11, right, 150 days from Noah's 600th year, 2nd month, 17th day, plus 150 days give me exactly this. And in the 7th month, on the 17th day of the month, the ark came to rest on the mountains. So that's 150 days now, right? And the waters continued to abate until the 10th month. In the 10th month, on the first day of the month.
That means that water remained there until the 10th month. And on the first day of the month, the tops of the mountains were seen. Okay, now you see it Now it's showing you that it's starting to recede. But
How
they
many
had to
days
wait.
is this? The 10th month and the 10th in the 10th month on the first day.
Yeah.
How many days is it?
Gosh, I don't know. Right
So
now I'm
can you
drawing
do,
a blank.
let me actually pull up my notes because I have this calculated, because this is a weird sort of calculation and not the regular type of calculation that we do. Give me 1 second. Give me 1 second. I'm just pulling up my notes because I did
No,
this
that's okay.
calculation.
Take your time.
Right. So the 10th month on the 10th on the first day, right? That's 271 days. All right.
From the
So
first day?
yeah. So this one, this particular one, right, is where we've basically seen that it is an insertion. That's why the what do you call it? The scholars basically say that a redactor inserted this date in there because they wanted to come up with a date that adds up the 140 days, the 150 days, and the all the other days. Now, here's the thing: even if we grant all of this, that it adds up to 270 days, which is, let's say, it is 150 plus 40 plus 40 plus 40. Let's say there are 340s in here. We add those all up: 120 plus the 150, 270. That's how you guys explain it, right? So if we add it up to 270 days, all right, the question still becomes, right? You're supposed to go out when the dove has come back. So 3 weeks after that, the floodwaters are gone, everything is gone. Why now are we waiting all the way till Noah is 601 601st year, second month? No, the waters were dried. So
Well, when the
this is
dove
what
was
it
sent
says.
out and it came back with the olive branch in its mouth or olive leaves, I forget what it was. When he came back, that just
Here it
showed
is.
that there was vegetation starting to grow. But they still had to wait on the boat so they could walk out on dry ground. Do you see what I'm saying?
I can see what you're saying. I'm not denying that there are explanations for it, but the explanations do not take away that there is a conflict in how everything plays out, right? Because the text is clearly talking about two different time periods for the flood. It's clearly talking about two different ways in which the flood water came about. One is where all the fountains of the great deep burst forth and the windows of the heavens were open. The other one talks about only the rain fell upon the earth 40 days and 40 nights, right? So there are definitely questions that you guys have to answer, right? This is in the text, and you
Okay,
can come up with
explain.
justification.
Let me explain how I see it, and then you come back and tell me what I'm missing. Okay.
Mhm.
Let me, I'm trying to do it in short. Okay. It rained for 40 days and 40 nights. Okay. And then after the 40 days and 40 nights, there was enough water on the ground to lift it up off the ground, the boat. Okay. And then it continued to rise through the fountains of the deep until it covered the mountain. Now it says it prevailed for 150 days, which tells me that's how high the water was for 150 days. And on the 150th day, the waters started to recede, so much so that the mountaintops were you were starting to see them again. And so
Look,
it shows you the water's going down.
Yamini, can you bring up this screen, Akhi?
Just tell me what I'm missing.
I'm actually going to bring up something which explains this better than you're trying to explain, right?
Okay.
I'm not denying that there are explanations that people have come up with, right?
But
And
what if it's the truth?
we're gonna bring it up. No, it's not the truth, right? That's the point. So here's the thing, right?
Boy,
This is
I wish you could
one.
make that bigger. Can you make that
Okay.
just a little bigger? Let me read that.
So ignore what's on the right.
Okay.
I'm just gonna zoom in on this chart here to try to give you an idea
There,
about
that's better.
how Christians try to explain this. All right. Now, this is besides the point that there is a difference between the Septuagint and the Masoretic text. We're going to ignore that, right? We're just going to say, okay, so day -7, right? When Noah is in his 600th year, second month, 20th day, right? We're 10th day, because we're taking the Masoretic text, which says the 17th,
Okay.
right? Right. Noah loads the animals. He stays in the ark. Right. Now, this is actually in conflict with another verse in the same passage, right, where they board on the same day. Now, Noah loads animals in the ark. They stay in the ark for 7 days before the flood comes in. Then they explain that, okay, 40 days, the water, it rains for 40 days. All right. And 40 days the flood continues. This is it's basically claimed that it's part of the 150 days. Now, this is definitely different from how the 110 days is the 10th month and 1 day is being calculated, but we'll just continue. We'll just go through this, right? They take this as part of the 150 days. Now, this is somebody's interpretation. I'm not saying that it's correct. Neither am I saying that I'm denying it right now.
Okay.
Let's just go through what their interpretation is. All right. Then they basically claim that the water rises till the 150th day when the ark rests on the top of a mountain. Then the mountains become visible by the 243rd day, which is about 73 days, when it's the 10th month and the first day. All right. Then 40 more days before, when, according to verse 6 of chapter 8, right, at the end of 40 days. Now, we don't know if it's 40 days after. Give me 1 second. Give me 1 second. Sorry, guys. 40 days after, right, he sends out the raven. He sends it out again the second time. He sends out the dove at the same time, apparently. He sends out the raven again. And then we have these 23 days, which are not accounted for at all. Then he's waiting after the first day of the first month of the 601st year. He's waiting another 56 days until in the second month on the 27th day, he basically leaves the ark. Now, this narrative does not align completely with the text, because in other places in the text, it talks about them leaving by the dove, and the dove came back to him in the evening, behold, in the mouth. Then he waited another 7 days. Dove did not return to him anymore, right? That's what verse 12 talks about. And then by that time, he leaves the ark, right? According to verse 15, right? But what we are pointing out to you is when you read these two narratives and you decouple them, they're completely concrete narrative. One which says it only rained 40 days and 40 nights. The flood only stayed 40 days and 40 nights. After the 40th day, he sends out a dove. 7 days later, he sends out the dove again. And 7 days after that, he sends out the dove for a third time. All right. And the dove does not return. So he just leaves the ark then. Right. The other narratives basically talks about that Noah was 600 years in his second month of that year, right? On the 17th day, the water started flooding. It lasted for 370 days. And when he was 601, a 1 year, second month, on the 27th day, right? The flood stops, right? And he comes out of the ark by then, right? So there are two separate accounts. Now, the question is, both of those accounts are very comprehensive. They talk about everything that Noah's story needs to include, right? And they're cohesive in the sense that everything is mentioned in there. They make sense in of themselves. So the question we're asking you is, how do you explain two separate accounts that are both cohesive? But when they're put together, they give you these contradictory elements in there. Does that make sense to you now?
Yeah.
Right. And this is, by the way, if you see at the bottom, right, see how the red number says 2458, the one above says 3298.
Yeah.
This is not even accounting for some of the other problems that we'll talk about in our next one, right? This is just a hint for some of the people.
Is there any way that you could put the link in the chat for this chart right here and let me save it?
If you give me your email, I can send it to you. I don't think I can put a link to it.
Oh man, that's all right. That's all right. But can you tell me where to find it?
Just look it up on Google on images. You may be able to find this particular chart. But
Okay.
there are other charts as well. And like I said, people have different ways in which they've interpreted it, right? So you would see that the dates here are slightly different when you go through them. If I go through another chart, the one that I used here, right? It's again slightly different. What they all agree on is this final day, 370, when you're using the Masoretic text. If you were using the Septuagint, basically this would be 360 days. Does that make sense? Does that help?
Yeah, it does. It makes me want to really study this chart. It's kind of hard in such a short amount of time to absorb it all. That's why I want to go back and look at it.
Yeah, do so. And you would actually, maybe you've never actually studied the dates and the days in there.
Honestly,
I would recommend go through it and figure out what days are being mentioned there, because there's once you start diving into this, there, without question, there are ways in which Christians and Jews explain it, right? But it doesn't really explain all of the issues that are out there. You're guessing, you're inserting your own interpretations into it. You're not letting the text speak for itself. But if I showed you how the two different texts read, right, you'd actually find that the story is much more cohesive. You don't have to worry about the 40 days, the 150 days, because it only speaks about the 40 days and 40 nights, right? So let me actually.
I had, when y'all were doing the presentation, I opened up my King James Bible, and it read, and to me, it was self-explanatory, because I would just think about what would all this look like? If it was really happening right now, what would it look like? And that's how I came to my conclusions.
Yeah. So, oh, we have a Mr. Steve at the back chat as well. So
No,
yeah,
no,
so
no. He left. He left. He left the backstage.
he left. Okay. So anyway, if you want to leave your
I kind of like to keep my email address to myself, but that's okay.
okay,
I'll
that's fine.
figure it out.
What one of the other things I would do is I didn't use this particular one. I'm only showing it to you because this one, although I found it much more useful, but when I went to their website, he'd taken it off. Right, I just found it very useful in how he put it together. Most likely, he wasn't comfortable in this particular one, right? So he must have taken it off. This one is more simplistic, but it's sort of
I just need more time to really examine it, write down the days and the dates and all that kind of stuff, and make it all make sense in my head.
Yeah, definitely do so. But the question we're asking is when you and this is what we're trying to tell you, when you're looking at the two separate accounts individually, they make more sense than what you're seeing right now with the different dates and the different days being put together the way they have been. All right.
Okay. All right, I'll do that. I'm fixing to jump out now, and I will be in the chat if you need to ask me something, or if I need to ask you something.
But before you go, I know the brothers will want to ask you why do you think your scholars or the Jewish scholars wrote what they wrote about Noah in those?
You mean like the commentary, like the midrash and the Talmud?
Yeah,
Is that what you're saying?
Because that was a question that that you kept bringing up. So I don't want you to go without discussing that with the brothers. All right.
Okay, that's fine.
Yamini,
That's
I'm
fair.
just gonna pray, Maghrib, and I'm gonna be back in about 5 minutes. Okay.
Sure, inshallah.
Okay, here was my point to all that. The thing is that there's no question that the Hebrews know their Old Testament backwards and forwards. They could tell you about it in their sleep. There's no question. But when they went off and started writing commentary that had absolutely nothing to do with the text actually says, that's where I draw the line. That's where I go, no, you're going too far off the deep end. And that's how I see it.
Yeah, but the thing that you're forgetting is that the Jews aren't just doing this ad hoc. They believe in a tradition in which they learn the understanding of the text from Moses. So when you speak to a Jew, especially with regards to what we have presented today, they will tell you that is absolutely fine because this is how our ancestors learned it from their ancestors and their ancestors, going back to the children of Israel that accompanied Moses in the wilderness.
If
that
it
is
got so far off the rails, like
look,
writings,
we agree with you. We agree with you. But the problem is for you as a Christian who adheres to the Old Testament and adheres to the fact that there is an oral law that was given by Moses to the children of Israel as documented in Exodus. Because in Exodus, it mentions that God gave the written law and the oral law. So the oral law is obviously not something that is contained within the text of the Old Testament or the 5 books of Moses. Rather, it's something, it's a separate literature. Now, the Jews are claiming that that literature is what we have presented today, passed down and discussed by the rabbis throughout the ages.
How could that be when I posted the dates when these writings were actually written down for the first time in the chat, and it was centuries after Jesus?
Agreed. No one is denying that they were written down centuries after Christ, but them being documented 2 centuries after Christ doesn't mean that that's where they originate from.
Okay.
Because if it was about documentation, then we can easily say, oh, well, the documentation of the Old Testament, of the 5 books of Moses, started 200 years prior to Christ, because that's the first documentary evidence we have of it in terms of written. But we don't do that. We acknowledge that there was a written text at the time of Moses. What that was is the question. But in terms of a written text, we know that it existed. So likewise, with regards to the Talmud and the Midrash, these are all documents. They are documents of the oral law and the oral teaching, as well as discussions of the rabbis and what they discussed regarding these explanations and
some of the things that they were saying that were so disgusting. Why wasn't that in the Bible? Bible doesn't have any problem posting kind of racy things in it. Why was it not there to begin with?
No, they are saying it is there, and this is how it's meant, because when I presented Leviticus 20:11, that is what it mentions. It mentions incest, right? So it's not that it doesn't mention it. It does mention it, but they explain it in that way. They are saying, well, this is what it says in Leviticus. Therefore, when we say this, when we see the same phraseology being used in Genesis 9:22, this is what it refers to. It refers to sodomy. It refers to incest. It refers to all of this stuff, right?
Right.
Yeah. So this is how they argue it. It's like we say, it's not just something that's made up. They provide evidences and cross references to the text in which they understand and derive these understandings from.
And Yemen,
Bible text
Sister Hindsight, you need to understand that the same people, right? The same people who brought you the Old Testament, those very same people are giving you this explanation. You need to understand this. So you cannot say, I'm going to take this from them and refuse that. Do you understand?
Yeah.
How do you have the Old Testament today?
Oh, well, if the Jews hadn't preserved it, we wouldn't have one.
Exactly. And you're telling us that we should take this from the Jews and reject that from the Jews, right? That doesn't make sense.
One of them's the Word of God, and another one is men's commentary.
No. Remember, this is the oral law being passed down from Moses to the children of Israel that were there at Mount Sinai and down through the ages, as well as and so the oral law, you have to understand, is not just the laws themselves, but an explanation of the laws, an explanation of the Torah. So the exegesis of the Torah is part of what was passed down by Moses, allegedly.
Well,
right?
Can I ask one last question? Then why, DeAndre did his presentation and everything. Why that particular incident about Ham and Noah and what he did read completely different than what DeAndre was presenting? As bad as it got, was that Ham totally disrespected his dad and was poking and making fun of his nakedness. And that was enough for his dad to say, "You're cursed in my eyes." He was disrespecting his dad.
No, but this is what we're saying. The commentaries, the exegesis of these texts is based on an oral tradition. So you're not seeing it in the text. And like I mentioned, Leviticus 20:11 is one of the texts. There's actually 3 texts that would back that up. Okay, but Leviticus 20:11 is more explicit. So they exegeted the Torah within itself, and by cross-referencing texts to display what the nakedness of the father actually means in relation to other texts in the Old Testament. And then on top of that, they also believe that they are the carriers of the oral tradition from Moses all the way to them.
I have to admit, I know nothing of the oral tradition. I just read the Bible. That's all I do.
I know, but that's not what the Jews believed. The Jews never believed that it was just the Bible, right? Or it was just the Hebrew Bible or the Tanakh. they always believed that it was accompanied with the oral tradition, in the same ways that Muslims believe not just in the Quran, but the Hadith and oral tradition. So this is very key. You have to understand the paradigm that you got to work with. And this is a historical reality that you have to square. You got to have a chat with these Jews and you be like, listen, you are claiming that this abhorrent thing is the true interpretation, or one of several interpretations that could be true, regarding what happened with Noah and Ham.
Should.
Yeah, you should, because you, like Faisal said to you, this tradition has been passed down to you in the same way that the text has. The same Jews that would have transmitted the Torah would have been the same Jews that would have transmitted the textual tradition. Now, if you are not confident with their transmission, then you can't say that one has been transmitted faithfully and the other one has not. And in fact, we've even shown that neither have been.
I don't think that's the case. I just think that they were just dead wrong in their interpretation.
But that's been transmitted.
That's what the brothers are telling you.
That's the oral law.
Even putting that aside.
Go ahead, Akhi.
Brother Faisal, one of the most important things that they always forget, this is why, I compare them to the Hadith rejectors of the Christians. They're the Hadith rejectors of the Jewish tradition. Because you see, the Masoretic text that the brother mentioned to you, which is the foundation of every modern Christian Old Testament, it was transmitted preserved and transmitted by the rabbinic Jews, not the Sadducees. And the rabbinic Jews, they believed in the oral law. Okay, and this is way after this started, like around 6th century, after the time of Christ. And don't forget, sister, it is the same Jews that Paul studied under, Gamaliel, that is mentioned in Acts, right? He was actually a rabbinic Jew. This is why your New Testament authors, they keep quoting things from the oral law, like Janus and Jambres and so many other quotes that I can literally point out to you. So
Paul
remember.
Understood it that way too. Is that what you're saying?
Sorry? Can you repeat that?
Are you saying that even people like Paul understood it that way too?
Yes, of course, because he literally quotes from, the oral tradition.
Yeah.
Yes. Okay. And remember, in Matthew 23, it's Jesus himself telling the crowds and his disciples, follow the Pharisees that sit on Moses' seat. And he says, follow everything they tell you to do. Just don't be hypocrites, but follow everything that they're teaching you, which would have included the oral tradition. He did not tell his disciples or the crowds to follow the Sadducees. Remember, the Sadducees are the ones that you guys are trying to follow these days, because only they were the sola scriptura at that time. But Jesus is saying, and Paul and the disciples, no, don't follow the Sadducees, don't follow the Samaritans, but follow the Pharisees, the rabbinic Jews. That was the main difference between them, sister. It was the oral tradition.
Okay. You're making a lot of sense, and it shows me that I've got to look into things that I never looked into, ever.
And look, Sister Hindsight, our Quran corrects the Bible here, right? Allah sent the Quran down to correct this specific mistreatment of his prophet.
Hold on a second. Old Testament. Can y'all hold on a second? I'm being called.
Sure. No worries. We have Diallo in the back chat as well, so we'll try and.
Is he a Muslim brother, Diallo?
I'm not sure. Diallo, are you a Muslim?
Okay, I think I'm back.
Okay, so Sister Hindsight, what we're trying to tell you, the Quran specifically addresses this issue and clarifies that none of what is being said in the Bible is true. It corrects the story of the son of Noah alayhi salam who rebelled against him, who rebelled against God, right? It exonerates the prophet from the accusations that have been put against him in their midrash, in their oral law. All right.
Okay.
So we Muslims, we don't believe in this. We don't believe this happened. But if you're a Jew, you have to accept this. Unfortunately, if you're a Christian, you still have to go with this because that's the oral tradition. You cannot take history from one Jewish source and deny history from another Jewish source unless you have certain clear proof that this does not happen, and either Jesus was confirming that this did not happen, then you have to provide evidence for that, or like one of your sources. Bring your sources then.
Okay. Okay, I got you. And I tell you what, I'm going to do my best to look into this oral tradition that y'all are talking about, look over the charts and all that, and I'm going to try to find out what's going on.
Sure.
Yeah. I mean, you've got some of the references that we've quoted.
Yeah.
If you play back and check out the references and what we quoted, you'll see for yourself. And Safaria is
I should just save this stream on my computer, huh?
Yeah.
I need to do that.
Yeah.
That'd be the easiest way.
And Safaria is a very good resource because in fairness to the Jews, they're very open with regards to what they have in their texts. They don't hide these things. So it is readily available, but it takes a little digging. If you know where to look, it's pretty easy. But like I said, we have the references. We cite our references with regards to what we've quoted.
Okay.
And if you're unsure, you can always reach out to us. You've got our emails, so you can reach out to us at any time if you can't find a source or you need help with something. We're more than happy to help.
Okay, I appreciate it, y'all, and thanks for talking with me.
No problem.
I'll be in the chat.
No worries.
All right,
Okay.
bye.
Bye. All right, William Wilkinson, can you turn your camera on for verification, please?
By the way, Brother Diallo is...
yeah, he mentioned.
Brothers, yeah.
Yeah, he mentioned. But William, I just need him because obviously we're prioritizing non-Muslims. So.
Yeah, if Brother Diallo had come earlier, maybe Ali would have joined us.
Yeah. William, what do you call it? You're not here backstage just to challenge us to a debate. All right. You're not someone who's known. We have very high standards for who we debate, which is why none of us debated any of these fools that are popular within the Christian world. So you just gotta have to give us a good reason to be willing to listen to you, let alone debate you. So if you want to engage with what we've said tonight, then by all means. Whatever. You know what? I'm just gonna kick him. He's not interested. There you go. There's your answer. We're not sending you an email. What is it with random people thinking that if they request a debate, we're gonna bend backwards, head over heels to debate them?
What are they bringing to a debate?
Well,
like we asked them to debate the Trinity, they come and debate the debate Tawheed.
Yeah.
They would never. In a debate for the Trinity versus Tawheed, I've never actually seen a presentation by a Christian explaining what the Trinity is.
No.
In the whole debate, they avoid that topic. So what are you guys gonna come and debate with us on?
Yeah. It's not just that. Like I said, we've got very high standards. If we're going to debate someone, we want to ensure that they are people of knowledge, people of etiquette. They're not unknowns. They are people that are worthy of some sort of dialogue. So, yeah, being a back chat and demands a debate and leaves us, leaves the email and not even bothering to engage with what we're saying to him in the back chat, it just shows that it's just not worth the time. So, subhanAllah. Anyhow, it's coming up on 5 hours. Should we give it a couple of minutes to see if there are any other Christians that want to come on?
Yeah, let's see. Let's bring Brother Diallo up. Maybe he has a meaningful question. If
Assalamu alaikum, bro.
I mean, it's useful for Muslims as well.
Um,
Diallo.
Walaikum salam. I'm at work actually, so I just found you because I just finished work about an hour ago. So I found that you were still online. So I actually didn't see the original presentation. I will go back and watch right after this. So I'm really looking forward to seeing this. I know, Brother Yemeni,
Yeah.
you're putting a lot of work in this. You advertised it well last week. I just somehow missed it today from work.
No.
But actually, I just wanted to know whether there is any. I put it in the chat. Whether there is any significance to the 40 days and 40 nights. Because this is not the first time we've seen this in the Bible, you know, especially in the New Testament as well. So
Theological. The thing is,
it sounds a bit too suspicious for me. That alone. I mean, forget about all the other evidence that you've provided. Is it just a coincidence that is the number that they've?
Yeah.
Obviously,
So
that is, you know.
it is very suspicious. Yeah.
Sorry, just quickly, from my stance, and I expressed this earlier while we were doing the presentation. If you're looking at simply the numbers, it's not an issue at all. Not a single, not a single bit. It doesn't really matter how many days the flood was or wasn't. But in the wider context, when you take a step back and actually look at what that actually means, when you have these differences, is that in reality, the numbers then become significant, because now you're saying, okay, well, what is it? Why does it look like there's two different authors to do different narratives? Then you start to question, okay, if there's two different authors, then I can't believe that this was a single author. If I can't believe it's a single author, then it can't be from Moses or from God. And if it was from Moses or from God, did God dictate to Moses to write two contradictory accounts? Or did Moses choose to write two contradictory accounts on the basis of inspiration by God? Then it becomes a theological problem. Then it becomes a huge foundational problem, because now you don't actually know what the Torah is, and you don't know whether the stories are true. Absolutely. So it depends on what lens and how closely you're looking at it. If you're looking at it very closely and you're just thinking about numbers, doesn't mean anything. But when you take a step back and actually follow it through to its conclusion, then you realize, it's a hell of a problem.
Yeah.
I'd
actually never. I hadn't seen someone do such a deep dive onto this particular narrative here for the Tanakh. I think one of the things that I keep hearing Brother Yusuf from in London, one of the brothers that do that over there. One of the other things, one of his favorite examples that he uses all the time, which I really like, is the death of Musa or Moses in the in the Bible, the narrative, how it's written, where till this day no one knows where he is buried and all that kind of stuff. That is yet another very, very, very clear example.
Yusuf, the one that gives dawah in Stratford.
Yes, in Stratford, exactly.
That one with that brother. Yeah, mashallah.
Mashallah, yeah. He always whenever he's talking to like people who like either like Jews or even Christians in some cases, he always brings that up, and there is no way to disentangle from that. That is one of those things that you cannot explain away from. And this is mashallah. This is another weapon in the armory to use, because I don't think we do a lot of work in the Old Testament. There's so much in there. Same thing with the I know. No, what I mean is we have a lot of brothers, mashallah, who are well versed into the New Testament, but and the same thing with the Psalms as well, of David is the same thing too. I think there's a lot of gems in there that once we start diving deeper and actually pointing out some of the contradictions and the nonsense in there, I think it would just kind of add even more evidence to why these books are definitely not primary accounts of the people that they are supposed to be, in that case Moses and Isa alayhi salam.
In reality, to be honest, there are many brothers that I know personally who are not just familiar with the Old Testament, but can rival scholars with regards to the Old Testament in terms of their understanding. It just so happens that Alhamdulillah, Allah has allowed us to be the ones to put this forward in the public realm. Whereas the brothers that I know, they do a lot of great work, mashallah. But of course, it's mostly behind the scenes. They give da'wah, they have debates that are not as high profile as what we're doing here. But nonetheless, there is no shortage of work from them. But alhamdulillah for what Allah has been able to give us of knowledge and ability to present this to the masses.
Alhamdulillah, man. Yeah, I'm looking forward to catching up back to the presentation because I know it will be very thorough. You know, that's my favorite things to do when I get home.
Just make sure you got 3 hours.
Oh no,
it will be shocking as well, and don't have your kids around you.
Yes. No, literally.
I wouldn't. I don't have kids, but I have nephews and nieces. I will make sure that they're not around.
Yeah.
But I'm really looking forward to it because I know there is a lot in there, you know. And the more the merrier. So 3 hours is nothing. I have nothing to do. You know, listening to dawah is my favorite way to kind of kill time while I'm doing work, you know, on the background. So this is fantastic.
Yeah. Wa alaikum assalam, akhi.
Assalamu alaikum, akhi.
Wa alaikum assalam wa rahmatullahi wa barakatuh.
Okay.
You guys can hear me, right?
Say something again. I couldn't hear you.
We can hear you.
Damn it! I wanted to see if that was going to work.
No, we can hear you.
No.
Give him, confuse him, right? One of us says we can hear you. The other keeps saying, no, we can't hear anybody.
Yeah. No, we can't hear you. It's like, are you sure you can't hear me? Yeah, we sure we can't hear you.
But I think what we need to start doing is we need to start talking to people about this stream in the sense that we brought this evidence up on that stream. You guys were missing. You guys were covering away from challenging us, right? Come and challenge us when we give the presentation. Go and take a look at the evidence that is being presented to you, right? Yeah. And challenge the evidence.
Yeah.
No one came up to challenge me, man. Like normally I'm, cause look,
the target,
when it comes to preservation, they're not gonna do much other than just like fiddle around with Dead Sea Scrolls and that's it. When it comes to like, you know, the historicity, a lot of these guys are gonna discuss that. When it comes to the theology and the theological issues, these guys they love to discuss that. That's the only way out. That's their only way out. At least they think it's their only way out.
Yeah, it's the Dead Sea Scrolls are what they love to go back to, right? That,
yes.
Oh, we have the Dead Sea Scroll. That's why this is reliable historically. But we basically established at least for 6, 5, 7, 8, 9, right? You've got nothing in the Dead Sea Scroll. So what is the oldest text that you're looking at? That's the Septuagint, which is the 4th century text, right? The other texts that we're looking at are all later century, 5th century for the Peshitta, and the other ones that we have, Masoretic text, 10th century, 13th century for the Samaritan Pentateuch for the extant manuscript, right? Now, the Septuagint has a textual variance in the number of days on which the flood starts and those days in which the it comes to an end, the 150-day period. So why isn't that in your text? Why is your text today still following the Masoretic text when the oldest text has a variance? So questions that these people need to answer whenever they try to bring these type of things up. Oh yeah, by the way, when was the Quran revealed? 7th century, right?
Yeah.
Early 7th century.
Early.
So when is the Masoretic text from?
Yeah.
The 10th century.
It's a few centuries after.
10th century is
10th century?
the completion. Yes.
Yeah, so 3 centuries after. Mr.
Wait.
Steve, wait, hold on a second. Mr.
Oh,
Steve,
my
can
bad.
you just turn on your camera for verification? And then you can turn it off again.
Wait, Faisal, that's W. The Bible copied from the Quran.
Are we familiar with this guy? If we're familiar with him, we can just bring him up.
Who is he? No,
The
I don't know.
Bible copied
Mr.
from
Steve?
the
I don't know him. Fawad?
No, you don't know him. Okay.
Yeah,
No,
do you know Mr. Steve?
he's saying, nope, you know me. We don't actually know you. Just because you're in our chat doesn't mean we know you.
Mr. Steve. Yeah, I don't know who that guy is.
Yeah. People that we are familiar with, as in we've interacted with before on stream, then they get a pass because we know who they are. But yeah, I don't care if you chat with Hamza. Hamza would have asked you the same thing to verify. He wouldn't have just brought you on.
Who's Hamza here?
Exactly. We
This
don't
guy
know
said,
you.
This guy said, I spoke with Hamza for 2 minutes and therefore I'm VIP. What the
Yeah.
hell's wrong with you?
There is a rule. There is a rule. Okay, you are on our panel, so what do you call it? We require verification from everyone. We even ask Muslims to verify.
Yes.
Yeah. Even though Brother Diallo, the only reason I brought him up without verification is because the other brothers know him.
Yeah, I know Diallo.
But I asked for verification.
Yeah.
He left. He left.
All right.
The thing is, if you have good intentions, then you should have no issue whatsoever. If you know that you're going to behave, and you know that you're going, who did we lose?
For what?
Oh, for what? Oh. Okay. He'll be back, inshallah.
Inshallah.
What do you call it? Yeah, if you have every intention of being
Yeah, if you're honest, you will show yourself, you will verify yourself. Nobody other than Brother Yummy is going to be able to see.
Exactly. I'm the only one that will see you anyway. What's this one? Yemeni, to be fair, Hamza does use blockers or enlarges his screen so no one can see the guest. I know he has he's like got blockers and stuff. I don't have that. But even then, Hamza does ask for people to verify. And this is, look, that's funny. He's telling me to join earlier. I do join. He won't let me on. Like victim mentality, as if we're trying to run, as if we're having double standards. Look, this is the problem. This is the problem. We have a standard. We want to ensure the safety of the stream, the safety of people. I literally was in the last arena. Do you know how? Well, I was in the last arena.
We're all guilty of anti-Stevism now. So blame us for it, sue us for it. We're all anti-Stevist. I honestly don't get this entitled mentality that we're supposed to bend our rules for someone who's a nobody.
These guys are not special.
Yeah, because to us, you're a nobody, my friend. Either get on with the program if you want to come up and have a conversation, or just stay a nobody for the rest of your eternity.
These are the house rules.
Yeah, but the cheesecake I had was incredible, by the way. Just I want a brother.
Yeah, sure, rub it in. No. All right. Are there any other Christians? Even Sister Hindsight is saying you should jump on. We don't buy it. And the thing is, even with Sister Hindsight, when we first came across her a couple of years ago, she had to verify. She did verify.
Yeah.
That was a really interesting conversation that you had with Sister Hindsight. I was like kind of listening while registering for my fall courses because this semester is over.
Cool.
Yeah, I love the analogy that Fawad had made. the hadith rejectors.
Yeah.
Oh yeah,
Because
Fuad and I, man.
that's literally how it is. They
Fuad gave away too much, bro. What's wrong with that guy? Fuad and I were working on something like that, bro. What's wrong with?
Yeah.
I gotta reprimand him in the private.
So inshallah, we'll be, I know Fawad circulated this idea, and we're going to be working on a new idea.
Oh yeah.
And we're going to bring it up, inshallah.
Inshallah.
Okay. Where's Adam? Where's that other guy named
Daniel?
Daniel. Where's Paperboy?
Paperboy.
They all know about this.
Yeah. Are they too afraid to deal with evidence against their scriptures?
Paperboy. Bro, I can't help it but laugh at the name Paperboy.
I know his real name, but of course I made him a promise that I will never.
Yeah, don't.
So
don't. We don't want to.
Yeah,
no. Well, Sheldon actually came on. Sheldon actually came on. Credit to him.
Oh yeah, that's true.
Yeah, one thing you have to give Sheldon. I mean, he does attempt.
Attempt. And do that.
All right, let's give it about 10 more minutes. Then we start wrapping up, okay? Or
yeah, sure, why not?
Yeah,
I mean, it's only 2:45 in the morning.
Yeah, man.
No.
When do you
You've
gotta
already
go to,
done so much.
when do you gotta wake
You've
up?
already
Man?
done 5.25 hours. What's 10 minutes more?
Yeah.
10 more minutes.
What's 10 more minutes? And then a Christian comes on and we spend an hour and a half talking with him, and then another Christian comes on and we spend another 2 hours, you know?
That's genuinely what I'm afraid of. I'm afraid that we wait for 10 minutes. I'm like, well, that's too much time. If someone comes, then we have to let him on and then
Well, the first question you should ask them is, have you seen the evidence presented to you today?
Yeah.
Yes.
Yeah, because otherwise they're just wasting our time.
Yeah. Emily called it, mate. We all know you don't sleep. Oh, I wish that was true.
When do you gotta get up in the morning, Akhi?
Alhamdulillah, I don't have to worry about going to work. I'm in between jobs at the moment, so what do you call it? I can kip for a bit.
You can. Why does it say like you can, but it's not likely?
No, it's not likely. This is about the only time I would actually stay up. I've tried sleepovers. I've tried, staying up watching films, and like just for casual. You know how it is when you're just chilling, and I always end up falling asleep. This is the only time I actually stay awake at night is when I'm doing something like this. Alhamdulillah. So,
bro, I do stay up sometimes, primarily on stream times. Like I remember we went for like one of the longest times. It was like I stayed up until Fajr with these guys, and we had a generous amount of people watching, actually. SubhanAllah.
Yeah.
It was almost 10 hours. It was unreal.
Yeah, to be honest, I don't see the point of 10 hours. I'll be honest. It's just way too long. I mean, even the thing is, the only reason we're doing 5 hours and 17 minutes because 3 hours of that was our own presentation. And the other 2 hours was waiting for guests and speaking to a few individuals. But there's only so much time you can give. But
by the way, the guy yesterday that was yapping, he was on your stream. He was on TikTok, right?
Yeah.
Who was
TikTok
that guy?
Is something else.
I think I know who that guy is. Who was that guy?
I don't know.
Oh, I thought I knew who that was.
Well, which one?
The guy that was yapping about Genesis 3:15 and.
I know that that's the first time I came across him.
I'm certain I know that voice.
Yeah, you might. You probably do, but it's the first time I came across him.
That guy's
Genesis. I mean, he was stuck with Genesis 3:15 because he was trying to push this idea, and he couldn't even prove that it was ever interpreted as a messianic prophecy. But there you go.
Yeah, it's just stupid when they say like, oh, the Jews interpret it in this way. That's just obviously not true. They don't interpret it messianic like
No,
these
exactly.
these guys. And even if I was to grant, not grant, but like even if I was to say, okay, let's take it to the text. Like I did a whole thing on Genesis 3:15. This guy can go back and watch it. He can press me on dots connected.
Yeah, there you go. And for me, it's just I like to stick to the the fundamentals, the absolute fundamentals. You believe in this, where is the evidence for that? It's that simple.
Oh, but it says though. That's just begging the question.
This guy, look, there you go. This double standards doesn't understand that there is a standard for stream topics. There is a particular topic for this stream. Oh, look at this. We have Chris who made it 4 minutes into the 10 minutes that we had left.
We were just
how you doing, Chris?
all the night, Chris. How are you doing?
Doing really well, man. Bryce has been.
Did you see the presentation?
No, actually, that's why I came on at the end, just to say hi and to mention something to also. You have mentioned that when you see a debate against Trinity versus Tawhid, that the Christian usually doesn't present the Trinity. They just basically try to attack Tawhid. There's a debate with Anthony Rogers that recently happened. Have you watched that?
No, I haven't watched anything.
Are you talking about the one that's Trinity versus Tawhid? What did the prophets teach?
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, but like when we say like when we refer to Trinity versus Tawhid, I don't know like in what context my brother said that, but it's just gonna generally refer to like logical problems with the Trinity versus supposed like objections to Tawhid. And a lot of the times it's just gonna be like Allah has a hand, therefore he's not God, and that's just what it's gonna be. That's just generally what it's gonna go down to.
Yeah, that's just a red herring, right? But what we're trying to point out here,
and it doesn't follow.
And that's a different matter completely. But really, today what we're trying to focus on is the presentations. Today we did a 3-hour presentation on Genesis 8 and 9.
Oh yeah,
we did.
I heard what Yemeni said. Yeah, I didn't come
story.
up to discuss that. Just
no, I mean, look, we even said like we were going to give it 10 minutes to see if anyone came on. If someone did come on and wanted to have a conversation, we'd keep going. But obviously, it's also dependent on whether you've actually seen the presentation to have something to rebut as well. So considering you haven't seen the presentation yet and you don't know what we brought forward as evidence,
discussion, Chris. I mean,
yeah, like I said, I only came up to mention the fossil and say what's up.
No.
Yeah, when the ones that I remember are Jay Dyer, the one with the one between Brother Ijaz and Daniel.
Jay Dyer got made to look like a clown by Brother Jake. This guy conceded that he believes in 3 gods. What an idiot.
So there. What I was waiting for from the Christian side is a concrete presentation of what the Trinity is. And if you go back to those presentations, you would actually find that that's missing in their openings, in their responses as well. Even if it is put forth there, right, on what it is, what type of Trinity it is that they believe in, it's just been rushed so much that you hardly get to understand what you're arguing against. So yeah, have a look at those. These are some older ones. I haven't seen the Anthony Rogers one. Maybe he did a better job than some of the other ones that I've seen. But yeah, so far that's been my experience.
Yeah, Yemeni brought up basically quality debates or quality debaters. I would put Anthony Rogers in that category. And
I would agree that Anthony Rogers is better than some of his peers.
Sure.
Yeah, but he made some.
Anthony Rogers.
Oh, Anthony Rogers is one of the people that debated Sheikh Uthman with David and Sam Shamoun. But now I didn't watch the debate about Trinity versus Tawhid. What did the prophets teach? But I know that he was debating Isaiah 53 with a brother, and oh my gosh, he was making some dumpster arguments.
All right. But yeah, no, I think, yeah, like I said, in terms of his peers, and look, we're saying this knowing that his peers aren't exactly high caliber, but at least considering that he associates with them, he is actually a decent debater, and he's got decent character to a point as
Good.
well.
I appreciate you saying that.
So
yeah, I would say the same thing you just said as well.
Yeah. But again, I would say that in terms of a Trinity versus Tawheed debate, I personally don't believe that any Christian can convincingly debate that topic, because the Trinity in of itself, especially when you are trying to argue for the case of the Trinity as you believe it as the current Orthodox position, you can't debate that from the perspective of the text and the early Christian tradition, or even from an Old Testament perspective, considering that the Jews had various understandings of the text.
Even from the early church fathers, you can't find the Trinity in the early church fathers.
It is more like, essentially what's going to happen is you're going to end up debating an anachronistic view of the Trinity, rather as opposed to a biblical teaching. That's what I believe, and that's what I
would disagree with. Both of you?
Well, obviously you will disagree with that one, but because
historical and biblical evidence, I would disagree with you. But
yes, I mean, but like I said, I think that the anachronistic understanding of the biblical text is what you appeal to, as opposed to letting the Bible be the source of the of the belief. I think that the belief of the Christians is imparted on the text rather than the text producing that theology. And I think that is evidence, and I think that is evident with regards to the early church fathers, as well as the councils, and even the canon of the New Testament itself, and how that came about. But that's, that's my opinion.
Those things with
that's neither here nor there. You can discuss all those things. You can discuss all those things on dots. This stream has a set topic, so we're not going to talk about Justin Martyr on this stream.
Yeah,
but for sure, I could help explain both of the things that you brought up, and it's definitely not going to conclude with what you just said.
Yeah, well, we can have that conversation. Yeah, we can have that conversation. Drop your email, and let's see if we can set something up.
Okay, yeah, I'll do that.
Yeah, if you do that, either drop it in the back chat, or if you want to send me an email, or the brothers an email, we can set something up. It's not an issue. Yeah.
Anyway, saying hi. Appreciate you letting me up.
No worries.
Jesus willing, I'll maybe be able to hop on Saturday. Are you streaming this Saturday?
Yeah, I am in the evening. That's just my schedule. But my Saturday schedules are more. They have a particular subject in mind.
Okay.
But in terms of
a 3-hour presentation I have to watch beforehand, then I'll probably be fine.
Well, no, I mean, like the one I'm doing this Saturday. What am I actually doing this Saturday? Let me double check. I think it's an educational thing for the Muslims, rather. Let's have a look here. Yeah. So I'm continuing my series on teaching the Muslims how to give da'wah using verses of the Quran, as opposed to the usual thing that we see where Muslims go and quote verses of the Bible to debunk, Christianity and Judaism. I'm trying to make it more focused on preaching with the Quran, making the Muslims more familiar with the Quran than they are with the Bible.
Fair enough.
Yeah.
I definitely want Christians to do the same when they talk to Muslims too.
Yeah, I mean, like, what's the point? I mean, I always have this thing as like, okay, Muslims, you are calling people to Islam. You are not calling people to Islam by speaking about the Bible. You want to inform them about the Quran, right?
Yes.
You want to. So this is, and the Quran is sufficient for us, because in terms of corrections of the Bible, in terms of argumentation, just reasoning, in terms of signs, in terms of prophecies, everything that you need is there in the Quran as an evidence for Islam. So this is what I want the Muslims to be more familiar with.
Okay. Yeah. Like I said, I'll
Yeah. But like I said, let's set something up, and we can make a dedicated stream for that particular subject.
Cool, man.
Yeah.
I'll let y'all go. Appreciate you letting me on, man.
No
Have
worries,
a good
man.
one.
You as well.
No, we are letting you go. All right, take care.
Peace.
Cool. All right, 10 minutes is up. It's 3 o'clock. It's exactly 3 a.m. It's actually been 15 minutes since you guys said we'll be 10 minutes, but yeah, no, it's 3 a.m. now. I don't think we'll have any more Christians, so I'm going to remove the link on my side.
Yep, I think that's fine.
Yep.
Cool.
You know what link you should be putting there in its place?
Mm.
The link to Islam God Answers.
Yes. Well, I don't have the link for that actually at the moment. Where is it?
Oh no, I'm just playing. But
but subscribe to Islam Got Answers. Subscribe to my channel. Subscribe to Dots Connected to Islam.
Yes.
Subscribe to everything. Alhamdulillah.
Subscribe to Riht al-Arab newsletter.
Yes, definitely subscribe to Riht al-Arab newsletter and take advantage.
Serious?
Yeah, well, what do you call it? Our mailing list anyway.
Like, I have a friend, I have a brother, who's like a fragrance nerd, right?
Yeah.
So, not like he's not a brother in biology. He's a brother in deen that I know. And he's like a huge fragrance nerd. He's always talking about fragrances with this other person that I know.
Yeah. No worries. Someone just came into the back chat and then left. Okay.
Oh, wow. Okay, that's nice.
Yeah. How did they even get in? We removed the links.
Bro,
anyway.
they just. I don't care.
No?
Okay.
Cool. Jose, we're not going to bring you up.
I'm trying to remove the link on the.
Oh, that's how.
Yeah. So now I've unpinned it.
Okay.
Okay.
Yeah. No worries. Well, we're not going to bring Jose up because this is not the stream. Especially with regards to what he wants to say.
Yeah.
So we'll just let him go. Cool. Like we mentioned before, I have in my community post a link to the donation for the people of Yemen so that they can have a good Eid. Inshallah, there's a month left before Eid. I'm not sure if we are going to do this. If we're going to do 10 and 11 on the 3rd of June, because I believe that's the first Tuesday of the month. Yes, 3rd of June, which is a few days before Arafat and Eid. So I'm not sure if we are going to do that. It depends on the brothers and how much time we need to prepare for the festivities.
Oh, brother Faisal is gonna keep me until Fajr with Genesis 10.
Yeah. Oh. Yeah, I mean,
there's not much to say on Genesis 10. My main focus is gonna be on 11, so I'm gonna have nothing on Genesis 10.
Fair enough. No, but
there's
Genesis
so
10
much
is gonna be very
to talk
important.
about. When you're looking at textual variances.
Oh yeah, no,
10 is the gold mine essentially. There's just so much textual variance in there, and there are.
You gotta send me the presentation once you do it with all those variants.
Yeah, and there are so many implications of those variances. Not only that, there are variances which impact who you think you know is there. So if 10 is going to be really interesting from that perspective.
Yeah, very true. Anyways, make dua for the people of Pakistan. Make dua for the people of Sudan, Yemen, Palestine, Uyghur, Burma, Kashmir, all the Muslims around the world.
And remember, if you want to rewatch this stream, again, the warning is there for you because what we covered is actually insane. So you got to make sure that if you're gonna rewatch the stream, you can't have your kids listening. You have to take the AirPod out of one of your
That's very
kids'
true.
ears.
Very true. Yeah, And we used very explicit language just to emphasize exactly what is being said about the prophets of Allah. You know, so if you think that the arguments that you're used to hearing that, you know, oh, you know, Noah was a drunkard. Oh, what a bad thing you have said about the Prophet of Allah. No, that is just scratching the surface.
Oh no, we're not even done because the Talmud, I read certain parts of it. What they say about the other prophets.
We're
gonna get to that,
inshallah. Yeah,
inshallah.
Especially
when it comes to one of them, and I think Yemeni, you know which one it is. There's so much malignment. There's so much, and I think you should know. Try to take a guess.
It's not Moses. We know that. They're pretty good with him. If I'm not mistaken.
So easy, come on.
Yeah, it just left me. Subhanallah. Oh no, you know what? It just completely left me. You gotta tell me now.
What race are you?
Yeah.
Yes.
I know they say pretty bad things, but I don't think he's the worst one.
He's one of them.
Yeah, I don't think he's the worst though. Oh no, like this is exactly why we mentioned in terms of the slavery and everything, the malignment of particularly the Arabs. And as we go forward, we'll see exactly how much hatred the Old Testament has towards the Arabs,
and how much it undermines the prophets of Allah, right?
Yes.
Which the Quran actually corrects and exonerates all these prophets, right? Like we just saw with Noah alayhi salam, right? How the Quran actually gives us the correct understanding of what happened to the son of Noah alayhi salam, and it exonerates Noah alayhi salam with all of these accusations that they have put in their text for him, right?
Or in their tradition,
and exactly, because this is why there is no way whatsoever in 1.5 billion years or so that the Quran could be copied from the Bible, because none of the filth in the Bible or the or their tradition has been carried over.
Yeah, exactly. Yeah. All right. And that concludes tonight's or this morning's session now. All right. Jazakumullah khairan for tuning in. Subhanallah, there's still a lot of you here, despite the lateness of the hour. Inshallah, you've benefited. Actually, out of curiosity, Faisal, what's the result of your poll that you put out?
Oh, I actually didn't get to finish the poll.
Oh, okay. Yeah. But
they
yeah,
started asking me questions, and then I didn't get to put the poll in.
No worries, that's fine. But yeah, let us know if this was beneficial. Let us know how much information was new to you, and whether it'll benefit you in giving your own dawah as well. And of course, just like, share, subscribe to our channels, comment. This all helps in the reach of the dawah. And of course, as always, we put these streams out well in advance so that you guys can help us reach many people. So keep sharing these streams, especially when they are big projects like this, which cover things in a lot of detail. Because you know how it is. People always say, oh, Muslims make claims and they discuss and they're always saying things without backing it up. But obviously, this is in a open setting where you don't know what arguments are coming forward, so you're not prepared for absolutely every argument in terms of references. But they try to say this. So when we sit down and produce the references for the things that we say, it's nice to be able to have that being spread as far as possible, so that the people can benefit. And we reach more people to give da'wah to. So help us out with that, inshallah. And with that being said, last words from you guys?
No.
Yeah.
I
No,
think we've
alhamdulillah. Like,
said enough.
I think we all want to go to sleep. Just hurry up and close the stream, Yemeni.
It's like 10
We're-
o'clock for me.
yeah, it's 10 o'clock for us. We can still go for a few hours.
Yeah, we can, but
yeah. No, I'm struggling. Yalla. Assalamu alaikum wa rahmatullahi wa barakatuh.
Wa alaikum assalam wa rahmatullahi wa barakatuh.
بسم الله الرحمن الرحيم اقرأ باسم ربك الذي خلق خلق الإنسان من علق اقرأ وربك الأكرم الذي علم بالقلم علم الإنسان ما لم يعلم